Welcome to Opinionated with Resla.
What's good, everybody? What is good? Welcome, of course, to another episode of Opinionated with yours truly. I'm your guy, Resla. Hopefully, you guys are having a really good one today. We're gonna have quite an episode. So hopefully, you guys are ready for it. So, if you haven't paid attention to the actual title before, I'm off for at least off for tomorrow. Let's try to get things started up for you for the next week. You see the title today. We're talking about why morality is a dangerous illusion. We've had a lot of conversations on this channel, and a lot of things that have come up a lot is this aspect of morality. I've had a lot of conversations when it comes to people, whether it comes from a religious faith, whether it comes from the idea of people just being morally simplistic in their approaches to the justice system or how people should behave in general. But we have to remember that there are cross uh, platforms as well as cross countries that don't exactly see it the same way. And I think that's a lot of things that we're going to have to get into as well. For those of you who happen to be new on this channel, what we like to do is we get into a lot of thought provoking conversations, sometimes a little bit of a critical thinking aspect, which is the most important part to get into it. And then, of course, if we have the time, or if I'm really inclined to do so, we really open up the panel so that we can actually have a conversation. Again, it's not always a conversation for me to just have to you, but rather a conversation that we have to each other. So hopefully that we're all learning from each other at the same time. You know, everyone thinks they know what's right or wrong. You hear everywhere, pretty much. That's immoral. That's not the moral thing to do. What would Jesus do, even? That's evil. People don't, the same way how not everybody could frame everything great is the same way how they have a problem framing everything that is quote evil. You should never do that, is another thing that I hear from a lot of people. But who exactly made these rules? Who decided that certain actions are always wrong no matter what? And why do people follow them blindly? Like there's some written rule that's in the sky. You can just look up and you can see it written there. We like to think morally that things are just simple. They're universal. They're unshakable. But that's not necessarily true. Other folks, I always forget that I need to turn up the volume a little bit. Hopefully that's better for you guys. Uh oh, I think the truth is that the whole thing's a damn illusion, to be honest with you. And worse than that, worse, it's really just used as a weapon. It's a tool to be used for control, really just to control people, to silence ideals, and perhaps even to push an agenda. You you ever notice how morality when it comes to people changes depending on who's in power? I do. I pay attention to that. How something that is deemed evil today can somehow be heroic tomorrow. That's not a coincidence. That's by design. So tonight, I think we're gonna have a little bit of a rip into this whole morality part. We're gonna have to pick apart it and really try to figure out the things that are actually the things that we should focus on, the things that we should be thinking about, rather than just following things blindly because of the word itself. We're going to need to expose how it's been used to shape history, how it's been used to suppress, quite frankly, innovation, and of course, how it keeps people in line. Hopefully, by the time that we're done, you might start to really question everything you thought that was good or quote bad. But before we even really get into that, it's customary that we like to say hello to everybody who's already walked into the building. So, let me silence you. Don was here really early in the morning, so hopefully this is going to be a really good one. True Keys in the building. Appreciate you being here. James Talk Life is in here. Sorry, James Life Talks is in here. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Kiwi's in here. Hey, what's going on? True Keys already starting things off with the 199. Thank you very much. No, thank you for everything that you do. You're just as much a part of all this. True Keys again with the 199. I do appreciate it. Thank you very much. Marcus has already walked up in the building. What's going on? What's going on, Marcus? You got to show me the background. Oh, we can have a talk about that sometime. James is in here. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Everybody is, sir. Everybody is. What's in here? Logical Sparks is in here. Hey, good evening. Good evening. Brick is already in here in attention. What's going on, Brick? I get ready for bed. Okay, that's what's up. Listen, nothing wrong with having a bit of conversation even before nap time, right? Samuel's in the building. Appreciate you, Samuel. And of course, everybody as you get in there, get acclimated, and of course, say what's up to everybody who's in the building. Make his voice be known. You know, maybe, just maybe. I think a lot of people will come to realize that morality is far more dangerous than they ever really thought. So let's open up the first segment, which is talking about cultural blindness, and pretty much how dangerous it is to look at things universally when it comes to morality. Let's start with this one. One of the biggest lies that we've ever been sold. That morality, in fact, is universal. It's not. It never has been. And yet people like to act as though there's this one size that fits all moral code that every person in every culture across all of history is supposed to follow. We hear this a lot when it comes to the justice system, and we hear this a lot when it comes to religion. You ever stop to ask, at least ask yourself, why we think that certain things are moral and others aren't? Because if you start comparing cultures, morality gets really messy real fast. I think of something as simple as telling the truth. In Western cultures, we're told honesty is always the best policy. But in other cultures, lying to keep the harmony is actually okay. It's considered a moral thing to do. So who's right? Even those here in the Western world, where we say honesty is the best policy, don't really practice it all. The guy who tells the harsh truth no matter what, or the guy who lies in order to keep the peace. That's what people get in between. Which one is the best one? And what about our laws? You ever notice how something can be legal and praised in one country, but it's illegal and it's considered immoral in another? How did we get there then? Eating certain animals, marrying the young, how women dress. Morality shifts depending on where you are and where you were raised. And yet, people still pretend like there's a definitive moral line, moral code that we're all meant to follow. That's not morality, folks. That's just, honestly, cultural bias. And if morality changes based on where you're standing, how the hell can it be universal? How's that possible? For my second segment up here, I have the death of greatness. Death of greatness. Pretty much why morality stifles innovation. Because here's something people don't like to admit: morality kills progress. I'm going to say it again: morality kills progress. Some of your greatest thinkers, innovators, revolutionaries, all over time, they had to break what was considered moral rules in order to change the world. If they played by society's moral standards, they would have never gotten anywhere, and would have never been allowed to have people do what they need to. I'm wrong? I'm not wrong. I said, oh, I'm wrong? I was about to say, look, we can talk a little bit about it. Because I think of, like, Galileo. Come on, guys. You guys know who Galileo is. The dude was trying to prove that basically the Earth wasn't the center of the universe. Do you think many people wanted to go along with that theory? The moral authorities at the time, aka the church, they called Galileo a heretic. Wasn't he locked up? Why? Because he questioned the establishment? Because he questioned their idea of truth? Because it was considered immoral? Let's fast forward, because we see many geniuses in history. Let's fast forward a little bit. I think about those who look at the rights and wrongs even today. And when I think about the rights and wrongs, even when it comes to people who are activists, right? Today's people who are wrong are somehow tomorrow's revolutionaries. And it's just science. It's just the way how we've been taught to think. It's not hard to come up with it. It's not hard to see it. But yet somehow we fight against it. Think about civil rights movement, slavery, segregation, or women's rights. At one point, all of these were considered and labeled immoral practices. Hell, even MLK was known to be a troublemaker in his time. Now, he's an icon. So tell me this: how many brilliant minds, how many revolutionary ideals have been suppressed because now, in the name of morality, it's acceptable? Now it's the right thing to do, but at the time, how dare they? Funny how things change. Funny how morality changes. How many people are too scared to even challenge the norms because they don't want to be labeled immoral? Let that sink in. And that's the real danger when it comes to morality. It doesn't just tell people what's right and what's wrong. It's not only what it does, it tells them what they can and cannot think about. And when you control people's thoughts, you control everything. That's exactly why I have a big problem when it comes to people in power who try to tell you what you can't do. You can't think about what we should and what we shouldn't do. Because it gets all the way down to even the most baseline of individuals who will argue things that even themselves were indoctrinated to believe. They never go against it themselves. We live in a reality. We live in a world. We live in a nation here in the US. We live in a nation where even our laws don't always line up with the very multiple religions that we're allowed to practice here. Just in one little melting pot. How can we turn around and look at our neighbor and say that they're immoral? By context of where you even live, guess what? You live in a immoral nation. Because why? You're allowed to practice different things, different faiths, different beliefs, different ideologies. So who are we to turn around and say what is immoral? I think a lot of people run around and talk about morality just in the context of them just wanting to believe that they're better. So let's talk a little bit about our dogmas. So my third segment here says, so the trappings of dogma and pretty much how blindly morality can destroy critical thought. I have no idea how I'm going to spin this. But you ever met someone who like refuses to think for themselves? Come on, folks. We know we run across those people. You know we do. I'm talking about someone who clings to their beliefs so hard that they do it without thinking about it all. They have no sense of logic. No amount of evidence either. Nothing can shake them either. I think that's what morality does to people. It turns into beliefs of dogma. There were a lot of people who followed things blindly, never asking the question why. I said it before and I'll say it again. The most basic innate thing within human beings is curiosity. We couldn't have gotten this far without people being curious. You can call it enlightenment, you can call it, self-development. It's all curiosity. The ideal that one can not only do better, but be better and live more comfortably. Think about it. When you believe, when you believe something is absolutely right or absolutely wrong, you stop questioning it. And when people stop questioning things, people stop growing. This is why I talk about stifling. That's how we get into this whole extremism when it comes to thoughts. It doesn't even need to be tied to religion. Go look at your spaces that talk about the sexual dynamics between men and women. Extremisms on both sides. And the ones who try to sit level in the middle, they're the ones who are really crucified. They are really the ones who are put to the task. They are really the ones who are put to the stake to burn. Same thing for politics. Same thing for religion. The ideal that someone who can be your blood relative, someone who has shared the tablecloth with you, someone who has eaten the same meals, washed the same dishes, can now be looked at as your adversary because of political parties, because of faith. When we get that simplistic that we cannot think for ourselves, that we will cut off the very thing that helped design and build civilizations from the start. The very first network that you will ever have in your life is family, and we drop it over ideologies. That's how we, not for nothing, because of these ideologies, this is how we got the witch hunts. That's how we get an entire society blindly following orders because, quite frankly, they were told that it was the right thing to do. How many young women, even older women, were burned at the stake or drowned over an accusation without proof? This is the reason why, folks, we even had to create laws that turn around and say that you are innocent until proven guilty. But at the same time, we have to worry about what? The court of what, folks? Public opinion, which is normally rooted in what, folks? Dogma and ideology. I'm thinking about like these old trials because it's not just the past. We do it in society today. Social media is a moral battleground. Look at all your panel spaces. Look at all your debate spaces. Look at all your political spaces. People aren't debating ideals. They're shaming and they're canceling each other. Because once you label someone immoral, you don't have to listen to them anymore. And isn't that the real goal? Isn't it? Control the conversation by making sure certain ideals are off limits. Morality is supposed to guide us, people. But when it's turned into dogma, it just makes you blind. I'll dive into my fourth segment and I write the naivete, of oversimplification, which basically means why pretty much morals, and especially those who are moral absolutists, they fail when it comes to real life. Think I'm wrong? Let's talk about it. Let's talk about something people love to ignore. Context. Context. You see, this idea of universal morality assumes that right and wrong are clear as night and day, as if we also don't have a dawn and a dusk. That there are absolute truths when it comes to ethics. But if that were true, if that were really true, why does morality collapse every second you put it to a test in a real world scenario? If that were true, take killing, for example. If you ask most people, is it wrong to kill someone? They'd say, oh, of course. Yes. Yes. Of course it's wrong. Absolutely wrong. It's not the moral thing to do. Let me say, so what about self defense? What about war? What about protecting your family from an intruder? Suddenly, that moral is absolutely crumbling. Crumbling. Starts, it gets weak legs all of a sudden. It was like this. And now it's all of a sudden the strong moral of killing, all of a sudden that shit got MS. It's got Parkinson's. It's shaking like a motherfucker. Here's another one. Stealing. Stealing is wrong. Okay. But what if someone steals food to feed their starving children? Hmm? What if the government steals from their citizens through corrupt policies? Hmm. What if big corporation steals wages from its underpaying employees? They have policies, they have practices, they have things written into their own laws. Is it still stealing? People are going to say, yes, it's stealing. It's wrong. It's written. They say this about corporate loopholes. They're stealing. It's not right. If they're allowed to use it, how is it wrong? And let's be honest, If you were able to use it, wouldn't you? Would you be so moral to say, I'm going to pay my full wages and get screwed? I'm going to pay my full taxes and get screwed. I'm not going to use this loophole that's within my favor because it's actually written to be a standard that I can take advantage of. Of course you're going to use it. At what point does stealing become justified? You see, moral absolutists will fail because they ignore the reality. They take really complex human situations and try to shove them into a nice, neat little category of good and evil. But life doesn't work that way. It's messy. It's the idea of morality needs context. It absolutely does. But you know who loves you know who loves moral absolutes? People who want power. Because the moment you convince the masses that something is always wrong, no matter the situation, you got control of them. You don't have to even explain why something is bad. You just say, that's immoral. And suddenly the conversation is over. And that's how people get manipulated. That's how governments, religions, and even social movements keep their people in line. They teach you not to think critically, just to obey. But if morality can't handle nuance, if it crumbles at the second thought that reality can get complicated, then what does that tell you about morality in itself? I'm gonna take a quick break to go take a look at what you guys are saying here in the chat because you guys have been cooking for a moment. Hey, Miss Thing, what's going on? Let's see. Let's see. What have you guys been up to? What you saying? Hey, Lauren, what's going on? Some speed read through some of these. What's the word, Tia? Oh, let's see. Let's see. Sorry, I think I found my back. Oh, your duck. Well, even the aspect of karma. Where do you get so much to believe that karma is going to be a thing? A lot of people can't prove it. How how much should you receive negatively before you get something new? Well, where's the scales on that? How much negativity on this side do you know needs to be done to you so that you know you get this much karma back? Hmm? How much? Thank you. How much good do you know you need to do before something bad happens to you? How do you balance that out? I've been doing all this great stuff, so I should be good, right? No, 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 no. Karma says too much of one thing results in something else. So that means if you're really a goody two shoe, get ready for fucking. Just saying. But what if? But what if? See, we don't want to think of karma with the negative aspects that's going to hit us. We don't think about that. This is called balance. Morality doesn't try to teach you balance. It just says you can either do this or you can't do this. Yeah, go ahead. Feed all the poor. And then everybody knows that you're a person who feeds everyone. And then you wonder why you probably get robbed or mugged, or why someone attacks you because they felt like you gave this person more bread than the other person. You don't think it backfires? That would be considered karma. Hmm? Just saying. Yes. Yes, you're right, Lauren. They absolutely were considered immoral. Absolutely. The queen was not pleased. The queen was definitely not pleased. She was not amused. Wrong queen, but still. Life is absolutely great. And I think the world will be so much better if everybody could acknowledge that. Of course you do. Of course you want power. Mm, yeah, it absolutely does. Hey, what's going on, huh? We got blackout in here. It never becomes a lifespan. A lifespan. The word itself, supremely. That's the point that I'm talking about. Like, if you're doing extreme good things, get ready for things to go really bad for you because things have to balance out. I think more people would be better off if they just try to figure out a system of balance. I don't want to do too many good things. Hell, I would, if I knew that if I did six good things, something bad's about to happen to me. I'm thinking I'm gonna do three good things, three bad things. I'm gonna measure out the day. Oh shit! I helped that little old lady with her little bags today in the fucking grocery store. Okay, I gotta keep that one in my account. Oh, you know what? I did something good for my wife. Okay, I gotta keep that one into it. Okay, cool, cool, cool. You know what? I'm gonna treat somebody really bad. Just try to offset some of this. This idea that I can do good and do no wrong. Really? Can you though? Can you? Because I thought also they say that no good deed goes unpunished. There's no such thing as good without the bad, folks. But you want to believe that if you some bad things happening to you, then the good things will happen. Because if you would believe that you can do all these great things and no bad things gonna happen to you, then you should also believe that a lot of bad things are gonna happen to you and you will never be looked out for. Just the way it is. Absolutely. Listen, and it's intentional. You gotta live in the gray. No, it's not reverse karma. Karma is karma. If we want to fall into yesterday's episode when we talked about perspectives versus perception, the perception is karma will only be the good things that happen to you. The perspectives are, when you talk about karma, is that it's a balancing act. Mm. This is about reality, the gray, versus what people would like it to be, which is only what? The good or the bad. The perception is the good or the bad. The reality is that there's a balance. It's not reverse karma. It's just karma. The ideal to living a great life is to find balance. When they say, I'm going to find happiness. Well, guess what? Happiness needs to have a little bit of upset in it because you can't be grateful You can't have gratitude for the things in your life if you don't experience a bit of upset. Did I just say that out loud? I think I said that out loud. How can you appreciate good things in your life, folks, if you don't have bad things happen to you? Come on. I guess that doesn't make sense, right? That's not the moral thing to say. That was a very immoral thing for me to say. Sorry, folks. How dare I bring logic into this? You say you want revenge. Okay. He on the James Brown revenge. Need that get back. So most people perpetuate what? And I've seen people on the opposite end, blind. I've seen people who like to tout all about the good constantly. But when you start questioning them, when you ask them to give you fair examples, when you start really digging in, they fall apart. They crumble like gingerbread, like a gingerbread house. They just no putting that bit back together. You have to prove that. A lot of people don't see it happening. You have to prove that one. What's going on? We all here. What's going on? I explained it earlier, Gatsby. We can have a little bit more of a conversation in a bit. All right, let me get through my last one. So my last segment here, push my window away. All right, so my fifth segment here, I've got it called Roadblocking to Moral Evolution. Okay, I needed a little bit of context apparently. Okay, so how good becomes evil over time. Interesting. Wonder what my thoughts are on this one. How good can become evil over time. I think I'm going to try to blow this one really off the lid. Because as I've been saying to you guys, folks, that morality changes. It does. I don't just mean like it changes across cultures. I mean like it changes across time. When, no, not when. What's considered evil today might very well be celebrated tomorrow. What's what's good today might very well be seen as outdated, oppressive, or even downright disgusting in the future. Something to think about. Do you believe me? Do you don't believe me? Let's look at it and talk a little bit about history. Once upon a time, women voting was seen to be absurd. Hell, in some places, it was considered immoral. It went against the quote natural order. Now, women voting is considered to be a human right. Let's look at another one. History. Interracial marriage. I know some of you love to have your interracial marriages. Illegal. Immoral. Some people genuinely believed it was an attack on society itself. Now, if you even think to question interracial relationships, you're an idiot. You're a bigot. Oh, let's talk about this one. Let's talk about my guys into my guy OG. Let's talk about weed. It wasn't even long ago. Wasn't long ago. People were thrown into prisons over the damn plant. Now, it's legal in most places. And corporations are even making billions off of it. So tell me, if morality is unchanging, why does it keep changing? Why? And here's the real look at it. If morality keeps evolving, that means our current moral system isn't the final form. There are things that we need to condemn today that the future generations are going to look back and say, damn, we were so wrong about that. And that's the scary part. We don't know what things are going to change. We don't know. We don't know what we don't know. And morality, the concept of morality, needs to get adjusted to that. So you can start preaching about what's wrong and what's right, all you like. But ask yourself this: how much of your morality is just a product of the time that you're in? How much of what you believe is good is just what you think you've been taught to believe, not what actually is? Because I think for the most part, a lot of you don't do a lot of thinking when it comes to morality. Because if morality isn't set in stone, and I've made plenty of good points about it, then who's really in charge of shaping it? Who's in charge of shaping morality, folks? If morality changes over time, doesn't that mean that we're just following the latest trend and calling it good? These are my thoughts, folks. Let's open the floor to everybody else. Give me your thoughts. Link is in the chat. Pin to the top of the chat. Let's try to have a good one. We'll see how this turns out. What are your thoughts here? Let's see. So Gatsby's trying to pick a fight with Brick. Let's see. Oh, playing Call of Duty. Yes. Yes. And not for nothing, Lauren. Part of the reason why a lot of people have a problem pulling themselves out of those tough situations because of the things that they are already taught to believe. I said this even in my stream yesterday. The things that affect people the most are the things that they tell themselves. Not that it actually is real. Not that it's actually a thing that's attacking them. They tell themselves that and end up holding themselves back because of what they believe, what they trained themselves to believe. What's going on, James?
Playing some Call of Duty and chit chatting now with you and everything. So really nothing much. How about you?
Just another day.
Another day.
Got this one in.
But yeah,
Give me your thoughts.
You saying earlier, why does morality change? I want to say my short answer is humans, because humans change morality. I think God has a consistent objective morality.
No, because God has changed his mind.
No, he hasn't. Not really.
We have the Old and the what? The New Testament. God has changed his mind.
No. There's an objective morality within that, though.
Did he change his mind?
No, he didn't. Because the thing is, though, you have to understand what some of that stuff was about, though. because some of that stuff was not really a moral thing.
What are the
That
results?
stuff was about ceremonies in order to show the coming of the Messiah. So that's why it was law. That's why I constituted it as law at that time. During that, for lack of a better word, I hate to use the word dispensation, but that dispensation.
Mm-hmm. And the practices that Jesus was putting forth that were totally different from the religion of what people were actually following weren't considered to be things that were immoral.
It wasn't new. Nothing that Jesus gave was new, except for maybe you could say the
Wait,
commandment of
nothing that
love,
Jesus,
but really
nothing that
that in
Jesus
of
did
itself
wasn't
wasn't
new.
new. He's just saying
I
that
can
the
guarantee you that is
clarifying
not
it
the
was
case, James.
new.
I can guarantee you that is not the case. That is not the case to say that with the things that Jesus brought forth were not new.
None of that was
I
new.
can guarantee there are
All
other things
the
that will
rules that
absolutely go
Jesus
against you on
gave,
that.
all the rules Jesus gave was always in the Torah. It was always in the law. He never contradicted the law at one point.
That's a very disingenuous statement. He absolutely did.
No. That's a very genuine statement.
No, it's actually not.
No, it's very genuine because if you understand and you read the Bible and you study it enough, you get what I'm saying. But you have to really study it and read it for its context and not
I
put
think
on
this
a
is your
lens of
perception.
what they tell you
I think this
and
is
what
your
they
perception
indoctrinate you
of the
with
Bible.
and have to pre-think for yourself
I
to
think this is
understand
your
what the Bible
perception
actually
of the
says.
Bible. I don't think that's the perspective that everybody else has actually interpreted. He is
Yeah, but
he has
most
absolutely
people are
gone
putting
against
on
a
the
lot
lens
of
that
what other people were preaching up in there, and definitely has implemented a lot of things that change the foundation of how people look at the actual word, which is why a lot of people pushed away from those churches in order to follow him. He was doing something absolutely new.
no, he was not. No, he was not, and that's the thing
Okay.
that people get
Okay. You know what?
indoctrinated for.
I'm
That he
not here to
was
sway.
doing
I'm not here
something
to sway
new,
you because
absolutely.
if you're gonna follow dogma, you're gonna stay in there because we're talking about critical thought. I'm not gonna battle you and change your mind. That's not what we're not doing. That's not the conversation I'm gonna have.
Critical thought, though, sir.
No. But I'm not here to change your mind because you're not doing critical thought. You're just debating me. There's a difference, and I'm not here to change your mind.
You're to just
We can just talk about it if you want to, but I'm not going to try to change your mind. We will put it up to a vote. Hey, people in the chat, for those who may actually know a little bit about it, or give me your own idea of what you from many of the scriptures. Yeah, I'll even throw it up to TV shows or whatever the hell else you got going on. What's going on, Brick? We'll put it in there because this
can't
is a
put
thing. This is a
TV show.
stop. This is a
God.
thought for everybody. It ain't just you, and it ain't just me, and it ain't even just Brick. It's a thought for everybody. So we'll put it here in the chat. So poll in the chat, and I'll even make it a little bit more sensational for you. Did Jesus?
Oh, we lost Brick.
Oh, that might have been me. My fault. With new nest. So, poll in the chat, everybody. Did Jesus revolutionize the teachings with newness?
Oh gosh.
There were some things that Jesus did that had not been done before.
Like what?
First off, if you understand what Christ means, what do you know what Christ means?
That he's the Messiah. Yeah.
So
he's the chosen one, the anointed one.
The anointed. Right. So before Jesus, right, there were anointed kings, right? And so with Jesus,
regular Messiah.
Yeah, his situation was different. It was different, right? So
he's Mashiach. He's the Messiah.
What's different about Jesus' role versus any other king?
Because he's the Messiah. He's the savior of the universe because he is God incarnated.
So it says he is eternal, right?
Well, Yahweh is
He is
salvation.
eternal, right? So if he is eternal and no others before him were eternal, yet they were anointed, therefore it is something new. It is something that had not been done before. He received a crown. He received an anointing.
But it wasn't
that
really
no other
new. It was
king-
always supposed to be. That was the plan.
You can't say was always supposed to be when he had to bring it forth.
Yeah,
That was the plan, though, from the
even-
beginning of time when man
even if you
failed.
believe in
He
Trinity doctrine,
that
even if
plan.
you believe in Jesus as God, still you have to know, you have to believe, I should say, that Jesus, the things that came about because of him, changed everything. The very fact of being saved, right? Or the very belief of being saved, your faith in that, right? So no other human being before Jesus' death had that faith the way that other human beings had it, because Jesus died. See, these are things that produced a different result for all human beings. There were no more sacrifices.
No one had it. David didn't
Almost
have that faith
paid.
like Jesus had, but David was waiting on the day that the Messiah would arrive. Moses was waiting on the day the Messiah would arrive. They had the
faithful
same
Jews,
faith because they saw
but because Jesus
the
came and then
scriptures and
he
they understood what
died,
the scriptures meant.
that
And they
changed
had the same
everything.
faith.
Now that he's died and risen, which is the second part of that resurrection, now things are different. Now we don't have to worry about it. Now even Gentiles don't even have to worry about it if you have faith. Right? So these things changed.
Yeah, but
in that
Moses
doctrine.
and David and the people from before had the same faith. They just didn't fully realize it until they didn't fully put into it. That is until Messiah came. Because he went to Hades and talked to the ones of old.
Actually want to move kind of a little bit past this as well and ask the question for you, James. Who chooses what is good?
God.
So do humans choose that?
No.
Okay, so then humans can't choose morality.
Well, I mean, technically, okay, hold on, man. Let me take
there ain't
it back.
No technical to it.
Great,
you know,
great
God, hold on,
question.
because I gotta go back to the Noahic covenant. I just remembered something.
Go ahead.
Because the Noahic covenant, God gave small amount of set of moral laws, and then he told men to establish courts to deal with the other ones, right?
Sugar.
So that I had to go back to. Now, granted, in his actual Torah, he expounded on things and gave a more set in stone law that believers would later on take on as well.
So did at any time at all God give humans the right to choose what is good and bad?
Well, with the Noahic covenant, with the establishing of courts, he gave them some leadway on things. There was a few things that he said these are definitely.
So you're saying
not
yes,
right? Or these are definitely.
So you're saying yes.
Well, he gave him some leeway to establish courts to
it's not a matter of leeway.
But he wanted righteous men that knew his will to be in those courts. He didn't want just anybody to be in those courts.
Can we do something? Can we actually answer questions though? Can we not segue? Can we not shift? Can we not pussyfoot? Can we act?
Well, the thing is though, to talk about the Noahic covenant, it's difficult because there's barely.
We were all taught the English language. We all know what questions are. We know how to answer questions.
One chapter that I'm working with.
I would love.
I believe you,
give
James.
context all you like, but I would actually like an answer as well.
Well, in accordance with just that one chapter, he gave men the ability to establish courts.
So no, and then
there was some rules they had to come up with on their own, according to the Noahic covenant.
Did he give it to them? Did he give it to them?
He gave it to them.
Give him the answer and then hit them back with the question.
Sorry, say again?
He was talking to Tariak was talking to me. He said, give him the answer and hit him back with a question.
No, answer his question and then hit him back with a question.
Yeah,
right. That's I'm fine with
how conversation typically works. Yeah.
Right.
I believe in you, James.
Well, he
I mean,
did, but then the thing was, you have to what do you understand what the time framing was during the Noahic covenant?
so tell me when that was.
That was after the flood there. So he wanted the people to establish laws and
So
stuff,
so who was in charge at that time?
But they were righteous people though.
But who was in charge at that time?
Righteous Noah and his children. The righteous
So Noah was in charge at that time.
Noah and his children, yes, Shem, and
Was there
Japheth.
anybody was there anybody in charge of them?
God.
Okay, so then it would be God's rule, right?
Well, they would know his rule, and that's how they would establish the laws. Yes, they know what he would want is righteousness. Yes, so it would ultimately be God.
They would
yes.
have to. Well, you say no, but it's really ultimately like they did.
Well,
If the story is true, they received some very real evidence of him, and so as they moved to the future, it's not like that God would be just behind them, following them around, and they could just look back and say, "Oh yeah, there's God again." No, now it moves on to a belief. They remembered the old times. They remembered what had happened. So it falls down to belief. They have good evidence because they experienced some real events, but it's still belief at that point. So it falls into, are they following now what God, according to God, would be good and bad, moral, if you will?
They are, because they're following the rules that he clearly gave, and then they're also establishing rules that they would believe that he would think would be moral.
So what would those rules be?
Well, that would have been dependent on the court, and I don't know how to, because there's clear ones lined out in Genesis 9, yes, but the thing is, though, I can't tell you what the other ones were that they established, because I don't know the historical documents about around the time of Japheth.
So this is kind of the crux of the matter. Is you're saying that there's courts, there's established powers.
Yeah, Genesis chapter 9 says there's courts.
That men are the ones who are the arbiters.
Would you like me to pull up Genesis 9 and show you?
Well,
James,
if
you're not going to win this argument just quoting the Bible. Come on, hit them back with the top, the panache.
And keep in mind, folks, we are talking about morality. Morality doesn't just have to stem on just being in the Bible.
Yeah,
we practice morality. We practice moral.
My worldview, it does. Though, my worldview, yeah.
I'm okay with the morality as it is.
We all live life. We're all human beings. We're all here on Earth.
And I get that there's nuances, and I get that I have to try to interpret those things within a context of how I apply those things. I get that.
If there is morality in the Bible,
coach.
Yeah, if there's it, yeah.
Oh, we debate. I wasn't trying to really debate. I was just trying to have a.
No, it's not. It's not.
We got heated.
There's needs ways to disprove their argument. Say, okay, if we're going to go the path you're saying, Brick, okay, morality is subjective. Okay, it's just your preferences versus my preferences. What does it come down to then? This is called biting the bullet, James. What does it then come down to? Who are you to say that my preferences is better or worse than your preferences?
Who? That's the question.
No one can be right or wrong. You're saying it's subjective. It's open to interpretation, right?
So this is where I
go.
No,
what I'm saying.
No. This is what Brick is saying. This is what it's okay. Let's walk down through your worldview, Brick. This is what you're saying. It's my preferences versus your preferences. What does it then come down to?
So in life, right?
It comes down to force, correct?
No.
So rights aren't backed by force?
No.
So if you don't pay your taxes, ain't no one going to show up to your house?
No.
So
I use a different word. I mean, force is fine. You can use that word, but I use a different word, and maybe it's all hippie love, but I say love. Love is the difference.
Oh, whatever word you want to go with, let's fucking go with. Love, whatever. Peace, love, happiness. Machiwa to the folks in chat.
It's the
Like,
one.
but
It's the
still,
one
it's backed by
word
something.
that we use to describe something that has no opposite.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And
So therefore, things like force, which what's the opposite of force? Stability or non-movement. There is the opposite, right? So with love, it's continual. So the things that are continual are things that don't have
what are you talking
opposites.
about, Break?
You can't stop it. It's like a train. So the right versus the wrong, right? Those ideals are things that you just can't stop. Whereas morality is shifting.
Okay.
Morality
I understand
is
how
an
to explain
ideal that
this.
shifts.
Okay, I understand how to explain this.
We
So,
can talk about the
Joe, do we-
opposites all day long. But
Yeah.
when you use one word to describe
Yeah,
something,
yeah.
yet you can have an opposite to it within the context, then it's no longer reality.
Preach that sermon, boy.
It's morality.
I have
It's
them
Catholic
with
and-
dreams, sir.
And
It's
if I may
Catholic
add
guilt.
something, I'm pretty sure that's why the Jews are not being well converted, because people act like Jesus teach something new, and that's why the Jews are probably not being converted that well.
Let's not go there. So
I mean that's
Just
yeah,
saying.
but that's when he just finished going through the whole thing about different cultures and different places and different regions can all experience different things. So not everybody will see everything the same. This is why I also speak of the idea that we're talking about a universal truth, and it's no such thing.
but okay,
Sure.
we only like discovered gravity with like Newton or whatever the fuck it was in science community. Yeah.
Yeah.
But like
Like a
gravity
science.
existed before that. It was only that it was discovered by Newton, correct? We're always under the effect of gravity. We just like didn't know it.
Well, no, gravity's a theory that he came up with. Well, I don't think he came up with it, but when
even
something
if
falls,
yeah.
it's theory of gravity. I'm not saying it doesn't exist as a
But
force.
would you concede that even if the current theory of gravity is incorrect, but it's pointed towards something that is correct, that is true?
Well,
Would you
it
not
is
then
incorrect
concede that
in-
like the whole revelation from God
it's-
is that the fact that it's like thou shalt murder, and then it's like we've gotten kind of more specific
No,
throughout all
that's
these stories.
different. So, see, you're talking
that's
about
like the wisdom.
scientific reality versus something that is in the social world. You know,
Yeah.
so like there are scientific truths that anybody
Yeah.
can test and say, okay, yeah, I got the same result, right? But
Mhm.
moral truths, like I wonder, it's like, okay, first we have to say, okay, what is moral? So can somebody define moral and then go from there?
Yeah, so it's the whole kind of thing of like science you can't do an is ought thing.
No, what is
saying?
moral? So we all got to say, okay,
Yeah.
this is what moral is. Now let's see, is that subjective? Like James said, okay, morality for him based on the Bible. Well, okay, what is moral to him? And if somebody who isn't of that religion does something that fits that definition, how could they not be moral? Because he just said this is the parameters for being moral according to his belief system, right? But there's other people that will not hurt people and stuff like that. So how could, that only be based on his belief?
Yeah, I can break that down, but I need like a 60-second thing, because like science gives you like what is,
Well,
and you can't get to
can
the
it be
morality
you
is
ought
based
to
on my
from
belief.
an
I didn't
is.
say he's throwing outside.
Can it be proven that kneeling to the king is a good thing?
Well, if he's chopping people's heads off and you want to keep your head from getting chopped off, in that sense it would be. But if you don't care, then that
Well, I
be
would
the
say
other
if
way.
he's chopping people's heads off, I would run. I would not kneel. I would run.
Well,
No,
Or fight.
what I'm saying is-
Rick, some would kneel because it would be the rational thing to do. That doesn't mean it's the moral thing.
Moral thing, right? And that's
Exactly.
where I was going with that, right?
Yeah.
So obviously, in the Christian doctrine, it would be morally right and good to kneel to the king. However, in other doctrines, it is not.
Yeah, well, if you look at any religious book, man, it's like got a lot of changes and differences, and you can't tell me people that are writing these books aren't adding and subtracting and doing some stuff to it. And for somebody to believe it and say, look, this is totally 100%, even if it's a textbooks have tons of mistakes, evolution, all of this bullshit. A book can't tell you how to live. So when somebody is taking that book saying, well, this science book is 100, that's their religion. And if you look at these people, it really is like a mental disease to an extent. Some people are just people that are good people that say, look, man, I ain't trying to rock the boat. But a lot of people, if you look at the more, so-called religious, which is, a loose term that people get, the more mentally unstable they really are. Because when you say, wait a minute, so you're telling me nobody could have made a mistake in this textbook, or there couldn't be some type of conspiracy that has been uncovered many times in science and religion. And when the person says no, that's when there's a mental disease there. You can't really go too much further with the conversation, or you're joining the asylum, which is what society seems to be more akin to than a free society.
Yeah, but in terms of like the way that they interpret it, okay, so your base question of what is morality is objective. I'd say, okay, for the sake of argumentation, I'll grant you your perspective that it is subjective, that it's all my preferences versus your preferences. Yeah. Like, but if you're to like try to make an objective or an unbiased stab at like, okay, a society that bases itself on the Christian ethics, Council of Nicaea, for example, I think is the one that's often recited. James, correct me if I'm wrong, because James is the Orthodox Christian. I ain't even Christian here, and I'd still say that, if you were to take an honest, unbiased stance, I would think that at least Christian ethics does produce a lot better outcome than any other religion that's out there.
Well, you can only say that being in an area that's actually been raised under those particular standards and doctrines. And other people would see it differently based on where you're standing
on the earth.
Yeah.
How so?
Because there are plenty of places that do oppose it. When you go to the Muslim world, they do not do that.
Yeah.
But they don't have very good morals either.
You can't say that. It's subjective. You can't say it.
Yeah,
they believe they do.
Yeah, I
Because
can.
believe
They
they
do a
do.
lot of.
Because if you weren't there, you would not.
heinous
If you
acts.
were there, if you had lived under their ruling, you would not be touting them because you would have a different belief system.
Well, I wouldn't be touting that at all because
No,
if I
if you
did,
lived
they
there,
would
you
they
would.
would
This
they
is why-
would
this-
take me
this is
out
why
though if I
I'm
did
talking
under
about-
their
I'm
system.
talking
They would
about
take me out.
dogma
They would take me out.
because
That's
we're
why I
not
could tout it.
thinking.
Your
We're
mind
just
has been
doing.
trained.
Say something, then I could tout it. But the thing
Your
is,
mind
their
has been
system doesn't allow
trained,
me to freely
James.
tout it. They would actually take me out.
You participated in the training of your mind. This is true, but your mind is still trained.
No. My mind's not trained.
Oh, it
absolutely is trained.
Wait, how do you believe
What
ideologies
do
are
you
formed?
mean by God, Brick?
What do I mean by God?
Yes.
What do I mean? As in the universal sovereign.
And
The
if I
one
was
who
so
created
trained,
everything.
why did I rebel so
You
much
know.
Don't dodge, just answer the question. What do you mean by God,
beliefs that
man?
I just did say it. What do you mean dodge? I just
I
said it.
rebelled way
You
off
asked,
from the
what do
I'm
I
not
mean
sure
by
what
God?
God-
I said the universal sovereign, the one who created everything.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not hard. It's not complicated.
so like that, like what does that mean? I'm a retard. I'll hold my hand up. I'm a dum dum. I
Universal?
don't understand. I genuinely don't understand.
Universal sovereign.
Not
is.
every
What do you
belief,
mean?
but about
Yeah,
beliefs
like
that-
that's one of them fancy words. I like small words.
Universal sovereign. That would be
One who
the
rules
ru-
over all.
the ruler. The
Yes.
ruler.
So
As in
like you
the,
believe it in
not
like the
but
deity
the.
of the Bible, though. Like what's when the Bible
It doesn't
mentions
matter
God,
whether
or
it doesn't
what
matter
book do
whether
you-
it's the Bible or some other religion or no religion or anything. None of that matters. What matters is whether you believe that it's real or not, and then if you do, are you living by the standards that the ruler, the creator, set forth? Because if you're not, then there's a good chance that he's not going to find favor with you. That's what I mean. Like it's the one who you might try to find favor with, outside of yourself.
You know what? I want to pick at that a little bit because I think it's always been funny as to how, like, when we come to like all these different practices of religions, right?
Mhm.
It is most important that you quote, believe in God, but rather people will pick at how you choose to see Him, which is the thing that they fight over, not whether the fact that He actually exists or not. Oh, does He believe? Yeah. Well, how do you look at Him? Is that really the most important part?
Yeah.
And why is that?
Which is why there's the
Because-
fallacy that we run across.
Because in order to even be able to have this conversation, we have to have like these metaphysical concepts, presuppositions,
Why?
and even to because it, like, for example, logic exists, but it's not
Why?
a physical thing.
Why does it exist?
Because otherwise,
Wait,
this
not
debate
not
would
for
be
nothing,
pointless.
Teriak, not for nothing.
Like,
but the
nothing
things
with
that
logic to
people-
follow.
the things that people are arguing about aren't
Mhm.
physical things because they cannot tangibly
Yeah.
bring it to other
They're
people.
concepts. Yeah, they're
So
concepts.
Right.
what would happen if it didn't exist?
The physical world wouldn't be able to exist.
Why
that's
not?
where that's when we look at the transcendental argument for God. We have these transcendental concepts
How do
that
you know that
exist.
there's not like some other
because we're able to
existence?
communicate.
No, how do you know that there's not some other existence that is in creation?
Yeah, then
It's not
that
in the
would
physical
be
universe.
yeah, exactly. That would be the idea.
Yeah, how do you know that there's not one?
Because we have these laws of logic that we can
So
observe.
then where is heaven?
That actually manifests in the physical world as well.
Where is heaven? Does it exist in the physical
No,
realm?
no, as in like the laws of logic.
No, does the physical realm contain heaven?
So I'll ask this way. So tying to something what Brick says, like, so if we were having this conversation that we didn't have religion, would we have gotten to this point?
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Under the laws of logic, would we have
Mhm.
still made it to this point?
In terms of reality, like we do not observe like contradictions. It's like a universal truth.
It's a yes or no.
Sorry, I asked the
Part of
question
problem
again.
I'm having with a lot,
Like,
especially when we
I've
have
not
these
had a lot of
conversations,
sleep.
we
I
don't
won't
really
lie.
answer
Like,
questions.
That's okay. It's okay. Actually, I'm Resla. Did you get some sleep, brother man?
Yes, sir. I actually woke up like 2 hours before the stream.
Okay, good.
Jeez,
God
I
to
ain't
stop
go
that.
sleep last night.
what was the
All
question?
day.
Good.
If we did not have religion, would we still have made it to the point of where we are today? Using the laws of logic that even you mentioned. Hey, and I can accept. I don't know. It's a beautiful place to start.
Yeah, no, that is like I said, like that's where I was going to go with it. But in terms of like even when you think back to the likes of Plato and like ancient Greece, like they all said it's like this has to come in the form of religion. Like if you're going to build a society, you have to build it around religion, and that's why you see like this whole kind of like left wing ideology is basically becoming its own kind of, like a lot of Christians would say, satanic religion.
Well, you can only call it satanic if you actually form the religion.
But like this is where it's going to go in terms of like when you're telling a story, it's like there's like a certain wisdom you can extract. Like, does Gotham exist, or does Hogwarts exist? Yeah, it's a made up story, but there's certain truths in that story. This is what Jordan Peterson points to when he reflects back to the stories of the Genesis and Gospels and all this kind of shit.
Well, I know that Jordan Peterson's primary wording on that would be purpose, right? So pretty much he just says, make sure to have purpose. No matter what you do, regardless.
You must have purpose.
You must have purpose. So in the ideal, whatever ideal
And that
it is,
works universally. Like that has changed multiple people's lives across the board.
For living organisms. But does it work for the rocks? It's a valid question, is it not?
If you change the identity of the question, yeah.
I'm sorry. So the answer is yes or no?
No, if you break a different law of logic, like when trying to prove a contradiction or where
Do the rocks
contradiction
have
could occur,
purpose?
they're not human.
I said outside the bounds of living organisms entirely. Do
Yeah,
things have
we're-
purpose, i.e.,
Like
the rocks?
purpose, like what is purpose? Purpose is not physical.
Okay, so maybe you just don't, and it's okay. Like Resla said, I
Yeah,
don't know.
no.
Valid
What I'm pointing out is that, like you're saying, like the rock is physical. Yeah, like a rock is not physical, but we have this something extra than a rock. We are not mere just like physical. We're not just mere empirical. We have these metaphysical concepts like purpose, like you were saying, purpose that gives us drive to go out and like live life and
I would say
all this
everything,
experience, all this kind of shit.
everything,
That points to me
including the
towards
rocks,
an
has
objective
purpose.
mind.
Everything has purpose. That's my viewpoint. Now it's a belief system, but here's the real question: is there morality in finding what the purpose is for the things outside of living organisms?
And that's really what it just comes down to. Until you find a use for it, it has no purpose. The moment you can realize you can use it, it has a purpose. It has a function. A rock could be something to be thrown. A rock can be used as a weapon, and a rock can be used to build shelter. It has a purpose. Plants don't have purpose until you use them either for medicinal use or as food, but they have a purpose only once you use them.
Yes. Yeah. And there's people who might believe that the plants have a conscious mind. I'm not too sure on that one, but I do believe they have a purpose.
I don't think plants and animals are the same as humans.
Yeah,
like
no, they're not.
Like morality is an action or an experience.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
Now, can you find morality outside the bounds of human experience?
No, that's the whole point.
Really? So is a mother caring for her children?
I've never seen a cow like get down in the middle of the road and start like praying to some.
No. Not. I'm not asking about prayer. Is a mother caring for her children good morally?
Yeah.
Okay, so cows. We'll go to cows. Cows care for their children. They're calves.
Yeah.
So morally, that would be acceptable as good.
I guess so. Yeah. Sure.
Now,
let's go down the spot.
Is killing good morally?
Some killing we permit. Yeah, like for example, like I would say, murder is immoral.
So killing without justification. Killing it without justification.
Well, that's murder. Yeah, that's not killing.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Exactly.
That's two different things, bro.
So it's really boiling down to justification, and it's whose justification?
Yeah.
Whose justification?
Yeah, it always boils down to justification. What are you talking about?
Well, like what I'd say is it doesn't really it come down to one particular's definition. It's been revealed through time that we can formulate some sort of meaningful objective standard that we can point to, aka murder. We can all agree.
Then who is the arbiter of what it is, whether it's morally good or bad? Who's the arbiter of that?
Yeah,
it's society.
Because at the end of it, whether you looked at it as moral, whether you looked at it as the killing or the murder, it has the end result, which is the ending of another's life. The ceasing of someone else's life force.
Yeah, but like what?
So,
for example, self-defense would like kind of involve killing people.
Still ends with the ceasing of someone else's life force.
Mm-hmm.
Massive wars, religions have fought massive wars, nations have fought massive wars on the basis of morality.
Yeah, and secularists do it as well.
And who's the arbiter of whether it was good or bad?
So Maoist China.
Yeah, so the nations on their own would be the arbiters of that. So I could just basically form up my own nation and choose what is good and bad. I can do what I want, basically, is that sentiment.
Like
I can basically choose for
if
myself
that's
what
your
is right and
worldview,
wrong.
yeah, then it comes down to it basically comes down to force.
So then
Who
there
has
is
the
no
bigger army?
universal morality. It is every bit of it.
More
subjective.
preferences, yeah, more preferences and your preferences. But like I said, then the question then becomes, out of all the different like quote unquote subjective preferences out there, would you not agree that Christian ethics is like some way pointed towards the right direction in terms of how to build a society?
I personally would. Somebody else might
Like
not.
abductively. Bear in mind, I'm
would-
saying abductively,
I
not
would say no.
deductively. Abductively.
I would say no, because this is why I've already said it earlier today, and I'll say it again. Morality changes over time. So we're just basically following the most latest trend on what is considered to be moral. Because I pointed out many things that were already considered to be immoral that we practice today, and we call it human rights.
Mm-hmm.
So the question that he actually asked wasn't about morals. It was ethics. That's why I said yes.
Okay.
And so when it comes to ethics, I'll grant you that, because ethics,
Okay.
while also subjective, they are written down. Like so it's like there's ethical committees who will sit there and go over it, whereas there's not this like morality police roaming around. So I'll go by ethics and say, yeah, when you go by an ethical standard that mirrors what I would say is true Christianity, and I'm sure there's other Christians who would kind of say the same thing, but maybe have a different quote unquote moral standard as to that, then it would change, but they would say it's still ethically complete.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so ethics is not the same as morality. So what we're discussing up here is morality, not ethics.
Yeah, that's like, you can't have one without the other. You understand that, correct?
No, you can, obviously. That's why especially in the United States.
Okay. So you can have ethics without
yeah.
morality. We can just like get rid of morality and just have ethics.
Because morality is a Catholic thing. It doesn't exist outside of Christianity.
What the fuck is being said?
Yeah,
okay,
I'm
for the sake of argument.
No,
for the sake of argument,
crazy people.
Let's grant you all that
believe
shit.
That morality is from some other doctrine.
When was this? I heard a
morality
Catholic
comes from the
conspiracy, I'm not gonna lie.
Catholic doctrine. This is where it actually comes from.
Yeah.
It's called Catholic guilt. It's literally what it comes from.
I would have got away with it too if it wasn't for those meddling Catholics.
And I don't have a problem with the Catholics. They can have their little Catholic guilt thing where they get to say Hail Marys every time they slaughter a person.
The reason why he's making the difference between the morals and the ethics is because morals are what you personally believe in, right or wrong, and ethics are the rules that are agreed upon by society or profession or whatever. That's why he's making.
But would you not concede that there could be a possible like objective moral system that could be put in place that would produce an optimal outcome across the board? How many like subjective categories you want to list? Objectively, there will be a moral system that would be the best for society.
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so sure. And that's basically what like people like in the Orthodoxy point towards, is like that's what they say when they say God.
But who's deciding?
That there is that possible like objective standard that we can aim ourselves towards, point ourselves towards.
So, question: you saying morality came from Catholic religion?
Hold on.
I don't know how Catholics came into this. I'm not gonna lie.
You're a little bit low.
Can y'all hear
Might
me?
want to boost. Hold on. Let me boost your volume up. Go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Much better.
Okay, so Brick, you said, where did morality come from, or where does it stem from?
Yeah, so the idea of morality actually comes from the Catholic doctrine of Christianity.
So is it morality the distinction between right and wrong?
No.
Well, that's the definition. I gave you that's the definition.
Well, see, the problem with that definition is that morality shifts. And if we're going with absolutes that are called right and wrong, so we're going to go with them, those are the absolutes. Those are the actual opposites, right? Whereas morality, now you're putting the two together and then shifting what you want.
So what I'm saying, okay, so all I'm just trying to understand is, Brick, is the definition of morality is the distinction, to have the distinction between right and wrong and be able to, I guess, navigate within that system.
The problem again is that you're saying morality.
No, morality.
But then you're not saying morally right or morally wrong, morally good or morally bad. You're adding moral to what already exists.
No. You're right. No, there's a principles. Let me read it for you. It's a noun, right? This is morality, right? It's a noun. Principles concerning the distinction between right and wrong, or good or bad behavior, meaning to discernment. Like to know that if I go in and steal this candy bar, I know it's wrong, right? But that's that. But yeah, it doesn't
mean how hungry you are.
I can distinct. I understand that this is wrong, but I'm still gonna do it. So I don't believe it came from the Catholic anything, right? Morality is engraved from God, right? Because the law stands of judgment of difference between thou shalt not this, thou shalt not that, right? And from the law, we can have the encompasses of right and wrong. And this is written in every man's heart. Now, this is written in scripture. Now, don't you dispute this, Rick. But I'm gonna say this, right? Mm-hmm. When you talk about morality, it's not necessarily a thing that is to be really spoke about, because it's just when people are born and they raised up, they get older, they understand, they have a understanding of disobedience, which is right and wrong, and how to imply and unimply, which is called
wait. Disobedience is wrong?
Yeah, being disobedient is wrong, yes.
Well, if an officer walks up to you and says, get on the ground and you've done nothing wrong and you're disobedient,
yeah, but
are you wrong?
But if the officer comes up to me and says to me, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
you don't comply.
Let's just say he draws down on me, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he says, put your hands up. Take your hands out your pocket, put your hands where I can see them. Now, I know I ain't got no gun in my pocket. I haven't done nothing wrong. But I do recognize his position as an authority, which as the people.
So that can't be defined as good or bad. You're just being smart.
No. Here's where the wrong comes in part for me, because I'm defying his authority right now. Even though I'm not on my position of right or wrong, yeah, I haven't done anything wrong in my heart. But I do understand that I have dialed 911 in the past.
So you're saying the officer is right to walk up to you and do that?
It asked me to put my hands in the air where you said yes, because the dangers of his job.
Really?
The conditions, yes. You just want to be sure.
Really? So he has authority over your body.
Well, not necessarily authority.
No, he has full authority to tell you where you can and can't go, what you can and can't say, what you can and can't do.
He doesn't have authority, but he is authorized.
By
as
who?
A public servant.
By you, because you allow him to.
And you too, right? Us, the taxpayers, right? So don't just put me in it. All I'm just saying is.
Nope, it's not because I allow him to. It's because I respect the law.
I understand that. What I'm saying is he has been authorized.
And I don't want to get shot.
He doesn't have authority to do right or wrong, right? But he is authorized to make those commands or demands, right? For the safety of his job. Now.
By who?
I guess by the standards of which they're trained in training of how
by who?
Because maybe it's a mistaken identity. Maybe they describe
no. That's not the question. No, here we go.
No, I'm just saying.
By who? Who gives him the authority to
the
do
taxpayers,
that?
Right?
So the taxpayers. So another man down the road gives him the authority over your body. So it's not even the officer. It's some other guy down the road.
Authority is the wrong word.
So you don't have authority over your own body.
No, listen. authorized. It's different than authority. Now he doesn't have authority because now if I don't put my hands on my mother, fuck you, right? That is my.
You give him the authority to do it.
What I'm saying is he's
You
authorized.
are you have choices in life.
Let me lay this out for you. He is authorized by the sitting laws of the land, right? And he is authorized to request certain demands from citizens.
No. Those are two different things. A request is not.
I get you guys are fleshing. I'm just trying to make sure that we don't get too far from what the original question was being asked.
Right, morality.
Because we're gonna dive deeper all the way into now into who the cop is and then who their chief is and who the commissioner is and then who the like. We need to really have a baseline.
Reel it back in.
Yes.
So here's my baseline. The morality of me knowing, even though the officer may pull up on me and say, hey, he draws down on me due to maybe mistaken identity, whatever, right? Now, the morality of it is I know the right thing to do, the good thing to do would be to just comply and we can sort this all out. Right?
And hop on the train.
Yeah, because I understand.
It's very interesting because you say the right thing to do and the good thing to do. They're not the same thing. See, the good thing to do would probably be to comply. Doesn't mean it's the right thing to do.
That doesn't mean it's right. You're right. I agree with that. So the good thing to do would be for me to comply and try to get this all sorted out, right? See,
maybe.
Maybe. It
depends on who the officer
is. For my health sake, and also I also do
because here's the thing.
I do agree with. I'm almost done. Let me land it. I do certify the laws of police officers being roaming up and down that they're needed, right? So that I agree with, and we as a society agree with. The officers are a fundamental part of the civilization, which is civilized, right? So therefore, because I agree with that contract, right? This is where it makes it morally wrong if I disregard his demand, because now I agree with that. So because now I'm saying on my terms,
he's a public servant, is he not?
I know that. I'm gonna get, but on my terms, if I say on my terms, now I'm disregarding what I agreed to, because I don't feel this is the proper place and time for him to do this because I didn't do anything wrong. Or I'm the good guy here. I don't know what he's talking about. Now, but I'm disregarding what I signed up for to.
I didn't sign up
my
for
own ideology at this moment, right?
I didn't sign up to have him put his hands on me.
No. I'm just saying.
I did not sign up for that.
He didn't say he was going to put his hands on me. I just say he drove down on me until he put my hands in the air. Right?
Well, it's the same thing. No, an assault is classified as attempted assault. So if you're in fear of bodily harm of your body, then you can file assault charges.
Okay, so once again, Brick, we're splitting hairs right now. We're talking.
No, it's not splitting hairs. But because the thing is, I know that you have a propensity to do it, and I don't want to cut you off there, Ruthless, but you're going, and you're not getting to yeses and nos.
I was almost done, like 10 more seconds. All I'm saying is the morality is I know that the officer acting in his line of duty is doing it. If he's doing it out of doing his job for the safety measurement that he feels is needed to be safe, right? Well,
I've heard officers say that it would be easier and safer for them to just lock everybody up.
Okay, but the point I'm making is I'm just going to the morality, the homies, topic of what's morality, right? What's wrong, right? So the morality, which makes it me be wrong if I don't comply, is I signed up for this, right? I signed up for officers to do their job.
Yeah, and you said it many times that you're okay with it morally. I understand that. Now I understand that.
Now because I feel wronged or I didn't do anything right, I disregarding what I signed up for to say, fuck you, I'm gonna keep my hands in my pocket. And if you shoot right now, I'm inciting or I'm provoking the situation to elevate to something that could be bad for me, right? So the good thing for me to do is to comply, and then we could.
If you say so,
because I signed up for this, I'm ready to talk this out. That okay, go let him do his thing. Procedure. I put my hands up. He says okay.
If you say so,
he asked me the questions, the proper questions. Hey, do you have ID? I comply, and we sort this all out.
If he asks you, is it a
That is the
requirement?
moral thing, good thing to do.
If he asks you, is it a requirement?
We're moving away. We're moving away.
Yeah,
We're
okay.
gonna,
Yeah,
the
I'd love to hear
law
from
and all
Jack.
the
I know
other
he put his
stuff.
hand up.
Right. So I'm saying it's morally good for me to comply because I signed up for this. Not saying I want it to happen, but it is what it is, right? Sometimes you have to take the good with the bad. I mean, the imperfections of the system to work it out, hopefully best to your advantage. It's just the way the game goes. That was the moral good thing to do.
Yeah,
Comply.
okay.
That was a random comment.
Okay.
And one more thing. If your daughter or son is in that position, you would want them to comply too. Why risk your life? Right? That guy might shoot you because he might think you make a move. Why risk it when you could just, okay, you know what?
But that part is not true.
But I'm just saying, I would want my kid to comply.
No, you would not want your daughter or your son, but someone else might want them to also fight back as well. That's the point that he's trying to make up there.
I mean,
now, we mentioned this point about stealing, right? Yeah. So even when you look at and I've always wanted to ask this kind of question, right, for you guys. If the people say do not steal, which just do not covet thy neighbor's goods, what if the thing that you're taking happens to be something that they're holding on to, but it's not theirs? Is it okay to steal it then?
No.
Well, why not? It's not theirs.
But if you get caught, right, then there's going to be consequences.
For sure, but it's not theirs.
Well, but still, there is a process, a proper process. The moral correct way to do this is to.
Even if you were stealing, what if that neighbor had a friend that say, "Can you do me a favor? Can you hold on to this pie for me?" And you happen to be walking by, your children are starving and everything, and you overheard the conversation, and that neighbor of yours put that pie on the windowsill, and you know that pie not your neighbor made it. It's not for them and not their family. They're not going to eat it. They're just holding on to it for somebody else that you don't even know. If you stole it, even to feed your family, is it wrong?
Yes.
So you're gonna let your survive?
Because the context of it is, and obviously it was on his property, right? Or whatever, the windowsill was not my property. And if somebody asked him to hold something on his property, and I entered and trespassed on his property, now I'm wrong, right? Automatically.
Was it his goods that you're thieving? Was it his goods?
No. But I trespassed though, right? So that's
no. But this is not a question about trespassing.
No, I'm just making a point of.
We asked about
I'm talking about the moral. I'm talking about the moral standpoint, right? When I'm looking at that pie,
sir. But for some of us who do not have acres of land.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you in totality, right? I'm just looking at it from a moral standpoint. When I look on something on somebody else's property that's not mine, not my dwelling, and I get tempted, right, to go and take that for my survival means or whatever my means is, I am already, and once I cross that line to, say, well, I could just keep walking and just go and try to beg up some money and do it the right way, or, you know what I mean? Morally, I could just go and get that shit and say, fuck it. You know what I'm saying? It's about fuck it. It is what it is. So that would be morally wrong, but it would be morally wrong for me to go on his property and take something, even if it's somebody else's, because it's on his property. So long as it's on his property and it's his possession, I'm violating his privacy and his ability to have a property with things on it without me taking it.
Yes. It's still a neighbor's neighbor. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So I've heard this moral trap over and over and over again, brought out against Christians and people that would obey the law. And it just occurred to me, it's very interesting. In a vacuum, you're acting like this person just suddenly, by no fault of their own, we're on the edge of starving to death. What about the series of choices that we all make as individuals throughout our lifetime that lead up to that point in time in which you're starving to death? Where is the responsibility on the individual? Why do I have to make this moral quandary of like, look, the reason why I'm trying to feed my kid? Well, what about all the choices that I made? And maybe there's some Darwinism in the mix here. I don't know. Survival of the fittest.
But yeah, I mean, I hear your point, generally specific, but it does not acquit him of once again, right, going on another man's property.
No. You're misunderstanding me, brother. I'm actually
He's actually defending your point.
I'm defending your point.
Okay.
I get tired of this moral grandstanding of trying to catch Christians and people that would obey and uphold the law in some kind of a trap.
The context of the conversation, at least for me, the person who's asking me, had nothing to do with Christians.
Well, no, but what I'm saying, it's a Christian trap. It's a Christian trap, and it's a person that's like
my fault.
Yeah, if you're like a lawful good person and you're a stickler for obeying the law, like if you're in Dungeons and Dragons, you're lawful good, like you're a paladin, you'll never break the law no matter what the cost.
So I'm gonna make I'm just gonna clip, and I'm gonna get some pushback from Brick.
Mm-hmm.
Morality is not a Christian based situation, right? Morality is just universal for every human being on the face of the planet.
Is it? I think you missed out.
I knew the pushback was coming. I knew the pushback coming. Come on, let's go. Let's talk about it.
Okay, we're doing this again. If morality, if this whole concept of universal morality is a thing, then why do different cultures in different locations practice things differently? And why is it always that morality changes over time?
Because
by standard, sir, you and I, sir, we free.
Yeah.
It wasn't moral to have us free.
Mm-hmm. So
at one point, wait,
was it
women
moral to have us free?
Women were not vote. It was actually looked at as immoral, but yet we do these things under human rights. Morality has changed over time.
So
it's not a constant. It's not gravity. It ain't water. It changes.
So I'm not disagreeing with that at all, right? What I am saying is this though: it's just not it is not subject to just a Christian thing, right? So the moral compass of one's ideology on what he, and once again, morality, the definition of it is the distinction between right and wrong, right? But doesn't mean a person is obligated to do right, right?
So what was morality before the Christians picked it up?
It's just a human.
It was objective.
It's a human nature thing, right? It's just when you're born.
So it wasn't morality.
Where does morality exist? It exists in the mind.
It's within your conscience, right? Of right and wrong.
Exactly. It's a metaphysical.
Yeah.
So if we're saying it's objective, we're just saying there's an objective mind. That's what Christians say when they say God. They're referring to an objective mind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but you said you're not Christian. So how would you know, Terry?
And you both agreed that there is some sort of like even if you would say it's like subjective, if we were to put all these subjective beliefs up against the wall, there would be one objective one that would be most beneficial for society. There is some sort of ideal morality system that is most conducive for society, for producing, reproducing at a certain rate, making sure that like the future is always there, all that kind of shit.
So all I'm saying is morality.
Well, you're right there. Christian morality does all that stuff that Terry just said.
It's I believe
true Christian morality.
Each person, right, has their own definition of what morality is, right? Even though there is one standard, but everybody is, like the man said, subjective to the individual. Right?
There's not one standard of reality, though.
There is one standard.
It's one.
Not one. There is not one standard of morality. You can easily be in another country and see it's totally different.
Yeah, it can be subjective, right?
But,
I just
that's human beings.
Correct.
Yeah,
that's humans.
But it speaks
to. But Resla, that's why the Christians, brothers and sisters, say that they are fallen people. We're all fallen people. We all have our flaws.
So
in a morality system,
the morality is only distinction between right and wrong. It does not give a person.
So okay, let's go with that, Teriak. You're saying that we are flawed, that we are the fallen, right?
And I said that's what Christians say. Just to clarify.
Right.
Yeah, he said that's what Christians say. That's
what Christians say. So if that is the case, right, then we cannot be the arbiters of what is good and bad.
No.
Again, like I said, what they point to with God is that there is an objective standard that exists.
How can you tell me for sure that there is an objective morality of what is good and bad if you yourself cannot tell me what is good and bad?
Yeah,
well, we do.
I can.
The only way you can.
You just agreed. Do you agree that there's an objective set of morals that exist?
No.
That are most conducive to society?
No.
Hypothetically. conceptually.
No.
Here's
That's
how
You know,
very
I said you could.
anti-Christian,
You
Here's how I
could.
can battle that question,
You
Brick.
could.
Brick, 'cause
anti-Christian Brick. Just saying.
You could come up
hey,
with.
hey, James. I'm okay with people not being Christian. Sorry if you're not.
No. I was talking to Brick, not you.
No, it doesn't
man.
matter if he's anti-Christian. I'm okay with that.
I
Yeah.
didn't. What is that? What is me talking to Brick and giving Brick a statement?
Right? That's that.
Have
But
to
that's
do
not,
with
I hate,
you
but I hate to
not
say it, but that's not an
not having a
insult.
problem with people being anti-Christian. I was talking to Brick. I wasn't
Now-
talking to you.
Terry,
No offense.
Yo,
Terry,
So,
the way you could easily answer Brick's question is exactly what you guys did before, when you talked about morals and ethics. If people come together, then therefore you already have your right and your wrong. Because people as a collective decided these were the things that we were going to uphold.
Yeah, it's subjective, and it's objective, but there is object. There is
Right there. You've already that question that Brick just answered. You guys already
Yeah.
toppled that when you brought up the ethics.
yeah.
Also,
Yeah.
morality is objective. There's objective morality.
Very objective. Super
How
objective.
can you say that as a Christian?
Well, no. I'm speaking. I'm
How
not.
can you
Brick,
how
so
can you
Brick,
say that,
so let me,
that
let me,
it's
this is what
subjective?
context matters, Brick. Right? This is what
That's
context
my
matters.
question.
The objective of morality is, for example, right?
If you're choosing what is good and bad, then
No,
you are the
It's
arbiter.
not choosing. It's not choosing. Morality is not
Who's
choosing.
no,
This
God's
is
choosing.
distinction. What's right to wrong? Not doesn't have
So
nothing to do with
you're telling me what God has said now.
No. What I'm saying is
It's
morality. Right?
revealed.
We're
It's
speaking on the definition of
discovered.
morality,
Truths are
right?
discovered.
And there's one objective morality. There is objective moralities, which is society standard puts out, right? Not saying that it's right, Greg. I'm not saying that it's right. But like, for example, right? Married, right? Is it to have sex before marriage or after marriage, right? So, or is it better to have kids inside of marriage, morally correct to have kids before you marry or after you marry, right?
Beneficial.
Let me say
The
this.
word is beneficial.
Let me land it. The more moral right thing to do in society, objectively standard, is to marry and then have kids. To a woman to marry, then
But
carry.
you keep
right?
adding in
but-
society.
I'm
You
not
keep
saying it's
adding
right.
this
No, I'm not-
extra. It's
Well,
like
I'm not-
adding the morally right, morally
no,
good.
No, I'm just saying.
You're
this
already
all-
right or good.
No.
Rick,
What I'm saying is this is just the standards with society says before. I'm not saying it's right. What I'm saying is what it is.
Brick.
I think there's a word,
Go ahead,
I think
go
there's a
ahead.
word that is missed from this conversation, and that is discretion. And discretion comes down to the enforcement of morality or ethics or law. And that is, you may know something like stealing to be wrong, but you know that your survival is more important than being punished for stealing. So you have the story of Aladdin. I will take the bread even though I can't pay for it. You have the police officer that pulled you over for speeding, but saw no real danger. He just pulled you over because you were speeding. And then he has the discretion to enforce the law and give you the ticket because that's what his job is to, do that. Or he can be like, yes, you were going over the speed limit, but no, it wasn't a dangerous situation. I just want to let you know to slow your ass down. The discretion is enforcement of these things. And it's very important because when I think maybe when it comes to morality, it's more of a individual enforcement upon. And when you have ethics, it's a group enforcement upon. And when you have the law that is enforced by the government, it is how they choose, to do what they do
To imply
upon.
Yeah.
We have, yes, and we do have these choices. We have these choices upon ourselves. We have these choices upon our small groups, and we have these choices upon the larger groups, all the way up to the global side of things. And how it is enforced in certain instances depends on how important really is it. You know what I mean?
Well, I wanted to. I'm
yeah,
sorry, Brick, if you don't mind. I just wanted to correct my Christian brother. perhaps, or sharpen him. He said, so now you're speaking for God. Now, if I read the Bible aloud, am I speaking God's words?
Now that I'm okay with.
Okay. So yeah. So if he's in line with the Bible and what he's saying lines up with the Bible as a Christian, now, not everyone's a Christian, but as a Christian, I am a Christian, so I can't contradict. If he's speaking God's word, then he is speaking God's word. He is not speaking for God, but he is kind of technically speaking for God as he's voicing what God has told us to do. Does that make sense?
No, because ultimately we cannot speak for God. We cannot be the arbiters of what is good and bad. This was literally from the garden, that they were not supposed to eat of that tree of the knowledge. So once they ate of that, then they knew certain things that were good and bad. So within the doctrine, they still did not know all of what is good and bad, yet they knew some of what is good and bad. This is why we are flawed.
Well, I would say that in the garden, good point that you brought up.
That's the case for morals.
Is when Eve, before she partook of the fruit, right, of the tree, she was having a conversation, right? And the conversation was in question of manipulating her morals, right? And then she quoted back to the serpent, God said, right?
Because you interjected the moral thing. See, and this is kind of where I kind of was saying, like, I don't agree with it, because the word has been interjected. Moral. The word is being interjected for right and wrong, for good and bad.
Okay. Rather than say moral, we'll say should. What should you do?
Yeah, the oughts, the Aquinas, right?
But to finish my onslaught, right? To finish my onslaught, what I'm saying is Eve distinctly knew what was good and bad before she even took of the fruit.
Mm-hmm.
Because she quoted back to the serpent, God said, from every tree we may eat of, but this tree we may not eat of.
Okay.
Right? And then she had a thought, right, that she did eat of this tree, right?
So was it good or bad for her to do so?
It was.
Be careful now.
It was.
It was neither.
Was it good or bad just to say?
It was neither. In fact, according to the story, he changed his purpose to fulfill his purpose. Right? So all humans didn't just die immediately.
You said what?
Don't let him slip this boy, man.
He changed his purpose.
No, whoa. That's not what death means, Brick. No. Doesn't mean you instantly die when you eat the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. It brings death into the world to where you have mortality.
I don't disagree with. And again, this is like going down this other road anyway. So
right, So if we're talking about Christianity, sin separates you from God, which is equivalent to being dead, basically. You're dead in the spirit.
Yeah, it's also a spiritual death thing.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's because we are. Well, anyway, I don't think that this is. Well, how do you not talk about Christianity and morals?
Exactly.
So I kind of feel like I have to, as a Christian, try to argue from a secular point of view. Otherwise, I'm trying to appeal to authority that maybe other people don't agree with.
Well, yeah, but that's kind of the dilemma that I knew I was even going to run across when I had this conversation. Yeah. The idea that that one can even say the words, how can we talk about morality without talking about Christians, when I can talk about morality not preaching or not speaking for Christians.
Mm-hmm.
I can do it. So obviously it can be done.
Resla's absolutely correct, because morality is not only Christian based, right? It is human based, right?
I'm not saying that you said this, GS. I'm not saying you say this, but this is the whole point of when we need to really have a lot of conversations like this and even have this critical thought, because a lot of people are even subjected to say, well, if you're not this, if you're not Christian, if you're not Muslim, if you don't follow this, quite frankly, you're immoral.
And that's the illusion.
You have no foundation.
And that's the illusion.
You are the savage. You are not capable of critical thought when the thing that they're touting against is someone saying, well, you're not even thinking for yourself. You're just following what someone taught you, what came out of your book.
So
Until we get to the actual conversation of it, which is why even the question I asked even earlier with Teriak is that if we didn't have religion using what was it rational law or something like that? What
Logic.
you say?
Logic.
Logical law? Would we still get to this point today?
Yeah.
of course,
That's
Would
a
we
good
still get
question.
as far as we have now?
of course.
I think you would have to. I mean, just
Not
just the
big
fact just the fact that an elephant mourns the death of its own baby, the mother will sit there and linger. That's one example. The ape, the female ape that thought she lost her little baby ape in childbirth, and they put it in the little, and then when she found out that the baby was alive, she just lost it. I mean, she was just like so overcome with joy. I mean, there's two examples right there that I don't believe anyone's ever prophetized them and said that there's a heaven to gain and a hell to shun. Yet there seems to be a level of thought. There seems to be a level of emotionality or love, or I don't know what to call it.
Love. I
but
like
it's-
love. Yeah.
yeah,
that's-
it seems to be
that's the word for me.
encompassing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, but that doesn't mean that there aren't things
going
that aren't
Jack
cold.
Talcott on him.
Right.
Go
But that doesn't mean that there aren't things that are cold and just will, like a fungi. Fungi is going to do what a fungi is going to do. And I'm not talking about a guy who's had too many whiskeys. I'm talking
got
No,
about
no, there's not mushroom, but I'm a fun guy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think a part of the issue that I run across when I speak to different people of different denominations, but they'll turn around and make it seem like, well, basically everybody is not capable of thought, or rather become so rigid that, quite frankly, you're not good enough, you're not worthy enough to have this kind of conversation. Not for that. This is the kind of these are the kind of talks that I have with people when I do this, when I say we're having a conversation about conflicts that happen in other places in the world, right? And I might be in a space where I'm speaking to people who are veterans, and they'll turn around and say, well, you didn't serve, so you can't talk. How could you possibly know? So I'm not rational enough, I'm not logical enough to be able to decipher, to have information, to make a logical decision, to be able to give my own opinion. I'm not capable of doing so. Sounds like you're indoctrinated to believe that a person can't speak on something unless they've done something.
Yeah, that people can speak and have an opinion on anything.
But there are people that will shut you down and say you cannot.
yeah, but there are
Opinion doesn't mean fact, though. I will clarify that.
but
Opinion
there are
does not mean
there are
fact.
also people that would encourage you to speak up.
Agreed.
I
So
encourage,
you-
yeah, I
And
encourage
this
people to
is
speak up,
why,
have an
but don't
opinion.
this is why
focus.
I keep things
Be
open. We can
opinionated.
have conversation across the board. And I'm willing to challenge the people that turn around and say, no, this is not a space for you. And I'm like, well,
Right.
prove it.
Well, so the interesting thing is that a lot of times people like the glass is half full or half empty, right? So you said one of the pet peeves that I have as an open-minded person, there would be those people that would try to shout you down, whereas I think you are on the positive end of things and you're just complaining that there's a negative Nancy aspect of it. And I almost took it as to say that you're focusing on the negative, where I'm saying, but there are people like yourself that would encourage people to engage in these open free market of ideas. I mean, how else am I going to know if my idea is absolute muppetry or genius? I got to
Right.
put it out there. So I got to let it escape my mouth, go into my own ears and other people's ears.
Right. I think
So-
when we don't engage in these kind of conversations, what we're doing is that we're saying that people are not capable of going out and becoming educated.
Damn no tube. He knew.
But is
Because
it
in order to even build your own values, it must be tested.
right? But is that a bug or a feature?
There goes your question. Yeah,
It is a
bug or
feature.
it's a feature.
It is a feature. Yes.
But
Yes. That's
so
why
the question-
in the Christian doctrine, I want to just touch this point real quick, and then I'll leave Christian alone. In the Christian doctrine, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, it's right there,
Yes.
right? It's a feature.
Yes.
Yes.
Mhm.
okay, but
And Eve eats for 1 sec, and Eve eats from the tree, meaning that she decides what's good and evil, and that's when things go to shit. And if you read
No.
Judges, there's a quote: "In those times there was no king in Israel, for they saw what was good and right in their own eyes."
Yeah.
It's exactly what happens every single time that like this whole moral relativism or subjective morals are subjective. Every time motherfuckers start talking about this shit, it's in the Bible, boys. Things go to shit.
so
Empires fall.
Well, it's also in the Bible to lean not on your own understanding, but to
So-
God, and for God trust in all things too.
So
You're gonna wanna-
morality, right, is, I believe, mischaracterized and overly indulged by the human race.
Now that's
Right.
fair. I can go with
Because
that.
what do people do? Say, oh well, you know, you was morally wrong because you knew all this dumb shit, right? But all are hypocrites because ain't nobody perfect. So
That high and mighty.
Well, this is what I said. It's used immorally. Rather, it's used by people who try to influence
Right.
or want power.
Right.
Power.
It's used as a weapon. It is
Yes.
weaponized against friends, family, or whoever, right? When one doesn't like you or agree with you, then they start weaponizing what is morally correct and what's not.
Well,
Right.
that's the thing. When we we say things like morally correct or what's not, like you make choices. It's good. It's either a good or a bad choice. Morality is the tool, the barometer that you're holding, but the choice
Right.
you're making is just going to be the choice
Right.
that you're
That's
going to make.
just your human nature, whatever you're into, right? And it may not
Yeah.
be what you may do. Most people may not agree with it, and then they will cast judgment and put you in the immoral compass to say, "Oh, you're not like us. You're not
Power.
like us."
Yeah, and I really liked what Track was saying about was it was either so I like discernment. I use the word discernment. I forget which word he used. But it's the same as with any quote unquote warring position, right? So you have the right, you have the wrong, and somewhere in the middle you find yourself. I mean, you want to be right, but then quite often, if you're so high and mighty to say that you're always right, then you're going to find yourself in the wrong position because you've got to consider others. Discernment.
Here's our greatest
It's a dichotomy.
problem. Here's our greatest problem, right? Is when we start creating standards and we start projecting, right, what one should be moral about or moral not about, right?
Mhm.
And this is where it gets a shifty ground. And I'm prison. The example I'm gonna give is prison.
I agree.
Right? You know, guys in there, you know, they're so judgmental about every little thing, and then they turn in and say, right? Even though they're fighting the case, right? Even though they're fighting the case, said, "Oh, you know, that wasn't moral for you. I mean, to, you know, do it like that. So we're going to discipline you." So here we are. We have this a bunch of hypocrites, right? And this is where we go wrong in parenting. This is where we go wrong in dealing with, you know, brothers and sisters, because we tend to want to judge everybody above this standard of what is moral, what's correct. What is moral and what is correct is not for us to bring judgment down because somebody has been immoral and incorrect. Now do we have to have some sort of laws in place and things in place to for those who are the egregious? Yes, we have to, because then it'd just be catastrophic. But
I'm not opposed to having some sort of governance, right? There are certain things that when I look at the justice system, I'm saying that's got to go, right? And you look at even what the Supreme Court rules on. Let's take it back to the days of slavery. There's two things primarily that you can look at and say that was absolutely 100% wrong. Missouri Compromise, which determined that there would be X amount of slave states, X amount of free states. Now we're all free, right?
Yeah.
And then you've got the 3/5 compromise. So between those two, clearly, obviously, just completely wrong, you know, and now it's changed. It's completely different. So these ideas that even the highest governing land or governing men in the land choose for us and themselves can still be completely wrong and have to be changed.
Yeah. So bottom line is, wise morality is a dangerous illusion because people take morality and use it as a law.
So I've got a really controversial thing I'd like to add to this, and this could be potentially sacrilegious or blasphemous, and I'm positing it just in hopes that it'll be received in a non-disrespectful way to those that are believers like myself. It's not meant to be. It'd been brought to my attention recently that to a non. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I just said excuse me. That's all. I burped.
Okay. To a non-Messianic Jew, they believe that the New Testament is basically something that a kid pasted to the back of their actual holy book. And I find that to be very interesting, because if I were to dismiss that, that would be to disrespect the antecedent to my New Testament. That would be just disrespecting my forefathers, basically, in favor of my current generation, so to speak. So now, then I ask myself, is the New Testament actually just a psyop by non-Messianic Jews in order to keep the Gentiles from aggressing against them? And what do I mean by that? If usury is illegal between Jew to Jew, but it's permissible to the goyim, i.e. the Gentile, i.e. myself.
Oy vey.
Exactly. So that's interesting. But and the Talmud would say that if a Gentile like myself were to strike a Jew, that Gentile should be smote down and killed. Whereas if a Jew were to kill a Gentile, there's a small nominal fee that would be paid to the family. So there's this desperate we're up here, you goyim. Goyim actually means cattle. You goyim are way down here below us. You're just beasts of burden for us to fleece, to butcher, to milk, to use as we will.
Can you land your plane, man?
Yeah, I am, dude. Why don't you go get some Lucky Charms for a second? All right, buddy.
Yeah, land the plane.
Right. So,
Damn.
So if I am told that I'm meant to turn the other cheek, is it to stop me from committing retribution against someone that has the ability to do whatever they want to me with almost impunity? Is it a psyops?
It's possible. I don't believe it is personally, but I see your point, and it's possible.
Teriak, have you ever heard anyone posit that before, Genius? Have you?
Yeah, so the way to destroy
I've
Brick's,
never heard anyone.
The way to destroy Brick's argument with a hypothetical is, okay, there's twins, both brothers, they're both over 18, they're both consenting adults. If morality is subjective, you can't say that them fucking each other is wrong.
So that's wrong. Maybe that's wrong.
Engaging the premise of my question, bro. But go ahead.
Yeah,
because I like to drop nukes. You know what I'm saying?
But you didn't. You
did.
didn't.
Morality subjective. You can't argue against that.
No, Teriak, what you did is you brought up the same old tired debate me, bro bullshit. When I brought out something that's actually unique that could be engaged, but because you're some tired ass debate me, bro, and your evidence is trust me, bro. You're a moron and a muppet. So go ahead. Go do a little jig, get some Lucky Charms, get some extra milk because you need some milk.
Don't forget the pot of gold.
Actually, it's funny too, because actually, and not to say that Resla's agreeing with you or anything, but he kind of brought this point out. It's that, people who like to debate, like they'll do this thing where they'll be like, I gotcha, check this out, and now you're done, you're nuked. And it's muppetry. It's not a conversation. It's not a discussion. It's not getting to the point. It's, I got you now. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do with you, bro. Yeah, it's true. Now I can engage because ultimately it's kind of it's a flawed premise. You're going with circular reasoning. You're saying if morality is a thing, then you have to accept my premise that morality is a thing. Now, accept my premise and tell me why.
No, I said if morality is subjective.
Yeah, if
you have twins that are above the age of 18.
That's right. Yeah, so it has to be a thing. So what I've been saying the whole time is that it's subjective, which means that it's not a real objective thing. So you're saying that objectively it's a real thing, but then you're saying it's subjective. That's a problem with your argument.
So let me help you out. Let me help. Let me help.
Yeah, I'm mirroring your position.
Let me
I'm
help you out.
I'm
So
taking your logic and showing you a flaw where your logic
It
cannot
doesn't
argue
even
against incest.
exist. If it's subjective, it doesn't even exist.
let me help you out, Britt. So first of all, morality is not subjective, but people treat it in subjectiveness, right? Each individual pick and choose what they feel they should.
If that is the
push
case,
up.
then
You know
it
what I mean?
doesn't exist.
Let me land, Britt. Damn. Well, understand we got a little time. So what that means is, right? Are people hypocrites? Do people jump to judgment? Do people have favorites? Do people pay favoritism? Right? Of course, right? So this is where what he's talking about, where it's subjective on how each human executes what they believe is moral or what's not, right? Like they might think to you, oh man, you was wrong. That was more wrong. But the guy that they like, that they worship, oh yeah, he's good look the other way on that, right? So that's what he's talking about, right? How it's implied and how it's executed is different humans. But the standard, the standard of morality, right, is not subjective. It is one format. The distinction between right and wrong, and that's clear.
Okay.
Wrong. Absolutely incorrect. Because by that standpoint, I'll go back to even mentioning it before. Slavery was once what? Moral. Now it's condemned. Now you can look at it as being condemned if people want to look at it that way. Like, no, it's a human right, which is why we were given it.
You're saying the same thing, Resla.
By who was it considered moral?
Well, hold on. Do you mean moral or legal?
By human beings.
Do you mean moral or legal?
Moral, not by God.
Both. Moral.
Oh, sorry.
The legal was based upon the moral.
But you said by God?
I said not by God.
Oh, not by God. Because I'm like the idea of slaves being free was considered to be immoral.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So you're making the same point as me. What I'm saying is each human, how they deal with morality to get to be successful or to get something done, they will.
But it's not by each individual human. It's a collective now.
Or a collective of like-minded individuals.
It's not objective.
Right? Because a collective of like-minded.
No, but you've been saying objective. I'm just saying it's not objective.
So what I'm saying, all I'm saying is the standard of morality is one standard, right? But how each human, right, and they're like-minded humans come together and say, hey, well, we want to bend the morality standard to get economic success or to climb to some sort of height. Will they bend the rules? Will they bend the morality? And so it's justified to say, well, hold on.
About morality.
I'm almost
done.
done.
I have a question. I don't want to forget it.
I'm almost done. I'm gonna give me 10 seconds.
You're never almost done, bro. You go on for like an hour.
I'll land it right now.
Let my brother speak, Brick.
My point is, with the collective minds, will they bend their morals?
Are you asking questions? Or are you just telling us what it is?
Damn, you don't let me finish. Keep cutting me off. It's gonna take me long. That's why.
No, but you never get to the end.
I'm almost there.
No, you're not.
I was enjoying letting him talk a little bit to try to find out where he was going, bro. So I mean, teriyaki. They're after me, Lucky Charms. He did the exact same thing to me.
I whipped out the tuxedo. My boy was cooking.
I'm gonna land the plane.
He did the exact same thing to me.
We were flying first class.
Oh boy.
Give me 30 seconds. Give me 30 seconds. All right.
Please,
so all I'm saying is
30 seconds.
Get him.
This is where Tarek
give him a
correct,
minute.
Right?
Resla, give him a minute. Give him a minute.
The subjectivity of morality, right, can be subjective to the human in place of bending the, we'll say, moral standard to get something done or something they desire that is to the greater good, right? This is very common amongst humans. So therefore, but the definition of morality and what it stands for always stays the same within itself.
Why does it have to be a bending for a group made decision for what would be the betterment? Why is it a bending?
Once again, slavery, right? So they knew that, man, this is not really that good. But guess what? America has to grow. And this is the best way to do it. So we're going to bend what we knew.
Wait. Wasn't America already growing? Wasn't it already growing?
Well, we understand, Resla, that any
not the best argument.
Free labor is the way.
America needed to grow was not the best argument.
But his thing is that America needs to grow was very subjective depending on which side you were on.
No, but
Yep.
the point
Well,
I'm
that
making
doesn't that's not even an argument,
It's
really.
the
to be
Missouri
honest. America
Compromise.
needed to grow.
What are we
It
saying?
could have it could have grown without slavery. It didn't need slavery to grow. That's a
No, it
ridiculous
gets
Not
rid
what
of-
the
I'm not
South said.
saying-
It
I'm not
needed
saying it
slavery to
Are we
grow. It
saying
didn't need
it?
The
slavery to
entire
grow.
South was not in agreement with you.
No offense, but I mean, I'm just saying it didn't need slavery to
What
grow.
I'm saying
And you're
is
from
slavery-
Virginia.
Slavery was implemented
I'm from Virginia, but it don't mean I
Okay.
have to agree with damn slavery.
of the morality.
Well, hold on.
they knew
No,
that
I
this
know
is
that.
not
Oh my God.
cool.
America voted. Your minute's up, Ruthless.
So
But
my
they-
question is this: moral. Man, I feel like I'm
I
gonna
love.
forget
I
it.
love you, Ruthless. I love you, man. I
Yeah, he's a good guy. He's a good.
yeah, I like him.
He's all right.
I like him.
Look at Brick's for lose his whole hair up there. Look at him. He don't even need to see the barber no more.
No, I got a nice cut, man. Got it all
Keep
cleaned up,
stressing out,
man.
that shit ain't gonna be there no more.
Before you lose your question.
Yeah. So I already
What?
lost it, man.
Why
I'm telling
are
you, bro,
you-
this is why I wanted to ask it because
Write it down. Dude,
I'll
listen,
remember it. I'll remember it.
Open up your notepad for real, man. This is what I had to do sometimes. Open up like a notepad on like a little app. There you go. Write it down. Yeah, man, there you go.
Listen, I pay attention to what Resla's saying. This I do every time, by the way.
Mhm.
Every
Well,
single
okay.
time because the man is
Teach
speaking
that.
some sense. Now
I
it's
love
great
it.
because
Brick is studying how to beat me.
Yeah, yes.
no, because the show especially this one, I knew I was going to fill this
I'm
page
trying
up.
to
Sometimes I
understand
don't
how
fill the
you
whole
do
page
the
up.
intro
And it's
segments.
is it morally good to do that?
But we do agree that humans will bend moral ethic to the moral ethics to get something done. They will for the
Sure.
greater good.
Sure.
That's all we're saying. That's what he means by subjective, right? Even though they know
You,
that
don't need
this,
to, you didn't need to do slavery. Slavery was a bad option.
right, but the point of it is they did it.
At the
They
time,
knew it was bad. They had knowledge it was
it
bad.
was great.
But guess what?
Honestly,
But
I
guess
thought it was
what?
a good thing. Like,
But
Slavery was not a
They
good
wanted-
thing. Slavery was
Hold on,
bad.
hold on.
it's not
I have
about what we like and what we don't. Sometimes we need
I
to
have
have
another
conversations about
question.
things we don't
I
like.
don't remember the other one, but I have another very good question. Is slavery moral? Yes or no? It's just a simple yes or no.
No, it's not moral. What the heck?
Oh, really? So then you're not a slave for Christ.
That's not. No, that's servant, not slave.
See, and
Got
this is where
Not
it becomes
servant.
subjective.
It's a mistranslation of the
You have
word.
choice.
That is a mistranslation.
Ooh, that was
Slave
good.
by
That is
choice?
servant, not
Slave by choice. How does that
Yeah,
work?
you can't. Well, actually,
What do you
technically,
mean?
you
It's called
can.
a
Okay,
bond
can I ask
You
a
can
servant.
choose to be a
Yes,
slave.
you can.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a
Exactly.
question, please?
It's called being a bond servant.
I got a good
Yeah.
answer.
Is it a yes or a no, Ruthless? First.
But once you're a
It's not
slave,
yes, no.
then you don't have the choice.
It's a not a yes or no question, and I'm gonna give
Yes,
it
it
to you.
is. It is.
No, it's
it
not.
really
No, it's
is.
not.
Is
give it to you.
slavery
It really
moral?
is.
Okay.
No,
If
it
there's
makes
an objective
context,
truth,
but it's
I'm answering the
absolutely a
question.
yes or no question.
Bite the
answer
bullet,
the
Ruthless,
question.
and hit him hard.
Answer the question yes or no, right? And I'm gonna add the context
okay.
because James isn't wrong either, right? So, yeah, is slavery moral? No, it's business. It's how you treat the slaves because of morality. and where that comes from.
That was an ice cold answer. He got Reza so good with that. Reza, I'm gonna clip that. Reza was like upfront and like serious, and as soon as he said business, his head just dropped,
It's
and he was
just
like,
It's
"This
business.
motherfucker."
My head exploded. What are you
Wait,
talking about? My head
It was
exploded. So
wild.
he said
So if you got
business.
your-
My head exploded.
Where were
your
you
history-
standing on the
if you do
boat,
your
Wrath
history-
Ruthless?
If you do your history right, this is how the normal slaves were normal, right?
Well,
Servants,
standing
slaves,
on the
all kinds of
business boat.
slavery was the way of life, right? So America only did what they see
No,
other countries do. Yes, slavery was not just in America.
Thank you. Thank you.
So it was
yeah, of
they were
course.
just
I
conforming.
never guessed
It was
that.
listen. It was the blueprint that was universally accepted on how to build a country. Get you some
Actually,
slaves, which is free labor.
That we used to
And-
develop their nation.
Yes. So
I
therefore, yeah, where the immorality came in
Mhm.
is how they treated their slaves.
I hear reparation arguments.
Well, okay, all right. Well, let's
Oh, not from me.
let's engage.
I'm a wrong one to bring up that.
Can we engage what Ruthless is saying here? Let's talk about
Yes.
the way that they treated slaves. Okay, so the interesting thing is, that the British were the first ones to abolish it, although they still, with the West India Trading Company, still kind of practiced in it against the law. So ratified, codified. They were the first governmental / country to abolish it, shortly followed by the Americas. And then most of the West followed suit, abolishing slavery. That doesn't mean that it still wasn't somewhat sort of practiced to an extent against the law. So we talk about how slaves were treated. Now the Moors, the Islamicists would castrate their males so that the sins of the father, or the sins done to the father, would not be met on the perpetrators by the sons. Now, no one's coming to Islam saying you owe us reparations for all the slavery, because they'll just look at you and flip you off and probably put you in jail.
Yeah, move on with their day.
Yeah, exactly. Same. But for some reason, the West, who abolished slavery, runs around apologizing, bowing, and scraping, and all the beggar nations are coming out with their hands out and say, "You owe us for this slavery." Any other country that has had anything to do with slavery and just don't give a F or a flip, no one's going hat in hand demanding anything from them. But it's the West, the Anglos, the WASPs, the white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, that seem to be like mired in guilt, where everyone seems to come with their hat in the hand saying, "You owe us." I don't owe you a damn thing. So was it more moral or less moral was it more moral for the Islamist slave traders to castrate their males, most of which died, by the way, bleeding out? Horrible, brutal way to go. Or was it more moral for the quote unquote Western slave masters to leave their males intact and let them quote unquote have family or breed or whatever you want to call it? So that's a big question that needs to be asked, because it seems to me, based on history, ain't nobody going over to Islam or the Middle East saying you owe us reparations, because they'll just look at you and go, suck it.
You're saying the Christianity slaves and the Christianity and the freeing the slaves, whereas the Islamist slaves are still slaves to this day and under harsher treatment.
No. And okay. Dude, you know what you are, Teriak? You're like that. I'm
just trying to simplify your point.
We're on a tandem bike, right? And I'm pedaling my ass off, and you're leaning forward with a long stick, shoving it in the front fucking spokes, so that we all go ass over. Dude, you're such an idiot, bro.
Okay.
We just endoed on the sidewalk. I've got scrapes on my hands and my knees because we're progressing. This is the second time I've added. This is the second time I've added.
Basics. Okay, 2 + 2 = 4.
This is the second time I've added intelligence to a conversation, and your Muppet ass has retarded it back into the Stone Ages. Congratulations.
Like Righteous Muppet? Hey, you need to rename your name now, Teriak, to Righteous Muffin.
You're a fucking retard, dude. Stop fucking slamming the brakes on, dude. It's like I feel like you're wearing the student driver car, and you've got an extra brake, and every time you're on the road 5 miles an hour, you're slamming on the brake like a retard.
Appreciate you, brother.
No, you don't appreciate, bro. You're a chaos agent. The only thing you
right. So like I was saying, in terms of the Christian slaves, that like Christianity, like freed slaves, would you concede that, Brick?
Can you just engage what I just said instead of turning it into something completely different?
Correct me if I'm wrong. You brought that up, correct? The West at the West like freed their slaves, and then the Islamists castrated. Was that not your spiel?
God, can there be another potato famine? Could just be one more?
Can we just get one
more potato famine?
Are we advocating for genocide? Is that how triggered we're getting?
Talking about my ancestors. My ancestral people, man. You're talking about my
E-Base was like making like the equivalent would be like if he just came on. He's like, yeah, we should just start back up the clan. Like that's literally where he went to with this. Like, take a couple of breaths, GS. Just calm down.
Come on,
my
father died in a famine. Oh, it was horrible.
Brothers across the pond with their Lucky Charms.
Damn.
I'm probably part Irish.
By the way, I got my potato famine card. I'm like fucking half Irish. I'm sorry. the Viking grape genes of all over the part.
Yeah, there's some Dutch Irish there for sure.
Yeah, there's a lot of Irish and Scottish in me, by the
Dutch
way.
Irish. Yeah.
So yeah, I got my potato famine card. Go fuck yourself.
Mhm,
All
mhm.
right, next.
Okay,
engage
I
the
won't do
question.
that. I don't do that because that's
I
biologically
mean that with all the
impossible to
Christian
do
love
that,
I can
so-
muster. Okay, can we engage the question now? Because I thought it was a very good question. Or am I just wasting my freaking time with a bunch of freaking midwits, man? What the hell's going on here?
Yeah, okay. So just so I'm not make sure I'm not gaslighting or pulling on tricks here. Brick, what was GS's question?
Jesus, it's just like why don't you just start finger popping your asshole, dude?
You see what I'm saying, Reza? You see what I'm
Just finger
saying?
pop it, dude. Just finger pop it. I want to hear
Bro
it.
goes on a 30-hour
just have
flight
lollipop.
and it doesn't
I'm
land the
going
plane.
Wop,
Like
wop.
it's still
I'm
floating in
going
space.
myself,
I'm
but
like,
I engaged it. I don't know how you can.
I asked you what the question was.
Same thing happened before, bro. You didn't really listen. I engaged
does.
both of the
Never does.
premises, and you did not. I don't know what to tell you.
I'm just asking what the question
I'll
was.
be right back. then. You give me something to drink.
It's been 33 years since somebody asked me an intelligent question. That's why I'm such a muppet. Oi! There's
That was a bit
1 year,
Scottish.
oi!
That was a
The
bit
top
Scottish
of the
there.
morning to you, lad, and
Mhm,
the rest
mhm.
of the day to me. Fuck off, you fucking retard.
So again, like I
So
said, Brick, what was the
I'm gonna
question?
go off of what I can last remember off the
Yeah,
question,
exactly.
and I believe it was like basically was it more moral for the Islamists to like not castrate? Is that
No, they castrated.
to castrate? I'm trying to remember what the last part of the question is. Was it more moral for, and I forget what like exactly what it was, but was it more moral for people to castrate or to not castrate?
Well,
I
that's
can't
part
remember
of
what
it.
exactly.
That's part of it. One peoples abolished slavery, and they're continuously blamed for it to this day, even though they weren't necessarily the most prolific. And matter of fact, open air slave markets can be seen on CCTV right now as we speak in Libya, by the way. If you don't believe me, take a gander. I don't know. Open a freaking textbook. Do some homework. So, not you, by the way. I'm just sitting there and I'm thinking to myself, one has not stopped practicing the slavery. When they do the slavery, they castrate their males. So, therefore, the males cannot procreate sons to avenge the sins done to the fathers. Now, is it smart for the Islamist people to have done that, albeit maybe less moral, right? Because no one's coming hat in hand demanding reparations from them. Whereas we over here in the West, not only do we eventually abolish slavery, Christians, by the way, abolished slavery. Not only did we abolish slavery, we left our male slaves intact. They went on to have children. Now, what is considered to be more moral in that situation?
I have one question. You said
Sure.
Christians abolished slavery?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yes,
100%.
yes, I will wholeheartedly agree on that. Yes,
100%.
I just want to clarify.
No one wants to engage the question. That's two really good
anti-
questions that I've asked, and it's like crickets. All right.
Who was anti-abolishment of slavery?
What?
So I would love to engage it. So it is a very interesting question. On one hand, you've got what would be considered very immoral actions on the part of those who are keeping slaves. Not only are they keeping slaves, but they're doing horrible, what would be considered morally bad things to their slaves. On the other hand, you've got people who are freeing. We'll say freeing. The Christian nations, the nations that are primarily Christian, are freeing the slaves. And then I can hear every smack of the chewing and the rapping and all of that. I've been hearing it for like the past 5-10 minutes.
I really don't get when you guys keep talking about Christians.
No. I'm saying that I can hear the smacking and the chewing and the.
Oh, your
rapid
food, whatever you're
burr.
eating.
It's okay. You can eat, but it's just like I hear it. It's in my ear.
just have some home training. This is why there were no dogs or Irish allowed in most buildings. In
Fuck
America.
you, Brick. Fuck you.
Yeah. Do you see what I'm saying? Like he gets kind of
but-
triggered, then he goes into racism, man. You know what I'm saying?
What do you mean racism? I'm Irish, you fucking muppet.
They always beat down on the Irish.
I'm an
and the blacks, man.
Irishman,
I'm
you
just saying,
fucking
just 'cause
muppet.
we're minorities.
I'm calling out my
Okay,
Irish
I'm
brother.
back though.
It's
I will.
crazy.
I
You
will
got some home
engage.
training, you fucking muppet.
He's jealous of my pot of gold.
So
Once
so
Brett
what
gets
I'm
done.
looking at, so again, going back to the premise, then you've got people on the same side as the Western nations saying that they're more immoral than the crazy ass shit that's happening where people actually still have slaves. That's crazy because they're not going over there saying how immoral it is. And it's a very interesting question. I would say that
Yeah, what's crazy is you can't answer.
neither are being morally good in the sense of morality, because on one side you got slavery, which is pretty clearly obviously bad morally according to moral doctrine, and then you've got people who are saying that the ancestors did it, so now you've got to pay, and that's not good either morally. That's just absolute muppetry, if anything.
Let's.
Yeah, okay,
let's
so can I
engage-
answer that in like 3 seconds, real quick?
No.
Yeah, it's morally wrong for
because
the
it's the
Islamists
premise
to
that GS
castrate,
put forth.
and it was morally right for the
Not me.
Christians to free the slaves. See how quick that was, Brick. See how quick it was to answer those questions.
and I'm gonna
it's-
say
so
it
it's
was
moral?
morally
You're
wrong
saying
to
it's moral?
castrate.
Yeah, because
morally
if you
good,
castrate
the
someone,
Muslims,
like that's
but
akin to murdering someone.
Also, I'm not saying
really?
that slavery either way should have happened.
So
But
yeah, but the
but at
people
least
who are
they did
saying
better
that
to allow
slavery,
the Americans
that the
at least did better
ancestors
to allow
did,
theirs to
they're
have
good
children, at
though.
least.
Wait,
The
can you
people
not
who are
hear-
saying that
can you not
slavery
hear-
that ancestors did is bad, those people who are saying that, they're morally good. They're trying to chastise people because all of a sudden they are now descendants of ancestors that did something bad back in the day. So those people
That's
that are
not even
saying
what
those
the
things are
question
good.
was related to, Brick. The question was whether or not is it okay? Was it better that they did not
Yeah,
castrate them in
what's better?
America
Yeah.
versus castrating them in Islam and their form of slavery? That was the question.
And he's aligned with pretty much GS assessment, saying that the people who were allowed to still push forward to procreate, to quote, to be able to push forward the lineage was a better choice than the people who were castrated.
Okay, but
Yeah.
let's further engage the query though,
Same.
Teriak. Now you say it would be more moral not to castrate the slaves. Now I would argue, Brick brought up that there are people coming hat in hand to the ancestors' evils. Now has been the children's responsibility to recompense. Is that moral? I don't think that's moral. So now, what's the greater moral good? That there would not be any conflict from the sons that weren't born to avenge the sins against the father, and that sin would die out with those two people. So would it be more moral to prevent a race war someday between Slavics and Moors, for instance?
Yeah, so as judge here, Judge Jack, I should be referred to. If everyone could like do an all rise real quick, that I appreciate that. As judge here, I think people who didn't own slaves shouldn't owe money to people who were never slaves.
Right. But there's a should. But can you engage the question though? The question has been compounded. So now, if I would by far, I would agree with what you're saying. I would be in agreement with you. But to further analyze and further expound upon this thought experiment, is it more moral to allow for there to be a contingency of hatred and bitterness that might turn into a major war someday, and all the suffering that might be hand in glove with that, by allowing the male slaves to stay intact and therefore create progeny to avenge the sins done to the father? So is it more moral to let them be intact? Then the sons grow up, they get angry what happened to dad and grandpa, then they go to war, and then a bunch of innocent people might suffer in the end of all this. So the moral total war carnage could be exponentially greater. Is my argument. Now, could you see that could be a possibility in this hypothetical? It's just a hypothetical. There's not really a right or wrong answer. Let's just explore it.
Yeah, but like you're not gonna like this, but like this is the same thing the atheist does when it's like, oh well, what if God made everyone gay? Yeah, if reality was a situation where it was just all males, but we're still able to reproduce, technically everyone would be gay. But it's like it's a goofy hypothetical.
So Teriak, if I say, hey, what about these issues that the problem that is happening with these women? You're that guy who goes, what about men though? Dude, can you fucking engage the fucking premise?
Hey, I'm the judge,
shit, dude.
You should address me as Judge Yak.
You're like who those little Spanish guys with the little fucking
red boy.
I know Teriak's having some trouble with it. He's a horrible judge. I get it. Yeah, so I'll go
I understand. But like your premise is like if there was to be some future race war, would it be better to just castrate these motherfuckers? Like,
and that's the question. Is it more moral to just castrate them?
No, because again, like this whole thing of like what potentially could happen. You could commit a crime, so I'm going to lock you up ahead of time. Is that where we're going with this?
Okay, so then in that case, what we see from warring nations of the past, where they would go in and wipe out the entire people, right? You can never say that was morally better. You can't say that when the warring nations would go out and wipe out the entire people, babies, women, all of them included. That too itself is not moral.
Well, the God instructed a certain people to do that, although they did not complete that mission. They did it in that one town. It was scorched earth. So now the question goes back to, is God moral and immoral?
Right. And I say
but not right. I would say wrong. That I think now you're an argument with a snake eating its own tail. You can't simultaneously say that God is the basis of morality or Christianity is. You don't.
I don't. No, I never have.
Then what is the basis of morality?
Morality is an ideal that does not exist. It's not real.
Huh?
Wait a minute, are you a Christian?
I get more and more confused.
I'm confused.
Why was that a question? Like you can't have morality without being a Christian? We're back.
But the way
sit back, relax with this one.
Defining morality though.
Like that question in itself is just
not the morality issue. It's the way he's defining morality.
So Brick is saying that morality doesn't exist. So the distinction between right and wrong does not exist.
No, that does exist.
That's what morality means.
No, one sec.
You're
That's
labeling right and
I get
wrong
called goofy.
As morality.
No.
One sec. Let me destroy him with this. Let me hit my new button. Right? Let me destroy him with this. Because I get called goofy for bringing up the adult twin brothers who want to have sex with each other. What's wrong about that, Brick?
There's not. What are you talking about? That, bro? You just said
there's
what is wrong about that. There's nothing moral about right and wrong. Your subjective reality is based upon morality. Mine is not. Mine is based upon right and wrong.
There's nothing wrong with those twin. There's nothing wrong with those twin brothers, right?
You keep missing, bro. You are so fucking retarded. I keep saying that in my head, when you say morality, I say nope. I say right and wrong. What is right is right. What is wrong is wrong. And then you want to go, well, what about the gay twins? I have no fucking contest with that.
But who's the arbiter of what is right and wrong in your mind?
God.
Right.
Now, okay. Yeah. So, but how do you define God? Because it sounds like you're God.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of does.
I'm telling you that there is an objective right, there is an objective wrong, and as soon as you insert morality, then you are saying that you are choosing what is right and what is wrong.
So God, morality.
That's not what morality means.
Because morality is based upon a human ideology.
Where are we
It's
going?
been sitting around coming up with what is right and wrong, like ethics. It's the same.
Morality is not right and wrong.
It's the same concept.
Ideology, sir.
You
Great.
cannot talk and listen at the same time. 3 people talking to me while you're asking me a question, I listen.
Yes,
Then
sir.
I begin to answer. And then as I'm answering, you begin to talk over me. You cannot talk and listen at the
You
same
do me
time.
the same way, Brick.
No, I'm not.
You do.
Bro,
but
I
be
have
talking, you
listened
talk
and
over.
listened and listened. And then I begin to
Be
answer your
patient, though.
fucking
You got
questions.
somewhere to
And then
be.
you start fucking freaking out on me. You 3. Now, me and
No, I'm
GS
saying
can
you
sit
got
here and
somewhere
have
to
a
be.
conversation. Me and Resla can sit here and have a
Great.
conversation.
Great.
But
Do you have somewhere you have to
Ruthless,
go?
you actually go on and on and on about
Okay,
like
but do you have somewhere to go?
diatribe and never end. Teriyaki, you say the stupidest, retardedest shit. And James, I love you,
What
bro.
did I do?
But you have some false dichotomies with what you're with what you're saying. You keep saying, "How can I be a Christian?" But yet you are claiming to be the arbiter of what is Christian. How can you
No,
possibly be the
God is
arbiter
the
of what is
arbiter of
Christian?
what Christian is.
How can you
God is the
possibly be the
arbiter.
arbiter of what is Christian, James?
God is an arbiter. And I was asking you a question. I didn't
So
say,
you can't be
I
the
did not,
arbiter of
I
what
did
is
not
Christian.
make a claim. I asked a
So
question.
you can't be
I
the arbiter
asked
of what
a
is Christian.
question. I
So
did never
you
make
can't
no
be.
claim whether
Hold
or
on, hold
not
on.
you was or
Hold
was not
on.
a
You
Christian.
can't talk and listen
I
at the
asked
same
a
time.
question.
What are you doing,
Well,
dude?
you can't. You gonna have to let me respond.
Okay, go ahead. Talk. Go ahead. Go ahead, James. You got something
I
to
had
say.
never
Go ahead.
claimed that you were a Christian
Okay.
or not a Christian. I never claimed which way. I
So
merely
then
asked
why
a
ask?
question.
Why ask?
I asked
In
a
such a demeaning
question
manner?
to get some
So why ask in such a
clarification.
demeaning manner?
Have you ever heard of a
Why?
thing called
Why?
clarification
You're trying
in
to
a
assert
conversation so
authority
I don't
over me
misunderstand
with
things?
some
You ever heard
morality
of clarification?
argument, and it's just not working. I do not answer to you. I answer to God. But besides that, I come up here and I
Whoa,
have
I
a
was asking.
conversation.
Well, we're having a
I have a
conversation.
discussion with
Are we
people
not?
about
We're not
ideals
having a conversation.
and what. Well, we're at this point, it's morality, right? So this is what the conversation revolves around. And if you want to make your point, that's fine. You can make a point.
I'm trying to
If you want to
understand
ask
your
a
point.
question, ask a question. But then if you ask a
what I
question, you
did.
got to wait for the answer.
Well, that's what I did, but you took it as about saying that you wasn't a Christian. You took
No,
it
you asked
completely
it
wrong.
in such a demeaning manner, and then 2 other people spoke up with you saying the same thing. Teriyak's trying to get his little fucking quips in and shit. He's such a horrible fucking
what are you
discussion
talking about?
panelist guy, and he
Simple
just like
Yeah, but I'm
question.
just having a hard
Test
time
the logic.
understanding it.
his
I didn't
lucky
mean it in a
charms. They're at the fucking end of the rainbow, okay, dude, with the
I'm
pot
just
of
having a
gold.
hard time wrapping
It's like-
around in my head.
Senor, I just
So I
test the
didn't mean it in a
logic.
really demeaning manner. I just having a hard time wrapping around in my head.
So
Okay,
I
that's
know the
fine.
Bible.
and we
So-
can have that
so-
discussion. But I
let
can't
me
have 3
interject.
people asking
Míos.
questions and talking over me. You
All right,
understand
all right,
that?
One
Gotcha,
question,
gotcha.
one question at a time. Go ahead, Ruthless.
So
I'm sorry,
this is
Resla.
the
I'm over
problem
here
I have
running
with
your
you,
show,
Greg.
dude.
This
I
is the problem I have
apologize.
with you, Greg, is
My bad, man.
morality, right, does not mean right or wrong, right? It is all it is saying is the distinction, the tools to discern whether right or wrong. The human, this is within the human, not within the word, right? So you can't put them together. But what we do as humans is we put a moral compass on people to think like we think or who don't think like we think to make an assessment of whether we're going to deal with them or not. So I understand what you're saying. With right and wrong, you're right. You're absolutely right. But all morality is saying is what you're thinking. It's not. You're not morality. You're not. You can take the word out and just put right and wrong, and we can still roll, right? So it's not a big argument there. There's no. But here's one question I have for the Quedo. This is the more important question. I just want to know is where were you said the Christians into slavery? I have to disagree. Now this is what's going to be Pacific. We're going to debate this one.
All right,
I like to debate this for the moral of the conversation, and you put this on Christians who abolished slavery, but Christians weren't the leaders in the slavery.
But that I love how you posit that. No one made the leader of it. They just claimed that they did. I love how you try to sneak that in there.
Come on, let me cook a little bit, baby. All I'm just saying is, and I think we're missing something here, is the Christians had nothing to do with the whole effort of building of America in the aspect of what was going on and what was going to happen, what direction.
Interesting.
Solving slavery, starting slavery, none of that, right? Because once again, America is not a Christian nation. America has never been a Christian nation, ever. Let's get that straight, right? Never
That's-
ever been a Christian nation.
That's
Were
a
there
very interesting
people
premise.
who
but go ahead.
had Christian beliefs in the nation? Yes. But America's ideology and everything they believe in is non-Christian.
Hey, do me a favor. Go into your pocket, let that dollar, and tell me if it says "In God We Trust."
That's nothing to do with Christianity.
It's not in Allah we trust. It's in God we trust.
Allah means God.
Does it say Allah or does it say God?
But it
It's the
does
same
it
thing,
really?
the same word. Just with
It's
different
in
language.
and it's in English.
Because it's in English, right? So
Right.
English is the same word, don't mean the same.
Have you ever heard of the Church of England?
Uh-uh.
You never heard of the Church of England?
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay. Well, essentially it's who rules. I mean, I know that they've got a king and queen, but essentially the Church of England is actually technically the ruler of England.
Okay. Well, all I'm just saying is, if we really, America has never been a Christian nation in totality. Never, ever.
I love how you just snuck in the word totality.
That actually
Yeah,
I do
America-
agree with.
America is. a
In fact,
devil worshiping
if in fact I would posit so that if it is a Christian nation, then the First Amendment does not apply.
Exactly. And they don't, the laws of America pick and choose from what they want to. They're subjective, right? They take what they feel is like, they don't really imply the laws on what the whole law of God really implies for. They just kind of pick and choose just to make laws on what they feel is morally correct.
Yeah,
Right?
and you
But
can
it's not
you can
necessarily-
legally
but it's-
have
Right,
you can legally have sex out of wedlock.
right.
You know what? I've heard it. I've always thought a little bit differently, but Ruthless has swayed me on that in this conversation. He's right. We would not have allowed all this stuff to take place, even within having these particular rights and everything else, if we continue to quote stay a Christian nation.
Right.
Well, he said it's never been a Christian nation.
Never.
That I think on its face is actually false.
No, they were,
If you want to talk about, what are we talking about? Plurality here?
well,
Are we talking
in-
about
in-
51% believe would have identified as Christians back during the Pilgrim times?
in essence of the leaders of society, the ones who were pushing the limit, right, to take over, to plan, to build, this was not a Christian nation, right? These guys were devil worshippers, right? The 50 states, right? This were all the families, the Illuminati, all this stuff. I don't want to go into too much of that. That's a whole
No, there were only
the
13 colonies at the beginning.
Yeah, but I'm just saying as though the America as ideology is, more.
Well, if that was true,
If he's really playing at semantics and he's really saying like
I
never
got
been,
whiplash from him
and then
bringing
what-
up
and
devil
what-
worships, man.
and what he's talking about, then to Rufus' point, GS, it would be that he's not talking about the Pilgrims, because technically the Pilgrims were not with the independence of America. That was way later.
Christians
don't-
are here, and the majority of the people would identify most likely as Christians, but the legal system, because when we're talking about the nation, it doesn't exist without the paper. The paper is the reason why the country exists. So the legal system is not based off entirely of Christian ideology. And actually, there's some other ideologies that you can find within the legal system. It's not just Christianity. So no, it's not primarily, or actually, I guess you could say it's primarily based upon Christianity, but it is not entirely based upon Christianity.
But what we have to understand, right? America, the people who birthed their ideology, they were Europeans, right? And they were pretty much like the Europeans, but they just had different things that they didn't want to practice. And in that time in Europe, if you didn't do that, they would cast you out. So they went off, got their little group, whatever, like-minded, right? And within this, they went and found and searched for them their own new land to whatever, build. But there was never a Christian nation. They were not talking about Jesus Christ.
So
They were not pushing any of those things.
So Ruthless, I don't want to disabuse you of your thought process here directly, but I think I want to do a little bit more research on it. But
Okay.
I would posit, and it's a very interesting thought. Because I think we've been lied to a lot in history by those who are empowered to write history. But you've heard of the term WASP, right?
Yeah.
White Anglo-Saxon Protestant.
Yeah.
They were considered filthy Protestants by the Catholics. They were persecuted by the Catholics. They fled England primarily, and that's primarily who the settlers were that came to America in the beginning. And the inception of the 13 colonies were Dutch, were British, or Germanic, and almost all of these nations to a people were very, very much Christian focused. So I don't want to dismiss what you're saying. I want to examine it some more. But I think maybe you might want to examine it a little bit more too, because you might have something. You might have something there.
Well, I examined it, right? If you really look at the ideology of America,
what are your citations?
So
no,
50 states, right?
But you said the word never.
There never was a Christian nation. Did they have people that had Christian belief within the nation? Yes. But their own ideology and everything they stood for was not Christianity.
So what does the Constitution say? We the people, in order to make a more perfect union. We the people. If you're saying that there were Christian people, yes, but the nation itself wasn't Christian. Well, I think you're right. I think it's a good semantic argument, because we have freedom to practice whatever religion you want to.
Right.
Now the question is, given that freedom, what was the preferred overall plurality of practice? I would argue, and I would present to you, that it would be Christianity.
I would argue that it would be Illuminati.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
All right. I never heard that one before.
Yeah, the only reason, because the only reason why Illuminati's never been the forefront in the measurement, because Illuminati is more based in secretive.
Mm-hmm.
But that has been the overwhelming.
To me.
And even the presidents, if you look at it, look at the back of the dollar, the eye, the all-seeing eye, right? Everything in America is built on secret society, right? Which we do now have the information that's come out over the time that Illuminati is the leading factor
Freemasons and things like that
in a Scientology type of way, right?
Wait, are you gonna start doing gematria or whatever? What is it? What's that? Come on, please,
gematria,
man.
yeah, you're right, gematria. You got it.
You're not gonna do that, are you? You're not gonna like break out numbers now.
It could go there. It could be going there.
I hope not. I don't like
it sounds like he could be leaning there.
See, and the only reason why America is more different than any nation ever built, because the capitalism of America and its ideology of what they believed in as a devil worshiping people, they didn't give a fuck what your religion was, because they wanted to make money off you, right? You're a dollar to them, so they don't care. You want to Catholic, you want to put in Christian, you want to put up. That's why you go everywhere and get everything in here, right? Because America doesn't care. They don't care about money, right? And then within their money, in their secret society, they have their things they do, like blood sacrifices, shit like that. Oh, it's all out there in the music. It's in there. The Super Bowl when they were doing the messages, all of it's in there, right?
He's doing gematria. Hey, you got a super chat, by the way, Resla. I don't know if you noticed it.
Yeah, I noticed. I'm trying to figure out what part of it's saying. I'm a little lost on if that was a typo or trying to fill out what the word is. I think it's assault, but I'll just say it anyway. So Mrs. Metcalf says Christians were also the creators and leaders of Indian schools, kidnapping indigenous children. I don't know if that's assault. I'm thinking it might be assault. It just says S.A. Salt and unveiling many.
That is an inaccurate statement.
Thank you for the 5.
Christians were very much not I would say the cool thing to be, right? People let you do it, but it was not like when they look at you like you're whatever, right? The ideology, which was the dominant force, all this stuff was the Illuminati. Period.
So I have some questions for you, Illuminati master. Illuminati guy, ruthless. So you say that the nation is a devil worshiping nation,
yes.
the United States.
Yes.
Well, here's my question for you then. Are you a devil worshiper?
Hell no.
Okay. Are you a United States citizen?
Yeah.
You do understand that we, the people, own this country, right?
No.
Really?
No, you don't own it. You think you own it, but you don't.
Really?
Oh, yeah, really. You want to have this
Interesting.
discussion? You want to have this conversation?
Interesting. Okay,
Because
so
you
you
see
can't
what
get
happened?
involved in the politics of the day. You can't get involved in changing legal concepts. You can't do any of that.
If the people ran the country right, January 6th happened, they wouldn't have went to jail. But because they
look,
disobeyed, they wouldn't
January
have to wait.
6th,
Oh,
you know, and
no.
all
What
this-
do you say? The people and some people. Now
I
you're
mean,
doing
I was just saying
now you're
this.
doing a category
I'm
area.
gonna say this because I'm gonna say this generally Pacific because that is kind of putting everybody in a box because we are different. Everybody has their different views, but
No,
I
what
would
I'm
say
saying
this
is-
for the generalization, right? Is
Mhm.
the people lost the ownership of America by once they gave over the banks when they implement the banking system
My
in.
bad, I was muted.
And because everything you get right and everything you have to be qualified for or you have to interview for, if the people were to try to, let's say, implement to the government and check the government, look, we're finna check you. The government will check. They will because they got you in a bind, right? They got you in a bind with all these bills, all this stacked debt, right? They will wipe.
when you
Or
say
individuals out.
they, when you say they,
So
who
the
is
banking
the
system,
they?
You know who he's gonna say today.
They all have their own agendas. This is why. Listen. This
But
is why the
my problem with you saying the they or the Illuminati, it's this elusive group of people out there that we're never gonna know who they are.
No, you know who they are. You know who they are.
Okay.
Jews super soak that hoe. Jews super soak that hoe.
Any president, everybody who owns all
that wasn't what it looked like. That was doing the Superman.
all the people who own
the Superman.
Sony,
That was not what it looked like.
the music industry.
Resla, that was not what it looked like, Resla. That was
Gotta clip it now.
Look,
Clip
you
it and
can't
ship
get my
it.
other hand.
Clip it and ship it now. We got
So-
to ship
so-
it.
Stop, Brett.
Yes.
The
Nah,
Clip it
Illuminati
and ship it.
operates in secret society. That's how they operate.
So because the problem for me is that what's the old saying? The weak men create hard times create strong men create good times create weak men, right? So if you want to be weak, that's on you. I'm going to try to be strong. Now, if the next generation comes along and it ends up weak because I was strong in this moment, at least for me and the future of what I'm seeing, I want to produce that good time. So when I look at the government, I look at something that I can get involved in and then make some changes. But that's just me.
That's an illusion that you have, right? Because at the end of the day, they have pretty much.
Oh, we do have that, sir.
They have all the really. Look, check it out, man. You freedom of speech is subjective in this country now. It used to be you go and just protest. Now you got to do a sign up. You got to do a. Should you just go and watch the
video? You gotta go and watch the video. I cussed the police out, my brother.
I'm saying that there are individuals.
Can I ask a question?
Now I'm gonna say this right. There are individuals who have their own. Yeah, I'm not fuck the government, right? Okay, which is you, Britt. But the majority.
I don't say fuck the government, but fuck the government.
Are they have
ruthless?
The majority of people, right, are under this, American ideology, and they're under this illusion, and they think they own this country, but they don't own the country. Because
Ruthless.
why?
So you say.
Can I ask you a question? Hey, how are you, Resla? How are your family, your friends, your health? All good?
That's for you, Ruthless.
Yeah.
That's for you, Resla. Your
Well,
family, all good?
Oh, yeah, everybody's good.
That's nice. Ruthless. I have a simple question because I've been hearing your statements. Do you believe in truth, right?
Yeah.
Do you believe in an absolute truth? If you do, tell me the difference between the truth that you believe and the absolute truth.
I don't even know how he can say that.
Is that a he
You're
said,
getting
how do
deep,
I
bro.
believe in the difference between the absolute truth and the truth that I believe? Is that the question?
Because absolute truth is objective truth.
There's a difference, right? It's like
Yeah,
moral. It's like moral is an illusion, and there's absolute morals, right?
Well, that's
Well,
like
truth
saying
is
just.
absolute,
Well, hold
period.
on. That's like saying justice and then slapping social in front of it. It changes the meaning of the word.
It does.
I mean, that to me, that's a non sequitur. And well, so the interesting thing is, half a truth is a lie, and a truth and a half is a lie. It's just the truth. Period. End of statement. Drop that mic. So what are we doing here? We'll stop playing games. It's word
Funny, I'm
salad,
trying to
man.
play games over here.
Your culture and your
Stop playing
beliefs, your culture, your upbringing, your culture and your beliefs are the things that are determining what is true and what is not.
But there is an ultimate truth, though, to Kramos's point, though. It
There
either
is what
true,
happened,
what's
and then
true
there's
for
what's
you.
not.
What's true for you might not be the truth.
Yeah,
and you'll find out eventually. So he's not wrong. Kramos is not wrong, but it's still the freaking truth. They're just throwing
Water is
ultimate.
wet.
Just throwing ultimate in front of it. It's
to answer Brick's question, right? Do we own America? Well, no, right? Because
we do until we don't.
If you do not pay,
if
you do not pay your land, your property taxes, or you do not pay, you can be.
I'm not opposed to taxes.
No, I'm just saying this. You will be escorted. You can be and will be escorted.
I believe taxes are a good thing.
I'm not saying what it is not, but this is not negotiable, right? You're being forced to do that. That is something you don't have the option.
Well, it is negotiable, Ruthless, because if enough people are being disenfranchised from their homes with a tyrannical, one second, Kramos, with a tyrannical, overreaching, draconian kind of law situation, they will revolt. And when a particular force is met with a superior force, then it will be what it'll be until once again something creeps in. And to your point, Ruthless, if somebody comes along that says, if you don't give me tribute, I'm taking all you have, until you can match the force, exceed the force, or succumb to the force, or pay the tribute. You see what I'm saying? I don't disagree with what you're saying, Ruthless, but it's about force.
I believe
at the end of it, it's all about force.
Yeah, I believe the banking system was the biggest mistake Americans ever made.
Well, the Americans didn't do it.
They did because they had to buy into it, right? They gave the bank their money
you're right.
You're not wrong. Country. Give us protection for our money, so that they then gave them a promissory note. Okay,
here's the thing: it's not a bad thing. Are you suffering because the banks?
I'm telling you what I think.
Usury.
The problem came when once credit became currency, that then took all the powers and rights to actually truly own something.
How much power do you need, Ruthless?
Good question.
I can't answer that question because how much power is power when it comes to the things that I want and what I need?
Wait, what?
No.
That was crazy.
How much
power is power?
Let me tell you.
Power does.
All I'm saying is
have levels.
All I'm saying
Let me tell you something. I have an absolute truth that works for everyone, and it's a difference. The absolute truth that works for everyone, in my opinion, is the exercise of making questions. That's an absolute truth. What is not absolute is affirm, confirm, or make assumptions about what you're saying in relation of what you believe in. I can make questions. That's an absolute truth. But if I give you my answer, that can be absolute? I don't think so.
Or it could be subjective.
No, actually, Kramos, and it's not that you're wrong, but there is an end to the questions. So you can ask questions, right? But there is an end where you won't be able to ask any more questions.
But then I get to ask again, though. I get to ask again.
And I know that you actually, you know what? Let me correct myself because I forgot. I forgot. No, actually, I forgot that Kramos has a different viewpoint. He has a different belief system. He is in a different viewpoint that he goes on. So actually, you know what? And I don't know that one. I don't know. So you know what, Kramos? I can't really argue against it because you have a different belief system on that. I just realized.
Well, the absolute exercise was that I make a question.
Yeah. Well, yes. And then if you believe in the system of belief that you believe in, which is that you can go on after your body dies, then you go on, right? So when your body dies in certain belief systems, those questions die too. So, but with you can go on with the questions. But yeah, you're right. There are many questions. Here's a question for you, Kramos. Are there questions that cannot be asked?
That cannot be asked?
Yes.
That's impossible.
Yeah.
Because you can ask any question. It's
So
impossible not to be able to ask something. If you are asking me if I can ask you any question, or if there's any question that I cannot ask, that's impossible because I can write it.
All right.
Really?
Well, hold on. I'm going to take a page out of Terry Ock's book here. I'm going to throw a stick in the front spoke.
Called Teriactics.
Yeah, I'm gonna total. It's called Teriactics. Oh gosh,
I like that.
he's gonna write a book.
Got a whole fucking brand swag.
It is
Coming soon,
possible.
boys.
It is possible to ask. It is. What was it again? Because if you don't
Are there
know
any questions that cannot
Absolutely.
be asked?
yes, ones that you don't know to ask.
Yes.
That's exactly it.
Okay.
Yeah. Right. And
If you don't know how to ask, that's
it
a
goes
question.
down. It goes down to ideology
no.
because there are certain cultures that have no clue what the heck we're even talking about.
Right.
Yeah,
They were-
but if I don't,
couldn't ask the question.
if I don't know how to ask a question, that exercise is making a question to myself. How can I ask this? Because I don't know how, but how can I ask this? It is not like a normal human reflect to ask myself, how can I ask this
But that's a
to
different
Resla?
question. But that's a different question altogether.
Yeah,
But it is a question. That's my
But
point.
it's a different question. It's not a question that you can't ask. And there are questions you can't
Actually,
even possibly know
questception.
to ask.
The only questions you can't ask are the ones you have never thought of.
Or don't know to ask.
That's a very good point.
Have no concept of. Like,
Correct.
Here's one, right? So how many shades are there of red, right? And you can't possibly know the answer to that. However, are there's questions that are in the shades of red that if you knew all the shades of red that you could ask, but you don't know all the shades of red.
Mm-hmm. And
Yeah, but that doesn't prevent me to ask.
No, it does. It does. The knowledge that you do not have prevents you from
I
asking.
think
those
Resla has a very good point, because the only question that you cannot ask is the question that you don't know. So
I'll
if
give it to
Well,
Tia.
hold on.
Beat me to it.
What's the meaning of life?
no,
If you're asking a question that you don't know the answer to, so hold
for
on.
me, are you asking me?
No. I'm. That's the question. What's the meaning of life? If you could ask Jesus, what's the meaning of life? Like, if you don't know what the answer would be, but no, you know to ask the question though.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
never mind.
that's
Never
the
mind.
point. It's
I
not
digress.
getting the answers.
Yeah, we're talking. Yeah, we're
I
talking about.
confused myself there.
Yeah.
Right. No. Yeah, that's a question that you would know. You would have knowledge of to ask the question. But
Right.
like I was saying, there are shades of red that are in the spectrum.
Brick.
That you don't have that knowledge, so there's no way you could possibly know to ask the question.
But
You're
Brick,
muted.
Brick, the point is that he's not trying to get the answer as to what are all the colors of red. He can ask the question still. How many colors of red are there?
Exactly.
That's
Exactly.
the question.
That's a question that he could ask.
My point is, the exercise to make questions
Right.
is absolute truth. everybody can make questions different,
But
if the answers, I can throw you my answer, that's not absolute.
Yeah.
I cannot give you this is the absolute truth because this is my answer. No, but it is absolute truth to make the question.
You can look at it. You can only try to get to an absolute truth only if you can bring up an absolute question.
Yeah. Hey, bro. Thank you.
You got to get to that question first. Here's one, right? Is it morally right for a fish? Here we go.
What
to
the fuck are you
use
saying?
ram ventilation, which is breathing. Is it morally correct?
Can I answer with a question?
Oh, wait. Because the sad part about it is that I might have an answer.
Right. Now, would the fish have an answer? Would the fish have a question for you? Why would the fish even care?
Already.
But the moral question of it, right? This is the thing. When it comes to morality, right? There are cultures, there are things that you're never going to know about certain individuals and their cultures that you're not going to know to ask.
Yeah, I understand, Brick, but my point wasn't that. My point is, tell me one question that you don't know how to ask.
Tell me lies.
That you don't know how to ask.
There are questions that I don't know how to ask. Yes, because I don't know certain languages.
No. You know how to ask a question. You just don't know how to ask it in their language.
Yeah.
So I don't know how to ask the question. Yeah.
No. Tell me one question that you don't know, regardless of the language. Tell me one question that you don't know how to ask.
I don't know how to ask. What race are you?
What race?
Just a joke. It's just a joke.
You just asked me.
No,
he was joking.
Brick, tell me one question that you don't know how to ask.
That's called circular reasoning, Kramos.
You see my point now? Man's question.
That is circular reasoning. You're asking me to come up with a question, which would be a hypothesis.
That's the fallacy. You're just saying just because it could be a fallacious argument.
Yeah, it is. It's
you're
a
not gonna
fallacious.
Answer it. You should still be able to answer his question.
No, it's not a question.
I think
it's not a question, Terry.
To explain my point, I think
what is the question that you don't know how to ask?
To do question something, I refuse.
The question that I cannot ask, that I don't know how to ask, is the question that I don't even know.
Can you ask a question instead of trying to tell me what to do?
What?
Because when you said it the way you said it was actually a demanding statement.
Home policing.
So no. I'm letting you know that what you actually did was you made a demand, which is not because you don't it's because you don't understand that you didn't actually ask a question. You actually made a demanding statement. I'm not taking offense to it.
I made a
question.
I asked you a question.
No, you said tell me. That's a demanding statement. Now, if you want to ask a question, ask a question.
Okay, Brick, what is the question that you don't know how to ask?
What is the question that I don't know how to ask? Is your question?
Yeah, it's a question.
Yes.
I don't know.
Okay, that's fine.
Bingo. There it is. And is that an acceptable answer?
Of course.
Okay. See,
simple.
See, the I don't knows, when people are willing to be humble and accept there are some things that they just simply don't know, we can move on, because there are some things that you are never, ever, ever going to know. There are questions that you're going to want answers for that you might not even know the question.
Brick, are you a Christian?
I agree.
Are you a Christian, Brick?
That keeps coming up today.
It does.
Brick, are you a Christian? He's pleading the fifth. Is he pleading the fifth? I'm trying to figure out, what is he, a Muslim or Christian?
Are you a Christian, Ruthless?
And I'm trying to figure out why it matters.
Yeah.
I'm a
So ruthless. I'll put it to you like this.
I'm a
Well,
Christian.
I didn't ask. And like,
I
was
don't-
just
I don't-
saying
matters.
that more than
Yeah, I don't
I was
mind talking about my. I
in a
don't
way as
mind.
well too.
Oh, you was talking about it last time.
I don't mind talking about my ideology, but when somebody comes out and asks that question, I don't like to do the label of myself, because I prefer that if you're gonna label me as a people group, then it's kind of disingenuous to what we're trying to accomplish.
Rick has already given way too much. I would just say when a question like that is asked, there's a matter of intent behind the actual question.
No, we had a discussion a while back.
Yeah, and that's okay. So what's the purpose of the question?
Because me and you had a discussion a few weeks ago on a panel on Uncle Tom's channel, and I wasn't sure your stance because you never really just
I believe Christ is king.
Okay. That's all I was just. I was just confirming a conversation we had. You remember Resla, the one we had?
Yeah, and it's okay. I don't mind. Because the thing is, Christian is an ideology. It's a religion, right? And so I am just a man, right? And I don't like to be labeled, whether it's Christian or like if I actually identify, I'm going to identify as an American and a man at that. Like I'm not trying to do the as a man shit.
I mean, we understand the physical attributes of if you wrote down an application. You know what I mean? You're American, Black American, African American, whatever.
Yeah, and what's interesting about that is when those applications ask you those questions, those are actually violations of your rights according to the law.
Of course.
Yeah.
But we
always, if there's a box that says no answer, I always try to check that one, and past that, I don't really want a job that's going to ask me all about my ideologies and things like that. To be honest, like I don't want to get involved with a company like that. That's such a bad faith company you can only work for me if you're a Christian or a Muslim or atheist. You know?
But the question is that moral for a company to do?
Is it moral on their part? They could say it is, but in my opinion, they could say it. In my opinion, it's neither good or bad. Really, it's just their ideologies coming out.
Disrespectful.
It's disrespectful. Yeah.
Let me ask you this way: do you think they should be allowed?
No.
Say no. You're not working for me unless I'm Christian. You're Christian.
I do believe that they should be allowed. Yes.
Yeah, if it's their company,
yeah,
they should be allowed to run it.
To ask.
I have a question. If we can't agree, and we don't, if we cannot agree on this universal moral code, what do you think should be the guiding principle for ethical behavior?
God Almighty.
We do not agree.
No harm principle.
Amen.
On a universal moral code. So what should be the guiding principle of ethical behavior in societies?
I like no harm principle.
Ethical behavior?
Ethical behavior, because it's not apparently it's hard to say the word morals without somehow it being religious, even though non-religious people can make these particular arguments.
I think regardless of the religion is the ethic. That's the fundament. The ethic. Regardless if I'm Christian or Muslim or whatever, if I'm ethical and I'm having an ethical behavior, is because I have a kind of orientation, a guide. That's your point, Resla?
So the standards of your question, Resla, would be the commandments, right?
No, it's not. No, it's not.
No, he's saying like non-religious at all. He doesn't want to get religion in it at all.
It's not. This applies to everybody.
Your presupposition is that morals can only come from the Bible.
No.
Right. No, they come from God.
Right, they come from God.
So here's the thing. I know you would like it not to be the fact, but tough titty said the kitty when the milk went dry. Now listen. All right.
I ain't heard that one in a long time. Thank you, Jess.
So no problem. So here's the interesting thing I brought up before: the elephant mourning its loss of a calf, the ape female ape that thought she lost her baby in childbirth, and finding that it was alive and being overjoyed. Now, I wouldn't say that that is an assertion or assessment of morals. It is definitely empathy or sympathy or an emotion.
Is it love?
Right. So now emotions can exist. Now I can I can imprint what I consider that to be a moral thing, to stand guard over your fallen child and care about it. As a Christian, I can imprint my Christian values and say, well, that seems like a moral thing to do, to not just walk on by your dead child and not care. Right. But then explain rabbits, R selected versus K selected, if you want to get into biology. So right. So, I mean, we'll just put a pin in that.
Gators, alligator, yep, crocodiles.
Right.
Mhm.
So
Bugs
we'll put a
Bunny.
pin in that. But I mean, there are some cold-blooded things, literally and figuratively.
I
cold-blooded
agree.
Things. So the interesting thing is this. That's not moral behavior. We might attribute that as a decent thing for the female elephant to care about, or the entire what do they call a herd of elephants, I guess, or
It's a herd.
yeah. So I mean, a herd of elephants to care about or to try to rescue a stuck elephant, to band together. We'd be like, oh, look at that. Oh, they have human emotions. They, but that's us imparting our systems onto them, which is probably what Resla's argument is when a Christian is trying to input his beliefs onto me, saying, oh, Resla's a decent person. And I've seen people that don't profess to be Christians to, in my opinion, act more like Christians than professing Christians.
Agreed.
Often. Right. And to my shame, I've been guilty of that.
I think it's a very good point. I think it's a very good point, and it's a very good question from Resla, because if you think about guidance to have ethic behavior, for me, in my opinion, the guidance is simple. Today, when I'm 42 years old, my guidance is to be aware if I'm doing harm or not. Because if you have the attempt, the will, and you work to do harm, and you are consciously doing harm to others, that's not ethic behavior in my perspective. If you harm people because you made a mistake, because you were wrong, because you have unethical behavior, but it was not your attempt, I think that's a guy in my life to be like, hey, Kramos, you did harm. You did harm, and it was not your will, but you did it. So you need to correct yourself. That guidance to be ethical, to have an ethic behavior, for me is harm, damage, violence, or good generosity, solidarity, if I have the will, but not to be aware that I'm harming people because my wrong behavior, unethical behavior, that's for me is my guidance. How can I be the less risk to harm somebody to through my decision or not? And if I do harm other people, that's my own guidance. Hey, you made a mistake. Be careful next time, because you did wrong, because you did harm, and it was not your will, but you did it. So my guidance is to correct myself, not to harm people with my decisions. That's what I can answer for your question, Restless.
But
Yeah,
would
I
you
like it. I'm in
concede?
the same. Go ahead.
But would you like concede that harm is subjective in a way, because there's a lot of like the T movement that would say it's harm not to give these kids a surgery.
Or silence is violence.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
I think it's to be aware and to be conscious. If
But would you also concede that there is like some sort of like line in the sand that we can say like physical
come again,
abuse?
sorry, come again.
Like, would you also say though that like there's like some sort of like objective kind of standard that we could like aim towards, like a line in the sand that we could point toward to say this is where it's like we treat everyone fairly?
harm is harm, bro. For me, if
Harm
I
is
do harm,
which is why we have to keep turning around, have to keep redefining it. Because even when he mentioned like the whole
that's
teeth
begging the
thing, right?
question.
That's my point.
They haven't figured. But harm is when you have even things like that. We think about it, but there are people that because they don't know about it, they even know to ask the right questions, which is why they don't know it's harmful.
Yeah, exactly. If I know that I was wrong,
But I think
and I
across
did
the board,
harm,
we know that a physical assault is harm, and therefore we
yeah,
will all be against that. That's a
and
line in the sand. How about
and
do not
all
attack
kinds of
me?
harm. You
Yeah.
can
So
have you heard did you in someday in your life did you harm somebody without the attempt of harming that people, and you were aware and you correct yourself?
Oh no, she asked for more. But yes, I have definitely unintentionally harmed other people. But yes.
Yeah. So in that case, is there a place where you would stand on that? Would that be morality, Teriak? And I would assume James as well. Would morality be that place of ethics? And if so, what is that definition? Because ultimately, all you're doing is saying morality, and then what goes out from there? Because I can say what's moral to me, and then you say, well, this is moral to me. But when I say no harm principle, it might not be objective, but it's a lot closer to the standard than some moral subjectiveness.
I'm
Yeah, that's my point.
pointing out the moral guidance the Resla was talking about. What is the guidance that
I actually agree with you, Kramos, but I was actually asking Teriak and James because they are the standards of morality. They say
this is why Plato and Aristotle were saying it's like this needs to be in a religion. There needs to be some sort of objective mind, universal mind, absolute mind that grounds all these things that you're pointing towards. There's this higher authority. It's a metaphysical concept. Morality is a metaphysical concept. It's not physical. There's something that we all know as humans that we can point towards, that there is some sort of perfect standard out there that would be most conducive to society, that gets us the most like regenerative in terms of like increasing the birth rate, but in terms of a noble process, a holy standard per se.
So it's because God told me so. And that's fine, but what would get you close to that standard of morality? What is morality?
Yeah.
Just because God told me so doesn't tell me anything, because people roam around the earth saying God told me to do this, and they end up putting an axe through somebody's head.
It's like here in Chile, since many decades ago, we have this law that is moral and good customs. It's a law. So if a woman caught me peeing in a tree in the street, she can call the police, and they can bring me to jail for mixtion, to pee in the street, because I'm breaking the law of good customs and moral.
We call it indecent exposure here in the U.S.
Okay. So if I have an urgency, if I have a kidney issue and I needed to pee, I didn't want to, but I needed to. Am I breaking that law because I have a medical need?
Shouldn't be, in my opinion. Unfortunately, that is the law. You cannot pee in public.
Yeah. Your law is a culmination of a unanimous decision to put something that
unanimous decision.
Well, I wouldn't say unanimous, but plurality.
The majority. I said the majority. Yeah, not
we're
unanimous.
talking about.
You're right.
We're talking about mores. We're talking about social norms, normative, socially acceptable things. In China, you can put a dog in a cage so it's small it can't move away from the blowtorch as you cook off all of its hair, because you say the meat tastes better because of the pain that you're inflicting on the dog. If you did that to my dog here, I'd probably American History X curb stomp your face into oblivion.
But
allegedly in Minecraft.
My thing about that too is that okay, giving an objective standard, right? As close as you can get it, right? Saying indecent exposure, that still doesn't quite get there the same way that no harm principle does.
Yeah, but take a step back, because what the point of Resla was so important, in my opinion.
Sorry, give me a moment.
What is the guidance?
Hey, give me a moment. Hey, Noel, are you going to be able to engage in this conversation?
What?
Your mic is low, so hold on. Let me try to fix your mic. But number 2, wow, your mic is really low. So, are you going to be able to engage in the conversation that we're having today?
Yes.
Do you know what the conversation is?
No. Can you please, Tarek? I know these people in here. I know Tarek. I know you, and I know him. And where is Margot? And where's Daisy? Oh my
Don't know who they are.
Okay.
We don't all know each other. All right, let's continue. Go ahead, Cremo.
Before you go, I believe you're getting a little bit of feedback, Noel, as well. Just so you know.
Thank you for that, Brick. We can hear the background.
I can hear me.
Okay, sorry.
I can.
Sorry.
You're
So.
All right, this is cool.
All right, so Kramos, what were you gonna say?
Hold up, what was that again?
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I am here.
No,
I'm here. Is this better?
We see you here.
Yes.
We were just saying you can hear whatever you had going on in the background. We was able to hear it.
Sorry, I was on the other panel. Sorry, I'm sorry. I just.
But you're good now.
You're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yes, Tarek, can I talk to you, Tarek?
Wait. We had a question going on in the panel, and people were talking about it. The question was, shit. Now I lost track of the question. Oh, if we cannot agree on I got lost already.
No worries.
Yeah, so we were talking about universal morality. If we can't all agree on universal morality, then what would be, quote, the ethical standards that would basically run society today, or run society?
Just because we can't agree doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Tarek,
That's true.
Oh my god.
excuse me. Can I talk to Tarek for a minute?
Sure, 'cause
Oh.
this is a Teriak show. Yes.
Yeah, just like dive bomb the show.
Wait, I do not want the derailing.
She's derailing already.
Do you know do you know the song "Blame Canada"? It's blame Teriak. Yeah, everything's Teriak's fault. He's an agent of chaos. He called Noel in here.
And I'm gonna do what well, my first words were, are we gonna be able to engage with the topic? First question was asked.
Yes.
That question was a no there.
Next question is, why is Daisy going after Margot? Like, she is drunk.
Okay.
Okay. So
Control.
what were we saying?
Wait.
This one time
so
at band camp.
When you talk about
Okay.
morality, it's a concept that exists in the mind. If this is a universal concept, that's as in all humans feel some sort of sense of morality, that would point towards that because it's a metaphysical concept, they exist in the mind, and we all agree that there is some sort of objective standard of morals that could exist that would be most conducive to societies that would grow and flourish and prosper, all this kind of shit. Promised land. You know what I mean?
I don't. No, I don't agree with that, but I'm sure James would. James, do you agree with him?
Oh, that
One sec. I'm sorry, James. Noel, I'm not here to talk about any of that bullshit. It
Sorry.
has nothing to do with my
I'm
channel.
sorry.
I don't care about
Okay.
I don't know those people. Don't bring those people up. Don't bring beef that you have with other people onto my platform. That's not what my shit's about.
Okay,
Yeah, right
so-
here. We're here to talk about Jesus.
Jesus,
saves.
yes.
Hallelujah.
Yes,
Praise to God.
hallelujah.
Praise God.
I'm doing the hallelujah.
Let's put
Praise
some holy
God.
hands up. Yeah. What would Jesus do?
Jesus. Jesus
I'm
would
not mocking,
fix
by the
us.
way. I'm not mocking. I mean that.
James, you wanna engage with first question?
Let's see. The question of whether or not I agree with Teriak. Yes, I would agree with Teriak. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and I figured this was the case.
Yeah, because Teriak talks sense. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Thank you,
Um,
sir.
so my issue with it is that you're labeling morality as objective, right? And you're
It is.
saying that we all agree, but this is not true.
No. Objective morality does not mean we all agree. You're misunderstanding the definition of what objective morality
But no.
is.
That is exactly what he said. And James, this is why I
Objective
asked if you
morality
agree.
is that God set a standard that's objective.
This is why I asked you, James. This is why
Maybe
I asked
I
you, did you agree with
didn't.
Teriak?
Here,
Because
maybe I
Teriak
missed
said
the
that
part.
there's an objective morality that we can all agree on.
Maybe I
Okay,
missed
so
that
Brick,
part. I don't
let
agree
me
with that
one
part.
sec, James. One second. Let me just like body slam him just real quick. Brick,
Body
do
slam,
Christians
okay.
disagree?
Oh damn! He body slammed me. Oh jeez, and I got
Do
right
Christians
back up. What's up, bro?
disagree? But does Christianity exist?
Does
Of course,
Christianity exist?
Of course.
Yeah, Christians
No.
disagree,
Kind of
correct?
question is that shit? All the
Wait, wait, wait,
respect.
wait.
No, I want to see where he's going. Go follow the rabbit hole, please.
No,
Yeah, follow the rabbit hole. Let's go.
Because like your logic seems to entail that
No, it
because there's
doesn't
disagreement on what objective morality is, because there's disagreement, ergo there is no objective morality. You could say the same thing of like, oh, because Christians disagree with what Christianity
Stupid
is,
question.
there you go, Christianity doesn't exist.
Christianity
See
doesn't
the
exist.
flaw in the logic here?
No.
I'm
Bro,
just
you're
Mr.
asking-
Potato Man.
No,
I
you're
pot of
missing the
gold and my
potato because
rainbows.
you dug it up,
I'm
right?
a Lucky
and then
Charms.
threw it over your shoulder because you didn't even know it was a potato. I said no.
Well,
No,
you're a
what?
potato.
What you said no to?
Christianity does not exist.
How? I thought you was a Christian.
Did you see how goofy this? See,
Wait,
see
wait.
Rez's face. Just
All right,
look at what
let me
Rezla has
address
gone
that.
off cam, Brick.
I
Look
mean,
at
I
what you
literally
do.
have to say the statement for you to hear it. That's how
All right,
stupid
relax.
you are. You don't
No, no,
listen to
that's
the answer. You ask a question,
Stupid.
I answer it, I say no, and you're like, you missed the potato.
Yeah, like you said, Christianity doesn't
Bro,
exist, bro.
you threw the potato over your shoulder. Go get it.
Christianity does exist
Really,
exactly,
show it to me.
exactly.
Show it to me.
Ruthless.
because you
Where's it
have
at?
Christians
See
that
what,
exist.
Show
see
it
how
to me.
goofy we're getting.
Pull it up.
Show me
Show it to me.
Christianity.
Show it to me.
Talking about.
You said it exists. Show it to me.
So Christianity is just describe a group of
Rezla, I feel for you,
Here
bro.
I am,
feel for
Lord,
you.
send me. Okay,
It
now
just
it's gonna make
describes a group of
Mhm.
Christians who believe in the same ideology.
No.
I love when we're trying to define something, we define it by saying the word of the thing we're trying to define.
circular reasoning. Circular reasoning. Thank you. Yes.
Hey, no, I think it's so much simple.
It's
Christianity
an
exists.
ideology.
No,
Yeah.
no. Hey,
It
wait a
exists in
minute.
your mind,
Do
but
do
you
you
cannot
know?
show it to
Oh,
me.
my
Oh,
God.
hey, do you know about the
I
Phoenicians? The
see
Phoenicians.
God is
built
real.
Christianity.
That's for me. It's not for you. You see?
Yeah,
Here's a question I have.
You say you
Here's a question I have for you,
see?
Fred.
I'm talking about
okay, here's a question I
historic
have for you, Fred.
fact.
Do you believe that the Israelites are real?
The Israelites.
Israelites.
Yeah, the Hebrews.
Like
Oh,
as a nation.
stupid questions are getting like
Are you gonna answer the
spreading.
question?
I mean,
Israelites. Okay, let me hear a better
Okay,
question.
when
Are
we ask these
Israelites
questions, right?
are Israelites and
Ruthless. When we're
Christian-
asking these questions, right? When we're asking these questions, are we when you're asking the question, are you asking as if you're speaking about it as if they are an ideology that they follow, or are they a people?
are they a people?
are
So,
they?
okay, there you go. There you go,
So
Rick.
is
You
Israelites?
believe
Okay,
in
this is
magic.
I'm gonna rephrase it. Let me rephrase the question. Is Israelites and Christian the same people?
Yes.
So then Christianity is people who profess Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior. So you're
We're
telling me
all the same, bro.
that's my point.
All
so then
men are created equal. That statement is true.
okay,
Yeah.
but Christianity,
That's not
Christianity-
fundamentally.
You have a
Christian-
choice. I have a
Christianity-
choice. We move.
Huh?
These
what?
guys.
What was your
I
question?
mean,
What was your question, Britt?
I'm answering yours.
He's
Okay,
actually
you
answering
said
your
choice
question.
though. What you mean choice?
Yeah. I'm
We
a
all have,
man.
we all
You're a
have
man.
choice. We all have
Right.
freedom, free will.
As in, yes.
I don't believe in free will, but
But he's
I
saying like
understand
we're
what you're
all
saying.
created
Man.
equal. All he said, all men, not all Christians, all men are created equal. That was his answer.
I agree with that.
Yeah, and we
But
have
So
a
that
Don't
choice.
believe in
wouldn't
free
matter.
will.
That means it wouldn't matter whether he was a Christian.
Well, it depends on where the judgment lies, right? On what.
No.
So
That
if he's a
answers
Christian,
that answers even the
Oh.
previous.
what Christians do, or the Israelites, however you want to put it, they do display a personal relationship with God because they belong to God.
So those are
Whoa,
human
wait, hold
beings
up,
with
hold up.
ideologies.
So, but given what you just said, I'm gonna bring this up with the GS real quick, because even GS has said, and I've seen it myself, that he's even ran across some people that would behave more Christian-like than some Christians that he's actually run into.
And that's a false statement.
Oh, really?
Explain how it's a
Interesting.
false statement.
That was my point. When you make a question, that's absolute. When you confirm
All right, we got that point already.
the answer and
yeah, I'm
you
not a-
are
I'm not-
you're telling that the other statement is incorrect.
Rebels, we got
Okay.
you already. We got you already.
Yeah, first off, I'm not qualified
Okay,
to make,
to
I'm
tell us
not-
your truth, man.
I'm not qualified to make absolutes. I'm not the Almighty. Meaning I'm not qualified to make an absolute yay or nay. It'll be revealed to me. Ask and you shall receive, knock and it should be opened unto you, seek and ye shall find. Furthermore, I would go on
Shalom.
to say, yeah, shalom. So I would further go on to say that
And he was an hungered, and he
And-
he would seek and he would find. And so because the food, it is everywhere. Like the problem is greed, right? So when you're looking, right, maybe you're not looking in the right place, and
Looking for what?
your morality is getting in your way.
No.
or lack thereof.
Are you talking in too far?
Yeah, you're like,
maybe.
Ruthless. Let me ask you something.
Wait, 1 second. 1 second. I just want to address Britt. Are you talking about looking for what though? Looking for the truth or looking for a selfish ambition?
Sustenance.
Well, hold up. Self-examination. What's the difference?
Selfish ambition. So somebody looking for something for ambition of their personal what they want,
the truth of the matter, in my opinion,
or are they looking for the truth?
we are all self-serving. This is just human nature. However, we do well to live within the collective mind, kind of like a beehive, right? And so we write these social contracts.
He's a communist.
The problem comes where not that far. The problem
Looks like we
comes
got
when
ourselves a
greed
liberal.
Just the
boys.
tip. Just the tip. Not that far.
becomes
I won't go any further. Just the tip.
the problem becomes greed when you're after more than what you need, or okay, it's okay to have a little bit of desire, or eat healthy, enjoy life kind of thing, but when you go so far as to assert your morality over someone else, now you've gone a step too far. Now you're
but this
violating
here's the
that
problem,
no
Greg.
harm principle.
This is the empty throne.
So
It's not a official fallacy, but it's like the empty throne fucking like a concept of socialism, where it's like if we all just like don't step into that
Be
realm of power,
respectful,
then
bro.
just no
You
one
need to
will.
be respectful. You cannot speak about empty throne. Be respectful.
So here's the interesting thing. It's about force, right? So even the fear of God is a force. The fear of guys in badges and guns coming to take me away, haha, they're coming to take me away. That's a fear of force. The fear of the government overreaching and the people revolting is a fear of force.
So
Everywhere you look, it comes down to force.
with
What
fear,
you're good.
The
I
mob
didn't mean to
always
interrupt. I didn't mean
exists.
to interrupt you while I was talking. Good.
I apologize.
I land the
yes.
pain. That's okay. Go ahead.
Go ahead, my brother. Go ahead. I apologize.
I love you, brother. I really do.
Yeah. So fear, when it comes to fear of man and these things that are like in the natural reality, that's not the same as the fear of God. The fear of God would be the fear of disappointing the Creator, the Father, right? That is a different type of fear. It's not force. You're not in fear of force. You're in fear of losing that favor.
Well,
I think
there's a
I
heaven to
think
gain. There's a heaven to gain and a hell to shun. There is an ultimate judgment.
I,
It's permanent separation from God. That's
I
the
think I
fear.
think it's funny. It's funny, and hear this, Resla. If you can think about ethical behavior, right? Like a moral citizen, human being, whatever. Is there any moral to be afraid? Is there any moral evaluation to
That's
fear? Because I shoot, I killed 7 people. I was afraid. Okay, there's an unethical, immoral, inhuman behavior. There's a moral guidance to be afraid of something.
muted, Ressa.
I the answer to that is yes. I mean, not for nothing. I've ran across people who, even if you want to look at it in terms of Christianity, who do things out of quote being moral, praying and everything else, but not because they truly believe, but rather they are in fear of.
Well, the
Thank
Bible
you.
says the fear of God is the beginning of wisdom. Lean not on your own understanding.
Sure, but there are people who actually choose and they willfully serve. They don't serve out of fear.
Well, no, but this goes back to what Brick is saying too. You know,
It's not fear
it's
of
a fear
force.
of it's a fear of not being in the presence of the Lord. Now, if you've not been there,
Fair. Mhm.
it's hard to describe what it's like to be. Even I slip in and out of it all the time because I'm a muppet. You know, I mean, I'm an idiot at the end of the day. When I start leaning on my own understanding, I start getting into the flesh. I start getting angry. I start yelling at Teriak, my Irish brother, wishing a potato famine on the man. What's wrong with me? Hey, what's wrong with me? I'm a
That
filthy
got real
Protestant.
fucked up real quick. I'm not gonna
Get
lie.
yourself
That
some Lucky
escalated quickly.
Charms.
So the question is, who will be in fear of not being in or being eternally separated from God?
But please, there's a moral behavior guidance to be afraid of something.
Is there? Is there? That's the question.
Are you making a statement or a question?
Question.
Yeah.
Cool.
And the question was what again?
I guess if you're looking at it in terms of people being forced to do things that are quote
Re-
moral,
re-
and
regardless
ethical,
religion.
I mean,
Yeah, regardless religion.
you can even say legally, people do things that are considered morally that everybody look at it ethically because they were afraid of consequences.
Okay, so that's the question. Is there a guidance, moral, ethical behavior orientation to be afraid? I can be
Call
afraid
laws.
and think about the moral of my behavior, being afraid, being scared.
That would be a question
They're
for
called laws.
Teriak, James, or generally specific.
Yeah,
Because they defend the moral positions.
yeah. So like, I'd say I think it's a bit of a loaded question purely because it's like saying it's like, oh, like wouldn't it be better if we lived in a world without pain? But without pain, if you put your hand on a hot stove, you wouldn't know when to take it off. Pain is a necessary component of life. So is the same with fear and shame. Like these are motivators that you want to overcome to be better.
So
Okay,
it's because of
you're not
pain.
answering the question.
Well,
You're not
I
answering
I
the
even
question.
made I even made that same statement earlier about the whole idea of gratitude. You can't be gracious of things that you have if everything was all good. You have to
Yeah,
experience
what I'm saying, Cosmos is or Kramos, sorry, is that I
Kramos.
don't think fear is a moral issue.
Fear doesn't need a
Interesting.
guidance of moral behavior.
Okay, well hold on. I'm going to push back
Because
on
I
that.
can
Very
think of
interesting.
like where fear is wrong, which is cowardice, but I can also think where fear is a
No.
motivator to overcome
No.
bravery.
Did you
Don't
say?
don't get up.
I'm sorry, can you correct that just a little bit? Can you just
Look,
repeat that? Are you saying that fear is
look. I'm going to give you an
cowardice?
example. Look, I'm going to give you an example. When I was little, in my room at night, I was afraid and
I
scared,
was petrified.
absolute scare of darkness. Okay, and my parents were in the next room, so I punched the wall. Boom, 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 boom. because I wanted to go to the bathroom, and my father got up and turned on all the lights. And then I went to the bathroom, and my father was standing there sleepy. And when I returned to my room, my father turned off all the lights. It's different if instead of punching the wall, boom, 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 to signal and call my father to turn on the lights. It's different if I was, hey, I want to go to the bathroom, get the fuck up. You know my point? What is the moral when you react to being scared? When you react to fear? Is there a moral guidance? I need to administrate my reaction being scared to be ethical, to be a good ethic behavior? That's my point.
Well, okay, so let me try to answer that question. Now, let's say you were banging on the walls all the time, and you were constantly knocking holes into the wall. Insulation was falling out. Your siblings and your family started to get colder and colder. Eventually, it caused your baby sister to freeze to death in the crib because you were out of control and lacked the fear of that belt on your ass to keep you from banging on the wall, you muppet. So would you say it would be moral for him to put that fear of the belt in you so you act right and don't freeze your little sister to death?
Thank you.
Because you want to bang on all the walls?
Thank you.
Think or thank you?
Thank you.
Yes. So yeah, there is a moral aspect to being afraid.
That's my point.
Yes.
Well, an indirect moral aspect, right? Not really a direct one. It'd be kind of like an indirect moral aspect.
I mean, but look at it. When the prisoners run the prison, when the kids run the schools, when the children run the homes, when the privates run the army, what are you going to have?
Yeah, it goes to hell.
Exactly.
It goes to hell.
So what about fear? Fear. You need the authoritarian aspect.
Healthy fear, yeah.
Man.
So in that regard,
it's like if you're in a building in a fire and you escape before taking care of women and children.
Yeah. So
because,
who would
because
be
you were scared?
So who would be the leader you would follow? The guy who threatens you with pain and violence if you don't do what he tells you, or the guy who encourages you to do good for others?
I will follow a real leader.
So which one of those?
That didn't answer the question.
The leader.
That was a dodging question.
Which one is a better leader in your opinion? This is opinionated. I love this type of question.
The one who doesn't impose instructions that instead
through
of that,
force and violence, you don't want to have to be told what to do. You want to be able to make that choice
it's a very good question, because I had an experience with a friend of mine who wanted to go into his house when he was burning, and I needed to slap his face because he was not listening to me. And after I slapped his face, bro, you don't know how. What are you thinking? You cannot go inside, your house is burning. No. He was like irrational, and I slapped his face. So it's a very good question, because it's a violent measure.
So in regards to the other three panelists, I know you guys take the moral stance. So when you say because of fear of pain that you do what is morally correct or right or just or whatever.
No.
I
disagree. To live is to not live without suffering. Jesus
in a building on fire, if I push women and children and I'm pushing everybody to escape me first, I will not follow that guy.
Okay.
I will follow the one who is trying to organize the escaping for everybody.
Okay, so yeah, that guy would be Jesus first off. But here's the funny rub about that. That same guy is also going to come back with fire.
I know.
Lots of fire.
I know that part too. Yeah. But that's not.
Here's the funny part about that situation, though, because I hear about the guy who rushes out rushes out first, pushes everybody out the way. Well, what if that guy who rushes out first is the one that comes back with the water?
Good one. Exactly. A good question because
The
you can
water?
judge him.
No
Yeah.
one's gonna be coming back
So
with
wait
the
a minute,
water.
Kramos. Wait a minute, Kramos. You're like a,
Nothing.
wait, Kramos. You're a jellyfish, dude. You're a jellyfish.
Yeah. What if he's the one that comes back
But
with
hold
the
on. You
water?
ask these wide open questions, and you ask them and frame them in such a way as if you're the antithesis to the answer you're seeking. Yet the second that a good response to it is, you're like, oh, exactly. That's where I was going the whole time. Get the fuck out of here. No, fuck that shit, dude.
Can I take that?
Get
Can I
10
take that?
toes fucking planted.
Can
you
I take that as
jellyfish.
a compliment? Can I take that as a compliment?
It actually is a pretty good compliment.
Okay, thank you.
But it's just funny though. It's like, you know,
I was sitting there thinking about it, like, because I keep hearing the word fear, and I'm like, but fear itself isn't good or bad. It's how we respond, or rather, how we justify it, or how we use it as a guide.
Morality is an action.
So if the decision was to, I'm in fear, I ran outside, but because I'm also ran outside, I also grabbed the water to be able to help get it to everybody else who did not make the decision to run out as quickly as I did.
Or just escape and leave everybody behind.
well hold
Fear is reactionary.
but hold on
Yes.
though. What if the women and children were the idiots that were trying to lock everyone in?
What
What if they were the ones that were starting the fire? Yeah, I'm pushing the dumbasses out of the way. I'm out. So you're asking a lot of really open-ended questions that have, ask more substantive questions that have a more definitive
I don't want to escape under your instruction.
I still wanted to hear from Teriak and James on my question. If fear of pain is the reason for your morality, then
he forgot it.
Yeah, I did. Horrible memory.
Gone with the wind.
Yep.
Yeah,
Anyway.
so like again, like when you say like my morality, I don't know what you mean. Like all I'm saying is that there is an objective morality out there.
Yeah. So even if
And
there
just
isn't,
because I disagree doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
so if there is this objective morality,
Divine intelligence, unmoved mover.
and fear of pain is the motivator for that.
Who says it is?
Well, that's what you had said earlier.
I didn't say fear of pain
I don't
is the
think you did.
motivator for
Well,
the
it
universal
was-
mind. What
it
the
was-
fuck?
Yeah, you said because of pain.
No, what I'm saying is that pain is a necessary component to life.
Right.
Because a
And
lot
so,
of these lefties will be like, oh, if only we get rid of all the pain in the world, then everything be. But without pain, you wouldn't be able to know to take your hand off a hot stove.
so you know that the scriptures actually says that there would be no pain nor tears. in that.
No, you're talking about in the new heavens and the new earth, not.
Okay, so then it's possible according to the scriptures and
Yeah,
morality.
But
But
the
hold on,
new
hold on.
heavens and the new earth, we're not there yet.
Nothing but life.
You're talking about the reality in which we've not even.
Okay, you're talking about it. Hold on. You're talking about a complete paradigm shift. You're moving the Overton window from reality to what is going to be a new
Heaven.
With God,
reality.
all things
Right.
are possible.
No, but I didn't say it wasn't impossible.
Periac. Pain
it's
is
not
necessary
gonna
to life on earth.
I didn't say
Brick.
it wasn't possible.
Yeah, but in heaven though.
we are. Listen, we are in the world, but we are not supposed to be of the world. We're supposed to be separate, peculiar people, right? Separated from the world.
So then how does morality work? How do you get to know what objective morality is?
by
Through God.
listening to the word of God and praying daily. Yes, less of
So
me,
you
more
can
of
never
you.
know, right? It's
No,
just a
you-
belief.
Yes, you can know. That's the thing.
No,
you
you-
can't. God knows, so God imprints it on your heart as
Well,
you
no,
get
no.
to
Well,
know the
well,
Lord.
let's engage Rick's question and not dismiss it. We can never truly know. Only God can truly know. I think that's what Rick's saying.
Yes,
But
and
it's kind of a Captain Obvious kind of like.
well, it's not obviously because they keep saying, "I know that there is an objective morality," but you can't possibly know. You can believe that there is.
No, we
You can't possibly. Abductively, there's transcendental.
God.
You're breaking up really bad. Like how you're breaking up
Sorry,
really bad.
King, but yeah, you're breaking up really bad, bro. Go out, come back here.
what we're saying, well, not we're sorry, because again, like I'm technically not Christian.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
like
for
what
yourself.
Christians would be saying is that in terms of the broader sense, there's this boy called Abraham, right? And his tribe's been around for thousands of years. You know what I'm saying? And they have these stories they talk about. Whether these stories are true or false, there's a lot of wisdom in these stories. Even as an atheist, you gotta admit, like the Proverbs, a couple of those are banger, man. Like they're top notch. You know what I'm saying? So because these these have been able to preserve life, which is probably like a fundamental thing that we could all agree on in terms of the creator, whatever you might want to associate it with, like preservation of life is a key thing. And the fact that it's like there's all this wisdom from these stories, that like that's a fundamental truth I think that we can all agree on or we can all point to.
Yeah.
Those who lose their life for my sake will find it. Those who try to keep their life for their own sake will find that they've lost it. I know that sounds like weird talk, but
Thank you.
I don't disagree with what Tarek's saying. I can't. It's not wrong enough for me to be like wrong. But it's interesting. Could you expound on that, Terry? Please.
Yeah, I'm just saying that there's fundamental truths that like we can all kind of point to where we can all agree on. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I'm saying. That there's that like that's what hints at the objectivity. You know what I'm saying?
Well, here's an interesting question. You said that there are fundamental truths. Can there also be fundamental truths in differing cultures and societies that are fundamentally antecedent or
antecedent to each other? Yeah.
Well.
What does antecedent mean, boys?
No. Yeah, that's a little bit of a misnomer there. That are not antithetical, but they could be true for this culture, but for another culture, they would be considered to be false. But they could still be true in that culture and function. Would that still be considered? What was it? Or an accepted
objective?
Objective? No, he didn't say objective. He said something else.
Yeah, it was objective.
Did he say objective?
Yeah, he's
objective morality.
Yeah. Like that's what I'm saying.
Okay. So like one culture, like I brought up the dogs thing, the dog in the cage in China. They don't have a problem with that. Matter of fact, Lewis and Clark and all the Indians basically survived on eating dogs. But now in our social normative, we look at that as barbarism. I mean, it's barbaric. We almost elevate them to our children. So is it wrong or is it right objectively? I don't know. Maybe.
Well, we would make the claim that objectively, we're like in terms of when you say something's objective, it's either right or wrong, true or false. So when we say like that's animal abuse,
no, you said fundamentally true. So it wasn't objective. You didn't say okay. That's why I engaged it.
Okay. Yeah,
you said fundamentally true. I said something can be fundamentally true for one culture and maintain fundamental trueness, but be fundamentally not true for another culture and be
what I'm saying is like,
and they both
like fundamentally like or like what like what I'm trying to point towards is that objective truth, universal truth. Like a lot of people kind of like hint at the same kind of like Plato would have called it divine intelligence. Okay. Aristotle calls it the unmoved mover. You know what I mean? This kind of like something we can ground all these metaphysical concepts like truth, logic. We can all ground this in that, like, because like everything that we even recognize in the physical world abides by these metaphysical concepts, that there is some sort of objective
all the respect,
higher mind at play here.
I can see the mistake because you're talking about right or wrong. I think is bad and good.
That's right.
Right, wrong, bad, and good.
The difference is that bad and good is something that only he can know.
Thank you.
So all judicial systems are pointless. Is that what you're saying?
No, because there's an entire book in the Bible called Judges. God will judge. Deborah was a prophetess and a judge. We little g
God is not the only judge. You know that, right? In the Bible, right?
I mean, the Bible says, "Judge not others, lest ye be judged thyself. For the measure which you
Yeah,
judge
so the
another will
current
be
day
measured back."
judicial system
I'm
is
sorry,
like we're against
I didn't mean to
Don't
interrupt
give me
you.
that verse. Don't give me that verse.
Wait, if
Because
he
that
can
verse,
use it, why wouldn't he?
people
Yeah.
pull
You don't
that
like the
verse
scriptures?
way.
It's just quoting the
way
scripture to some proof of point.
You don't like the
out
scriptures?
of the
Oh.
context of the entirety of the scriptures.
Yeah,
They don't take into consideration
Satan
the
tries to
entirety of the
interrupt me right
Wait,
in the
wait,
middle of me
are we
saying
are we
that.
gonna say, are we gonna do between two Christians who is morally more superior in their verse, in their scriptures than
No,
anyone?
no, 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 no.
Is that good?
See, people misinterpret that scripture, but unfortunately, Teriak, being of the devil, wanted to interrupt me in the middle of
Yeah,
speaking
I'm
God's
a
word.
pagan.
Yeah,
Give
get
me
thee
Lucky
behind me,
Charms.
Satan. Get thee behind me.
Ariak was the one that
potatoes.
interrupted. I'm pretty sure I interrupted.
Potatoes.
Me mother's lips
I'm
were
pretty
green
sure
because
I
all we had to
interrupted.
eat was grass.
It was James that
We
actually
were starving
interrupted
from
you.
the famine.
And that's
what's-
the
so
hilarious
what
part.
verse
we
that
had
he
milk.
Ariak.
We
So
had
James,
And I was the
cheese.
one that interrupted.
what verse should he have used? Since apparently that one is too much for you being used.
Well,
Which one
hold
should
on.
he have
Let
used?
me finish the verse, if I may. Right?
Sure.
Judge not others, lest they be judged thyself. For the measure at which you judge another will be measured back upon you. I don't mind that. I'm okay with that. It says, how can you, having a log in your eye, point out the mote in your brother's eye? Hypocrite, first remove the log from your own eye. What if I've done that?
Can we get a hallelujah?
Now can I point out the mote in my brother's eye if I've removed the log in my own eye? In this particular instance, not in all instances, right? So therefore, right, and it also says that a righteous man judges all things and is rightly judged by no man.
Mm-hmm.
Now I can be righteous in Christ. I can't be righteous in myself, though. So it is possible to be a righteous man. So
then the
are you
question-
okay with are you okay with that, James?
You can judge. Hey, you can judge.
Yeah,
You
you
can make a
can judge.
judgment.
Was that good enough, James?
I make
Yeah,
judgment.
now that he's read it in context, I just
now.
It's the fact. It's the fact that a lot of people pull that verse completely out of
Yep,
context.
exactly.
I thought that may have been what he was doing. And
No,
I presumed on my part, and that was wrong of me. That was incorrect.
I got
And
interrupted.
I apologize, sir.
I got interrupted.
I apologize for
by
that, sir.
synagogue of
I
Satan.
assumed you was gonna pull it out of context because I thought that's where you stopped.
Can the pagan answer real quick?
Hey, James, judge not. Yet you be judged.
Ha ha, Resla. Ha ha ha.
So I like the word discernment.
As a pagan, or as accused or ambiguously Jewish as well as another one. I'd just like to answer with the. Sorry, what was the question again?
Why are you gay?
It's like all you're doing is like quoting scripture.
Getting back.
Because like basically the question that would formulate from that would essentially be, okay, so are you saying that current day, modern day judicial systems are wrong? We need to scrap them because we're not allowed to judge each other.
Oh,
Yeah, those systems are fallacy on their face because men rule those.
Yeah, so see how crazy we get when we start taking shit literally out of context from the Bible. That all of a sudden we're saying goofy shit like, yeah, we need to get rid of judicial systems. So like all these DJs can run rampant, all these criminals run rampant.
No. We don't need
we're like
to get rid
Joker.
of anything.
We're releasing
We
the
don't need
people
to
from
get
mental
rid of-
asylums. Like,
Be respectful.
Yeah.
Be respectful.
Maybe I
Because we're not allowed
misunderstood
to
your
judge.
The Bible doesn't says that we need
That's
to
what he
get
was
rid of.
asking.
Maybe I just didn't answer
We
it
need to get rid of
correctly.
them.
So
That's
I
what he
never
was
said that we should get rid of them. I said they're fallacy on their face.
Yeah.
Now, how did you take that
Which
and then
the
equate
intent-
it
But that
to we should get
was
rid
your
of them?
response. That was your
Yeah.
response to this question. Should we get rid of them? That was your
Yeah.
response.
They are
well,
fallacy.
they are
Literally asked,
fallacy.
should we get rid
We
of them?
should get rid of
So the
them.
intent
Literally
is
asked.
get rid of them.
Hold on.
I see.
If we're going by the
The-
doctrine,
the
who will get rid of
human-
them?
Literally asked.
Are we going to be able to get rid of them?
The
God
human-
gives
Can we
you
even
the
do
leaders
that?
you deserve. God
That's
gives you
the
the
word for
leaders you
you.
deserve.
Are
God
you saying they're
gives you the
pointless?
leaders you deserve.
Exactly.
Yeah, God gives you all these leaders, right? He puts them in place. That's what it says. In
If
the
you
Holy
deserve
you
it.
have autonomy as much as your physical body goes. And yeah, you can get involved. These are things that are true. But the truth of the matter is that he's in control of the
Higher
majority of
justice
things.
system.
He's
Higher.
maneuvering things.
Not
How do you
yours.
explain the Heisenberg principle?
What is the Heisenberg principle?
It's
That's
uncertainty
the guy that
principle.
does the meth. Is that the guy
Okay,
that makes
okay.
all the meth?
The
on Breaking Bad?
argument of the
Heisenberg.
justice is ended. So
That's
now
the
we're
Breaking
here
I
Bad
going
thought
guy,
you all
right?
want to be rational. I thought you all want to be scientific with this
We're going-
shit,
we're
and then
going
I
to
bring up the
be
science, and then
science
you're like,
now.
"What's
Okay.
that?"
Well, hold on. That's an authority that I might not
Keep
ascribe.
it with the justice. Keep it
If
with
I
the
can't
justice.
use the
And
Bible,
your
why are you going to use some other random
Well,
muppet?
use
that
the
Ariac
one that
believe in?
brought up
and
the
your
Bible.
and your
Use were
point,
there. They're
Ariac,
quoting, make the
about
quotes.
justice.
But you're quoting it as an authority.
You don't have
I'm
any
I'm
more argument.
I'm just
listen,
saying.
I'm only saying I believe what I believe
But
based
what
on the
is it
Bible.
though?
Yeah.
Not saying you must believe that, otherwise you're disingenuous.
Yeah. And then I gave a modern day example of like, so do we just would you be against the judicial systems then? Because we should be judging each other.
It depends on
Oh,
whether or not they're corrupt, right?
that's painful for
If
you,
they are
isn't
if
it?
they are righteously
What you mean?
judging.
I'm not saying
I
corrupt. You're saying
have
we
no
shouldn't
control
judge each
over
other.
that, so it's kind of a disingenuous question.
What?
So as soon as one organization that's governing man is gone, the next one moves in. It's just kind
Exactly.
of
Yeah,
natural
yeah.
succession of things. It's like it's such a fallacy. It like your question is fallacy on its face. The government's
fallacy is it?
legitimacy is fallacy on its
It's a
face.
fallacy of
There's-
ad populum, basically.
bro.
So
How is
if
it a
you-
fallacy
if
about
you-
problem?
okay, if you're on my block and we all got together and voted that I get to be the judge, and then I judged that Teriak's got too much shit in his house, so we all get to line up and take 3 or 4 items each. Who are you gonna appeal to? Oh, is it a logical fallacy? Is it not
I vote
fair?
yay.
Yeah, you were making the claim that only God should
Take
judge.
your
We shouldn't
shit.
judge each
I
other.
stole your honey like I stole your
So
bike.
use with
Fallacy on
that.
its
I basically test the logic and said so. You would be against the fact that we have
No,
judges.
you didn't use logic.
human
That's the
judges.
problem. It was a fallacy.
How
You
is it
are not using
I was
logic.
testing your logic.
You are
No, you
just
weren't. You
showing
were testing your
resentment.
own
It's a
bullshit.
non sequitur. Yeah.
You are
It's
reacting
not.
with
It's literally
resentment,
testing the
not
logic.
with logic.
No, go
No.
find some Lucky Charms.
Logic, I don't know how can you be logic with resentment
How dare
all
you?
over you.
How dare you insult my
Okay,
Irish
if
brother
it's
like
not
that?
logical, then point out
The
which law
potato
breaks.
famine just happened 1 decade ago.
This is what I'm
Have you
saying.
no
They bring up
respect,
genocide
lad?
out of nowhere. Like, just I'm losing the argument, so fuck it. I'm just going to go to my genocide card, and then like in a minute he's going to start playing the victim. I was like, what the fuck's going on here, boys?
My genocide. No,
This is
Hey,
craziness.
you know the learn to code? How about learn to plant? There you go. Then maybe you
what
won't
he's
have
talking about?
So,
Like,
so
I'm just
you
asking for
ask a
clarification
question,
here.
right? And I say to you, there is no control over that.
thing, whatever that is.
Yeah, you
Okay.
asked the question, should we, you and me, maybe, or you're talking about you and me, I
Yeah,
assume.
I asked the
Should
question. You
we-
just couldn't answer.
Should we get
Yeah.
rid of this thing that we have absolutely no control over? Bro, should we get rid of rockets?
We do have a little bit of control over it.
I mean that was the question. Angry Snowman also has a question. Jesus is for you, Josh. Has
Uh-oh.
Trump giving you a pink slip yet? Or just cut your funding for your lady boys?
God, I wish I'd get my pink slip, right? But I'm coming
Oh.
back stateside. Matter of fact, I might be transferring. I might be going to ATF.
Shots fired.
Transferring.
Yeah, from one branch to another.
Oh, okay.
Like a monkey.
Pretty much. A monkey
Yeah.
with a wrench.
Hey, let's talk about misandry next time. How about you want to set up a topic about misandry and what's colloquially known as monkey branching, meaning that a woman will never let go of one branch till she has her hand on the next one.
I understand. I'll have to think a bit about how I would like to structure that one together. But yeah, I guess if it's a collective thing that we would like to get into, I'll probably put up a community post or anything, and then we can get into that.
Yeah, and never underestimate the power of a woman, like a cat landing from great heights to gingerly land on all four paws and not get hurt. A woman can also land on her back on a mattress and not be hurt. Doesn't matter what situation she finds herself in, she has the potentiality to land safely on her back into the next marriage. I love you, ladies. I love you enough to tell you the truth. You're modern, but you expect traditional. Get traditional, and then you can get traditional.
All right, folks. So I
On
do
that
want to start closing out a little bit, but before we even get to that point, I do have one final question I would like the panel to engage in, and the question is: exactly what the question of the stream is. So the question would be morality. Is it a dangerous illusion? No, don't all jump up at once.
Oh crap! I'll go first. Bunch of
Reality?
Morality.
Morality.
I don't think the term illusion needs to be added to it. I think that's something extra. Is morality dangerous? The answer is yes, as it should be.
Can you expound on that?
The concept of being moral is if you've got people that believe in something, whether it's true or not, like the illusion part, whether it's true or not doesn't particularly matter. But if you have a group of people that believe in a moral code, whatever universal standards that you are, they're generally dangerous people. They will inevitably go and try to dominate all others. By definition, they are dangerous.
He went where I was
and
going.
As they should be. If you truly believe in something, you should be beating the living shit out of somebody else with it.
Okay, well, I'm gonna refute your argument by showing you Exhibit A, the West. The West is colloquially 8% of the global population, i.e., people that look like me. We're real good at war, yet we have not conquered the world. Why have we stopped?
Why are we liberating?
You think we couldn't take over Canada as America? You think we couldn't take over all of South America in a heartbeat? You think we could not continue to colonize the entire planet?
I think we absolutely dominate and colonize, just in a different way. Economically speaking.
When, in your own statement, when you said the word like conquered the world, the entire world is in fear of.
And then
why
they're not. No, they're not. They got the entire world's got their fucking little dinky hammer out. We're one giant piggy bank, and they're smacking on America.
But this
and
is
we're
coming
giving
from
it
the
to
same
them.
dude.
We're not. Thank Israel for my service, by the way.
But I'm trying to think of a country that is ready and willing to do battle.
But that's coming from the same dude who thinks the bagels run the world, but then it's America. Like, which one is it? See what I'm saying?
I didn't say America. I'm disproving his ideology.
You said that people like you run the shit because everyone's
argument.
in fear of America.
I'm disproving his argument. The argument is that those who have morals, i.e., he's talking about Christians, would then be dangerous. If we are that dangerous, why does everyone want to come to our country?
Well, I would
wouldn't
first
you be
claim that
fleeing
Americans
that which you are in
really
fear of?
Yeah, I mean, this is absolute muppetry at the highest order. I mean, it's oxymoronical to say that because Christians have morals, that makes us dangerous because we want to invade everyone else and take everyone else's morals and it's supersede everyone else's morals. That is wrong on its face, and I give you the fucking world right now.
Christian Crusades.
The only
all
thing,
8 or 11 of them.
Oh
Spanish
bullshit, dude! The Crusades were in response to the Moorish incursion all throughout the fucking Europe, dude. The reason why, hold on.
About the justification for
the reason why there's walls around the Vatican, you muppet, is because they kept fucking invading and taking slaves. The only reason why Europeans like fucking pigs and chickens is because the fucking Islamists wouldn't eat it. They thought they were animals.
Another group of people with morals. They fight each other.
Dude. What kind of history revision are you into? The Crusades the Crusades were
hung up on the justification.
Now you can ask if it's right or wrong.
Justification. What are you talking about?
The Crusades were a result of an incursion, an assault, an affront, an offense.
And why did it continue?
So go ahead and rewrite history.
Why did it continue after the defeat?
Crack open a fucking book, dude. Do some studying.
Why did it continue
Grandpa
after the
went
defeat?
boomer mode.
Because we want to enforce morals on other people, or we want to enforce our moral
standards. The fact that the
on
Middle
other people.
East, the fact that the Middle East still belongs to Islamicists shows the grace and the poise and the restraint that Christians have.
Yeah, we have the thing that would destroy everything and turn it into a glass parking lot.
Well, as a Christian nationalist, what about our own government? We seem to be dominating it right now. And I'm an atheist.
It's not a Christian nation. We already went over this.
Oh, I don't know
I
if
mean,
it is or isn't.
and
I
on
guess
top, on
depends on
top
how
of
you
that,
look.
Josh, is
But that,
with all the hoopla that's going on here, they say it's really the whoish people that is running shit.
Yeah,
it's
that's what I'm
just
saying,
now it's
Wesley.
just a question of who's really the
it's not
Christian or
coherent.
who's really
Not
the
consistent.
whatever.
No,
right?
it's not.
Josh.
It's not the cabal. It's what it is we war not against flesh. We war against powers and principalities and high places, right? And shadowy figures in high places.
Okay.
If you look at verse,
Well, if you're a Christian, you would
Revelation,
because that's straight out of the Bible.
yeah, Revelation 2:9 and Revelation 3:9 gives you your answer. They call them the synagogue of Satan. You who say you are a Jew but are not, you are indeed a liar. So it's not against the fucking Jews. Nice fucking try, Teriyak. Take your fucking your
what
bigotry
did I
somewhere
say?
else. Stop
He's
being a
man is
Christophobe.
punching at ghosts.
Stop being a
Oy
Christophobe.
vey.
Stop being a Christophobe.
How,
All right?
how am I a Christophobe?
Stop being a Christophobe, dude.
I've
You're
made
in fear
arguments
of
for
the
God
Christ.
all night.
Stop being
But
a
not for
I
good
still
Christophobe.
get
reason.
called. You see what I'm saying?
Stop being a
Can-
Christophobe.
Why is it
can
like?
you-
Why
can
does
you
he bring
define-
genocide into it? Why does he
Your
bring
bigotry
devil
is
worship
showing.
into it?
Please
Gen
define
specifically
something.
got
fair.
demons. He's punching at demons right now.
No,
Please define
no,
something.
no.
Josh, are you
What's
there?
wrong with genocide? God ordered
Oh, Lord, help.
Because
complete
you're not
destruction
supposed to murder.
Lord,
people.
help
I've no
us.
issue. Again, like
What
I
are you
said, I'm
talking
not
about? What do
offended.
you mean?
I'm
The
not
Amalekites
offended.
were
I'm just saying.
Joshua,
I'm
have you
just
ever-
saying
have
you
you ever
voiced
read
the
wrong
argument
somebody?
by like going so dramatic into the genocide. It's like I appreciate like the genocide jokes, all that kind of shit. I'm not offended by that. I'm just saying, just like answer my point and then do the genocide joke. You know what I'm saying?
I don't consider genocide to be bad.
Dude, for some
See how
fucking-
I break
for,
the brain?
For a Muppet that
You
was
know what I'm
part
saying?
of
That's
the,
why it's like
the
I'm an
origination
actual
of the
leprechaun
English
boys.
language, you sure
Hey.
do struggle with it.
Terry, we
Sprinkle
grow
up my
taters in the
Lucky
South
Charms.
too, bud.
Holy shit, dude. The
What
English
was the
language.
question, Resla?
English, motherfucker. Do you speak it?
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Grandpa needs to take his meds.
The question is up top. It's the title. It's why.
Yeah,
Is morality?
Okay,
is morality
James.
Why morality is
Why
a
is it
dangerous loop?
James, what do you think about it?
Yeah, another Muppet
Morality
comes
is
in.
not dangerous to me, but I mean,
Yeah.
that's my opinion.
Another
I'm
Muppet comes in
opinionated here.
What's up, Fatty?
takes a shot at a Christian.
Huh.
Wait, really brave. Really brave. Good job. Oh man, it's so brave.
Sir, I do not
I've
own
never
a gun.
seen somebody come after Christians before. Jesus Christ.
Did
Why don't
I
you
come
draw-
after
why
Christians?
don't you draw a picture of
It's,
Muhammad
it's
next?
funny too
Yeah,
because
did I
the
come
claim
after a
is that
Christian?
Christians
Crazy
are
man.
moral.
I'm not talking about you, Teriyak. I'm talking
Yeah,
about
yeah.
Joshua Jones.
The
Okay,
attack
okay.
goes to the Christian
Wait,
who
how
you
is
say
that
is
an
moral.
attack?
Hey, why
How
don't
is
why-
that an attack?
Hold on, Joshua. Why don't you make your avatar a picture of Muhammad when you come up? Be brave, dude. You like to
Yeah,
shit
but
on.
kinda
You like to
wrap
shit
up.
on
Question
Jesus. You like to
How
shit on
is that
Christians.
an
Hey,
attack?
Why don't you fucking show me how fucking strong you are, Muppet? Why don't you draw a
So-
picture of Muhammad and make that your fucking avatar and say, "Come
So-
at
so
me, bro,"
here's
with
the
your
concept.
Antifa.
Fatty?
or
Would you
your
rather
fatwa.
Christians be pussies getting run over or Christians being badasses that are actually dominating? Which one is
They're
are you
not-
trying
dude,
to do?
What kind of question is that, dude?
This is
That's
the
the
boomer
point of
versus
being
Zoomer.
dangerous.
Do I sound like a fucking pussy?
That is the point of being dangerous.
Yeah, that's
But in the
another fact
concept
with
of
you.
a moral stance, these are
Dangerous
just
for
whatever
who?
But
Christians
I
believe.
disprove your point.
No,
So
you
so
didn't.
is morality something that's supposed to like bind you? Because if
All
what you're saying morality is supposed to bind you, that's not dangerous, but
Exactly.
freedom is.
You guys need to get outside more often, bro.
The
Well
imposition of
said,
one
Rick.
group
Well said.
being
Actually, that
Really,
was
Definitely
really
need to get
imposed on
outside
another
more often.
morality is too binding. So there's a middle ground. You need to be right in that sweet spot. Because even Jesus talked about how too much morality is too binding.
So my view of
Okay,
morality
Fatty,
is
move it real quick. We got a feedback from you.
Damn, fatty man. Turn your mic off, bro. What the fuck?
yeah,
But
you
yeah,
have a lot of background.
I don't think you talk about too much freedom.
Wind.
Yeah, that's
I got
cool
it,
as
I got
hell,
it.
though.
We
That's
probably-
really cool.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
you
yeah.
muted
We can't
yourself
hear you
there,
now.
Fatty.
We can't hear you.
No,
You
I
need
had
to go outside and touch some grass. Okay, with your feet, with your bare feet,
Yeah,
bro.
Fatty, touch my
Fucking
balls. How about
concrete,
that?
you fucking retard. You're
sure.
over concrete, you
Sure.
fucking Muppet.
I'll pass
For
her.
sure, bro.
Where's the
Go
grass, Muppet?
outside,
So-
bro. Take
Yeah,
Where's
some
the
take
phone
that
grass?
calls
hat
outside.
off, Fatty. Show me
Go
respect.
outside.
Is
Grass.
dangerous.
Once a week. once a week. Okay, that's all I'm asking.
Yeah, I'll touch grass when you stop smoking meth.
Ooh, yeah, he does kind of have a meth kind of mouth going on there.
Dang.
Meth mouth.
Okay, morality,
Dang.
in my opinion, is dangerous, but that's because it's subjective, which means that you can just come up with whatever you want to fit your narrative as to what is good versus bad. This
Well, that's
is
why it can't be
dangerous.
subjective. That's
And
exactly
you
why
say that
morality
you say
cannot
that there
be
you might
subjective.
look. You might say that there's an objective
that's-
morality. However, the problem is there's
Still.
also a subjective morality. So how do I know which one you're talking about when you say this is good or that's bad?
There is a subjective morality. Where was that at?
No, that is true. That is true. There is a subjective morality that literally, like all of these, even Teriak will sit there and say, yeah, there's subjective morality, right?
Don't speak for Teriak. That's my Irish brother.
Oh.
You hold your tongue
Hey,
when you're talking
hey.
about
Maybe,
him.
maybe he won't. Maybe he
Like,
won't.
like I
Maybe-
said,
I'm gonna give you
like I said-
33 lashes, lad. 33.
if you want to go down that path, I can go down that path and say, fine, I will grant you that it's subjective. Now it's
Okay.
my preferences versus your preferences. And if I got a bigger army, it means we're doing my preferences.
Exactly.
And so it is dangerous because it is a fallacy on its face.
So
How is it a fallacy?
Teriak. Hey, Teriak, lad. You
If
remember way back
morality
when
is
I talked about
subjective,
the
if
potato
there's
salad?
if there's no objective
Because
standard,
Because people are saying
Yeah,
that it's subjective and they're saying it's subjective. So now, how do
Yeah.
I know which one you're claiming if every time I
don't.
turn around somebody says that's morally good or
Yeah,
that's
you don't.
morally bad? I
yeah,
don't,
so
right?
so yes,
So it's
yeah, exactly.
dangerous.
So
No,
you
that's
don't.
human
So
beings.
there's
We're
no way. So
flawed,
again,
Rick.
what
We're
happens then
flawed. We're
is all
flawed, Rick.
debate, all
We're just
like
based on
discussion and
God's
like peace talks and all the shit. All the shit. There's no like logical thing that we can like abide by or no kind of like a
Yes.
standard we can
Do
set.
not lean upon
So
your
then,
own understanding.
yeah, but then what happens is it just goes down to whoever has the biggest army.
Then
Isn't that what we see?
It's God's standard.
And it is fortunate that we live in a
Right.
nation
Yeah.
where it's primarily Christian.
Mhm.
It is
It's called the
fortunate.
Book of Job.
Okay.
That's actually Get a Job. The Book of
Yeah,
Job.
Papa Joe.
Okay, boomer. But again, like I said, like this, even in like the no harm principle, like that's a subjective thing.
Why?
But
Sure.
and,
Yeah, I
but,
admit,
like,
and I admit
One
that, and
man's
I
harm is
believe
another
that
man's
is
pleasure.
the
yeah, because
closest
like
we
many
can get
Christians would say
to
harm
knowing
is like abortion is harm,
objective.
clearly harming.
Right.
Like
See,
you're
here's
harming
the
a
thing.
human
I'm
life.
admitting that it's all belief, whereas other people want to sit there and say, "I know what's right. I know what's wrong.
I don't know
what's
exactly
good.
what's right.
I
God
know
has to
what's
teach me
bad."
what's
And
right.
literally,
I never said that. I just said
Christians.
there's an objective morality. I never said that I knew what it was. God
Okay,
is
so
teaching
then
me
how can
day
you
by
tell me it
day.
even exists?
If we're running
God
hard
is
on
teaching me day by
morality,
day what it is, but I know that there's an objective
So
morality.
you know it exists, but you don't know what it is.
Hey
very
guys.
Yeah,
confusing.
because I don't know it fully, because I don't know the Bible fully. Yeah,
Hey, chat. Donate $20 so we can go one more hour. Make one more hour worth it for Resla. He don't have to go to work tomorrow. It's Sunday, man.
What?
$20. $20. We'll go one more hour.
He seems to know my schedule because I'm not going to work tomorrow.
I like that stat.
How does
$20
that know your
I like
schedule there, Resla?
Well, you know, and here's the thing. I say I believe that God is real, and I can describe what God is. I say he is the creator. I say he's the universal sovereign. But you say you cannot describe to me what is morality.
Well, look.
What's
There's an
right and
objective
wrong?
morality, though. But you wouldn't say gravity doesn't exist.
Again,
You didn't know what
again with the
gravity
right and
was,
wrong.
right? You
Oh,
wouldn't say
shit.
gravity doesn't exist, right? But you
Yeah.
know gravity exists.
But I can
Open
describe to you what
seeds.
gravity is.
You know, yeah, but I'm talking about
What
even
goes up must come
before-
down. It's got
even-
an actual
Whoa,
constant.
whoa. Let's say you had no scientific data where they tested to see about gravity.
We
You
call
look
that
time
what goes up
before
must
they
come
did
down.
this, right?
Yeah,
Because
if
you know
I
what
didn't
it is,
call it
right?
gravity, all I
Yeah,
got to
but
do
it's
is
the
throw
same
an apple
thing with
up, watch it
morality.
fall, it'll fall. It's called
There's
gravity.
certain things about
Isaac
morality
Newton.
too. I may not know exactly what to call it and what it is, but I know there's an objective morality because I know there's things that works and things that don't work. Things that
Okay,
that
and
work
so just
in a
what
better
is it?
society and things that don't.
And
work in a
you
better
can't
society.
say it's
And
right
that
and wrong
defines
because
what
those
Let
two are
James
concepts.
finish. Hey, let him finish, bro.
That defines what morality is, and I have to figure that stuff out, and I have to discover that truth that is out there. But yet that truth is out there. I just have to discover it.
Yeah, I want
How
to
do you
answer
find that?
KDK's question. KDK says, "Why is GS in a glory hole? Because $20 is
Cheers,
20
Resla.
bucks. $20
Oh,
is 20
God.
bucks.
Appreciate you, Brick.
$20 is $20. Yep.
Oh
Uh-huh.
God.
Now what? What's your next question? Don't make me do it. I'll do it.
Do it,
this
Jim.
is
What?
one of my
Do it,
favorite
do it.
topics,
I want
by
to
the
know
way.
what you're gonna be doing there.
Hey,
GS.
Wrestler, put me on the big screen, man. Let's go. Come on.
Oh gosh, yeah, I already know what that is.
That's
Yeah.
why. That's why. You got any other questions?
$20 is $20.
I'm not gay. I think you're gay. I really still think you're gay.
What's up, Ricky?
I mean,
Hey,
come on,
Brick,
generally.
panel Bricky.
Generally being specific.
Yeah, so happy to hear your voice, man. Good to see you.
I'm so happy to hear every one of yours, but I will tell you now, James has been diving into the dark side of
To the British
YouTube.
channel. To the British side of YouTube.
Yeah. Why, James? Why?
Why? Because it just appeared in my algorithm, so I just jumped
I
on.
told you not to go there.
Okay.
I told
me, but don't mean I have to listen to you.
You find any crocodiles? Any gators down there?
Yeah, he found some gators.
They don't have gators in Britain. Where are you at, Ricky?
No super chats, huh? You guys.
Well,
we don't.
There's a similar place in Florida.
If
I know
everybody's
where
giving
you
their
are.
chance to the conversation, I mean, I guess we can call it.
Yeah.
You know where
I'd like to
What's the
say
one we're gonna throw
thank
this
you
super
so
chat?
much,
Come on.
Resla.
I haven't
This was
seen you, so.
this was actually a very good conversation, Teriak. Way back when I talked about the potato famine, dude, I didn't mean that, dude. I apologize for that.
Yeah, it's a great conversation, except for the genocide.
Wait there, is this you running away and bouncing off, you little minge?
No, actually, yeah, no, it's the wrestlers bouncing off, bro. I'm just respecting his platform. I want to go for like another hour, but nobody wants to spend
You
$20.
respected his platform by trying to get people to donate $20 so you can go an extra hour. That was,
I mean, not for nothing.
$20 an hour, that ain't bad. That's good money.
Hey, that's good money.
$20,
I'm just saying, though, you trying to get him to go an extra hour.
Uh-oh.
I wouldn't get out of bed for $20 fucking
respectful.
dollars for an hour.
Just saying.
Seriously.
He don't turn for less than 45.
I mean, not for nothing.
$20 an hour, and you're gonna get out of bed for that. You weak potato farming little minges. Honestly.
Wait, hey, hang on a second. Wait, how about they potato farmers?
Yeah, Teriak. Look, I know you weren't picking potatoes on a potato field.
I'm a carnivore.
Okay, but I wasn't forcing you to pick potatoes. Okay, it was something that our answer. Now, Ireland has good potatoes, right?
So the genocide is something that happened.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? It is what it is.
What happened? You know, what happened? What happened?
Like, that's just like a German just going, yeah, like, listen,
what
before
happened?
this happened.
What happened? We
time
realized your
went
land was
past.
fertile. We realized your land was fertile.
Lads, what's with all this Irish on Irish violence? Have we had enough from the British?
Irish on Irish. It's British
Oh my
on
life,
Irish.
Teriak has these don't
This is a
realize
normal
what.
conversation, gentlemen.
Ricky
This
is
is
Again,
Irish.
yes, good man, Teriak. These haven't got a Scooby Doo. Right, James, you learned that.
We're just going through
slang.
definitions.
Morality.
This is just me and Teriak being CNX Tuesdays. Like,
Oh, you're just being British and Irish, just going at it.
James, shut the fuck up, you boring little bastard. You.
know.
You are
gotta
one
make
boring
racial
little
reference.
bastard. James, you are one you have been over the British side trying to find my Rumble to Rumble channel. Hey, I got my true Rumble, but I can't get into one of them.
But yell on platforms. What is with you guys? You just never really found your levels. Y'all all yelling. What's up?
Thank you.
I think Wrestler wants to play that Monster Hunter.
Wrestler,
Man. That's what he's about right
turn my volumes down. Wrestler, turn my volumes down, Wrestler.
So this is what happens when you throw bricks.
You
Oh,
don't
that's
need
what
to
it is.
whisper.
Oh,
I-
you
I-
laboring.
Resla,
did there.
Resla, do you want me to whisper sweet nothings into your ear, son?
Kind of getting
He
bricked
wants
up
to
here.
learn about your morality.
Not mine.
I just wish you guys would fucking give
That's the
closing
difference.
arguments.
You
Take
see?
a
You see?
stand.
Hey, wait.
You, Resla, you do not want to dig. You do not want to dig
Wait.
deep into
Wait,
my
wait,
fucking
wait.
morality, do you?
Check it
Yes,
out.
that's actually the
There's a
conversation.
difference. There's a
Right.
difference between general morality and individual morality, or not.
Yeah.
When you think
Yeah,
about
so
general,
group morality is
Same thing.
ethics.
can I finish?
Singular
Can I
is
finish?
morality.
Can I finish? Thank you.
Yeah.
When you see individual morality connected in this network, the projection of your morals turns into an holographic projection. So your morals are the actions of others that you receive. Bad, good, not right or wrong, or maybe right, wrong, bad, and good all together. Because of your actions, you receive the morality that you don't deserve because you're unmoral.
Is this Kamala Harris in a male version? It sounds like it.
Think about
My
it. You can
thoughts
think
exactly.
about it just a little bit. You
Word
can
salad.
Yeah.
Word salad on steroids.
No. I'm too lazy. I don't take steroids. But you can think about it because of your actions. You
No, I
receive.
would much rather you distinguish.
It's a projection,
Oh, definitely.
and when you try to make to provoke people, it's very simple and evident. It's like the
Oh,
simple
that's all I do.
evidence of how they are working through you because
That's all
you're
I
not
do.
there. Exactly,
I
that
provoke
voice,
people.
that
I
kind of
love
voice
it.
is not your voice. You see, because they
No,
work
but I
through you.
love provoking people.
So that's the
He
projection.
does. He loves provoking people. That's his
Right.
favorite.
So, in what I would ask you and challenge you to do with who am I speaking to, by the way? Who is it I'm speaking to?
Is the Kramos.
Kramos.
The Kramos.
Good night,
Kramos.
Resla. I'm gonna
Kramos.
head
Take it
out.
easy, General.
All right, man.
Specific.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Take it easy, Johnny.
Pick up the general. Yeah. Look, like Kramos. What the fuck are you gonna do if I don't stop talking or doing what I'm doing? Like, seriously.
Nothing. I'm gonna do nothing.
Honestly, we won't even have to worry about that.
Yeah, because
at all. You won't have to worry about that at all. Because we're gonna end up the show, guys. Nope. Now it's already just way too much. I already had to hear a whole bunch of yelling for tonight, and now I got to hear it, and yet freaking British or UK, whatever accent. Nope, I don't have to do it, guys. I don't have to do it. So I'm gonna give you my final thoughts when it comes to this idea of morality, right? Morality for a lot of people it's not everything is cracked up to be. Some people are very much into it. Apparently, a lot of people, when they talk about the aspect of morality, they just really hold it down to religion, even though morality is not just simply shaped on religion, regardless of what religion you are. At the end of the day, morality isn't some divine truth. It's not a universal law. It's a tool, ladies and gentlemen. It's a tool that society uses to pretty much keep people locked in, to keep them in line. It's a tool that keeps, quite frankly, the people who are in power in control of the narrative. If you haven't quite figured that out, just pay attention to some of the conversation that we've had today. And if you don't recognize that, you're probably the one being used as well. So next time somebody tells you something like it's morally wrong, ask yourself, who really benefits from that statement? With that being said, guys, take care of yourselves. Of course, you're going to take care of your families. If you haven't already, please like the actual video, subscribe if you haven't already. And my question to you would be, do you think that morality is even real? Or do you think it's just another way to control people? That's going to be the question for you guys. Drop your thoughts in the comment section if you are actually catching this on the back end, and I will see you on the next one. Oh, wait a minute. This mofo here shot clock.
Ah,
In
in on the buzzer. SnowMan coming through, killing it. Was it morally acceptable?
Angry, angry, angry.
Is that morally okay?
It wasn't okay, but it's justified.
It's societally accepted.
It was not okay, but it was justified. All right, guys. Time
Creating a great
extension.
society.
Time extension. I mean, did it during my little talk. That was fucked up. I just want to let you know that right.
Well, hey, he may have had a little delay on getting it. Man, he was probably trying to get in before the little talk, but
that was crazy.
I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt.
It was moral.
That's a fact.
It was a moral action.
Wait a minute, so wrong? How could it be so wrong if it's also subjective? If it's also subjective, how could it be so wrong?
So wrong.
It was a kind act.
It's pretty objective if it's so wrong. Like,
Cousin Lawrence with the 10 says, "As Resla in bed, I think you should."
Your morals can decide.
No way. That was absolutely wrong. Hell no.
No. It was wrong according to your perspective.
Teriyak's up here. Maybe we can get him to dance
That's a good one. That's a good one.
I can't help but laugh. I'm just laughing over here.
That was perfectly moral for SnowMan.
Oh yes. Oh,
yes, I would agree.
Perfectly moral from his point of view. I'll keep pointing that out from his point of view. Perfectly moral.
It's subjective, isn't it?
And I love him for it.
Gotta love that subjective morality.
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. Okay.
No, in your closing, you were making the point that I was coming up to impart my wisdom on, because we know I'm so wise. Ha. You're muted.
Thank you, Mama. Thank you, Mama.
There is wisdom and beauty.
You suck. No, I was just sitting thinking, because morality does always happen to bring up the subject of Christianity or religion. Somehow the two conversations always manage to mingle, and my thinking is that they coexist. They're not conjoined. They're not partners, because Christians, believe it or not, are not the ones who came up with the idea of morality. It was there long before the Christians ever existed. So if it's a tool, whether it is a tool or not to control the masses, I think that's the question. And yeah, in the broad scope of things, I think it is, because they had to find a way to define right and wrong to keep people in line. So if you just throw a bunch of people in the room and tell them, okay, there's no rules, then eventually there's nothing but chaos.
Well, I don't think it would have been a matter of no rules. So even when we start talking about this whole thing, like the formations, if you want to say, of morality and the rules that people are going to follow, right? Are we saying that with the aspect of being social creatures and coming up to an actual, how do I say this? An actual understanding, a framework, a vote even, we couldn't have done that? We couldn't just collectively come together and say what are the things that we want acceptable or not. Because what it's saying is that we would never, unless we have people impose standards on us, we can't come up with it on our own as a group. I mean, I look at tribes. How did tribes end up coming together? Because right now we're just really framing it as far down the line where we are right now when we're talking about governments. But how did tribes and everything get started?
Tribe has
Well, I think what I think Mama's trying to say is that like religion and science are two different things. Like science is what is, religion is what you should, and you can't get a should from an
wrong.
is.
Science is a study.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
that
study of what
people-
is. Like you can't get
But
the
it's a
morals out of
study,
science.
so
Don't,
it's not
don't,
what
for-
it
don't,
is.
don't forget about Christian scientists.
It's a hypothesis.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you can't get an ought from an is. And religion is about ought. Science is about
But
what
science,
is.
no. Science is a study.
Of what?
I mean, it's kind of like
What is?
In this
So
case,
you're
study morality.
so you're kind of like saying you and I are sitting in a room. We've never had any upbringing. We've never, nobody's ever told us right from wrong, whatever. You punch me, I punch you back. Eventually, I figure out that me punching you ain't hurting you, but you punching me is hurting me. So I'm going to go get a bigger stick and I'm going to hit you. And hopefully, finally, you're going to feel the sting of what you've been doing to me. And after we're both beaten, and after we're both bloody and pulpy, we're going to look at each other and go, hey, this ain't going anywhere, man.
Or
is there something
I
better
think I'm
we can
stronger.
do?
Because I'm stronger, I get a bigger stick and I beat you to a pulp, and then someone else who watched it said, that's not the way I wanted to end up. So I think I might acquiesce because that person could swing a stick really mean.
Okay, so now there's three of us. So is there a democracy yet?
Yes. And it's normally the person who has the observing eye.
Or the bigger stick.
Or the bigger stick, absolutely. But it's not the one that got beat to a pulp.
Actually, that wouldn't be democracy. That'd be fascism. The bigger stick.
Hey, not for,
But morality,
morality that exactly like that.
Morality applies within fascism too.
Yes, it does.
That's a topic for a different day.
Oh
But-
yeah.
No,
like that.
We got an hour.
That's in Book of Job though. Like in terms of like it just comes down to force. You know what I mean? But like even if you're to take it as like okay, morality is subjective. This is why I say like even if I grant that as your argument, like we would still be able to say that an objective morality system that's like most conducive to society. Like that's an objective standard that we can.
Fear of force, maybe,
that's an
but not
objective
force
statement.
alone. Fear of force, maybe, but not force alone.
While riding a motorcycle. You can see the
And
machine
for
gun
that,
while riding a motorcycle.
and for that matter, see, I
you were
don't
muted.
I don't necessarily disagree with you entirely that force isn't a factor, but it's fear of force.
I think, all due respect, I think we just learned a lesson, because if you're talking about morality, we just heard experience morality, and I think there's a huge difference between somebody who has a lot of experience tells you about morality and the morality that young people speak. Is a huge difference. And thank you, Mama. Thank you. It is a blessing to hear you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't want to hear that shit.
And this is why you're not the favorite.
Joshua, you ate shit. trying to make him my favorite.
Why
He
is
just-
young people's opinion not important though?
It's difficult to love ugly, ain't it, Mama?
It
Difficult
is.
to love ugly.
Kramer, why is young
You
people's
said-
opinion not important?
He said that, not
Seems like that's
me.
what you're saying. Maybe I'm misunderstanding.
Uh-huh. You laugh, so you gotta die too.
I ain't going nowhere.
I can't believe this is such a difficult question, right? Like it's real simple. Like, are they dangerous? It's not about whether morals exist. Like we all have like different, basically standards, right? And we're all in competition with each other.
Wrong.
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. See, here's the thing. I don't believe in morals. How many times do I have to say it?
What do you mean you don't believe in morals?
I don't believe they exist. They're
That's
not
exactly
real.
what this conversation's been the whole time, Josh.
Yeah, they're not real.
Just the whole. Okay, so like a group of people agreeing on rules, we would call them social rules, whatever it is, right? You wouldn't consider those to be like moral standards.
Josh, bear in mind, Brick literally made the claim that Christianity doesn't even exist.
Yeah. He also claimed thoughts don't exist. I got it, right? I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out exactly what he means by the claim.
The problem is that you're trying to figure out what's inside of another man's mind.
Well, no, we'd actually be measuring the behaviors behind it, right? Like
But Jones,
the idea.
you
The
know
idea
JM
of coming up with laws, right?
Government
Now,
of
laws would just be basically like a piece of paper. Government keeps a record of piece of paper. We've got these rules. That's laws, right? So now in the concept of like, say, moral standards, there's things like, an example, I wouldn't walk out in the street, drop the N-word in the middle of the hood, right? There are social, we can call them social contracts. We can call them social whatever, right? But they're standards of things we don't do for whatever reason, right?
I like CJ's response. CJ hit it on the head of the nail right there. He said brick means is he doesn't believe in the popular narrative. Things like that. Like, so you are gonna go with whatever these other men tell you, right? And that's cool. You can do that. Now, me on the other hand, I'm gonna use discernment and determine for myself, and with prayer, because I believe that works good for me, what is right and wrong. But I'm not going to go to these ideologies, things like morality and ethics. I'm just going to look at a man and say, hey, dude, you're beating the shit out of an old lady. That's wrong.
Let me try this. Right? Let's say there's a group of, I'll just put all Christians together, right? They have a group of, or they have a set of rules that they decide that this is the thing that we were going to live by, right? And then let's take the opposing. Let's just say Church of Satan, Satanist, right? They have a set of group of rules that they choose to live by, right? We come up with this phrase called morals or standards, right? Moral standards, whatever it is, and we use that to describe the standards that both sides basically are trying to apply. We don't mean that they're equal. We don't mean that they're the same thing. We don't mean that they're even come from the same direction. But they do have like a.
The problem with that is that all men are created equal. Therefore, if that is, and this is just my opinion, if that is true, that all men are created equal, there must be an objective truth. Now, that part I do agree with. However, when you're saying that this group over here has morals and this group over here has morals and they don't line up, that is no longer objective. It's not a truth.
Just because there's disagreement over morals doesn't mean objective morals don't exist.
Yeah, you forget the human factor. The fact that humans
just because there's disagreement
Let-
whether
let-
the
let-
earth is
let-
flat or round doesn't
Can I-
mean the earth
can I
is
give
neither
you-
flat nor round.
Can I give you a human factor of morals? If when you were a little kid and you learn how to wipe your ass, somebody older than you teach you how to do it. So if after that you're an adult and you have a family and you have a kid or a daughter, you will teach that kid or that daughter how to wipe their asses. So the moral is, if the first older person taught you halfway, you will teach how to wipe their asses to your kids halfway. I mean, incomplete. So there's a moral how to teach
No, that's not
correctly something
moral.
fundamental.
That's not
Fundamental, because
moral.
if the
Bro, that's
Muslim or the
wisdom.
Christian or the
That's
Jewish,
That was
everybody
wild.
wipe their
You're
asses.
talking about wiping ass now.
That was
Bro,
crazy.
that's
Yeah, because
wisdom.
if you are from Ireland and
Well,
I'm from Chile, it doesn't
And the
matter.
wisdom requires learning, not
Well, I
just
would-
And
teaching.
morals
Well,
require morals too.
hold on. I would actually argue that the Bible, especially the Old Testament, teaches about ritualistic washing long before germ theory was understood by the average
Thank you.
person like
Thank
myself, the Occidental. Germ theory was
That's
good.
that's
ahead.
still ceremonial, though. Just saying.
But,
So-
but hold on.
For
It's
ceremonial,
cleaning.
no, connected to
Hold
ceremonial
on.
rites.
Hold on.
To be clean.
So
To
let
be
me ask.
clean.
Yes, let me ask.
Ceremonial
for
rites,
cleanliness.
though, at
It
the
was for
temple.
cleanliness, James.
James,
Wasn't?
why
Yes,
did
that's
they?
why they buried their shit
It's
too.
mainly for ceremonial rites at the temple.
Right.
James, they
hold on.
buried their shit too.
Right, but there was a reason for it. The reason for it was cleanliness.
Yes.
And there was an
Alright.
instinctual, there seems to me that there was an instinctual knowledge that dirty hands create some kind of a pestilence, disease, whatever. The bad things come with dirty hands. Can we agree with that? And knowing now
Yeah.
what we know now, can we
Yes.
agree that maybe God didn't make a mistake when he gave those commandments? Furthermore, I have a question for Joshua Jones, who said that I'm not going to go in the middle of the street of Harlem and start shouting the N-word. What street would you go into the middle of and shout the N-word?
Well,
Don't answer that. Don't answer.
The main, no. The main.
No, it's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke.
No,
Would it be
but
Main
let me
Street?
answer. The main highway of Ho Chi Minh City. I will go out here and just throw the N-word left.
Yeah,
and
they
right.
probably wouldn't have a problem with it.
They would absolutely take a problem with it, but for a completely different reason.
Is
Yeah.
there a moral to be clean?
Well,
I mean, they do have
It's
a saying
wise to be clean.
cleanliness is next to godliness, but that's not really a moral
It's
thing.
smart. It's wise.
It's a wisdom
Morality has
thing.
nothing to do with it.
Yeah,
Like,
not
take a shower,
morality.
dude.
Okay, if I smell like shit,
nobody wants to be around a smelly ass. Dude.
okay,
Come
if I
on.
smell like
Get a
shit,
shower.
I can go
Yeah,
to the
so
subway.
you should shower.
So that's unmoral?
That's
Or
what Grandma's
is
trying to say.
moral to be clean?
No, morality
Because
doesn't
you
play
live
a
in a
factor into
society.
being clean.
Should you clean yourself every day?
Is there a moral to be clean? That's my question.
It's smart, it's wise, and it's right.
Yes.
Ah,
Ain't
so
no
moral is wrong and right. So
No.
there is a
Yes.
moral.
No,
Oh, okay.
moral is
Oh,
an
wow.
ideology.
Oh, wow.
So I can
Wow.
do
Look
my-
at that.
my
Right
stuff
and
on
wrong
YouTube
again.
tomorrow.
Movable.
Wow.
It's a
Brick
movable
morality
ideology.
does.
There are literally
Well.
cultures right now today
You like to
that really
speak of
don't
right
give a
or
damn
wrong,
about washing their
and
ass.
you cannot explain
No,
me
Kramer,
something
hold on.
simple
Listen,
to
listen,
ask
Linda.
to be clean,
Listen, Linda.
right or wrong?
Listen,
Linda.
Linda. Cultures today, right now, that are in the world, do not give a damn about washing their ass.
Mm-hmm.
And they see
guys,
themselves as morally good.
guys. If we can get $150 in super
I don't
chats,
understand.
hold on. If we can get $150 in super chats in the next hour, then we're gonna go all night long, all night long, all night until Resla
Hey,
falls
he's trying to run
asleep.
your channel here, Russell.
You're
He's
so
really
good.
trying to run your
What do
channel.
you think, Resla?
All
150
good.
bucks?
Thinking about,
Yeah.
This is called
You're
thinking
wingman.
about
You're so
going
good.
all night. I want to go all night to my bed and go to bed. So I'll
This is called
Oh
wingman. In the next
Well,
hour, by
What
by,
time is it over
by
there?
2
Is
by
it-
2 a.m.
almost
By
1
2
a.m.
a.m. If we can make $150, Resla
Resla.
has vowed to fall asleep at his computer
What time is it
all
over there?
night long.
It's 1 a.m., sir.
1 a.m.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I-
I think Russell on the same time zone.
No. I told Russell he had to be in bed no later than 2 a.m.
How dare
Chickling.
you? I'm trying to grift for
Damn.
this man.
Mama speaks.
Mama, thank you.
Mama's interrupting my grift.
I'm gonna put him on a bedtime.
Russell's got a
Like a
curfew.
child.
Think of how many beers you could get with 150 bones, baby. That's some beer money right there, bro.
You
The
remember
lights
that?
are already out.
You remember that big stick I asked you about, Resla? I need to borrow it.
Uh-oh. All right, I'll leave. You don't have to hit me, Mama.
I ain't talking about you.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm talking about J-Hole sitting beside me up here.
I just want to let you know, Mama, of all the children, one of us didn't come back with a kid.
Damn.
You do have a very good point. You have a very good point. Joshua, we are going to have to discuss that.
Oh wait, did I get adopted into the family?
The multiple uses of silicon, we're going to have to discuss it.
He's very reckless.
All night long. All night long.
In my defense, I just want to claim that at least I can find the hole. We're still questioning what the hell Resla is doing.
No, it's just you. You're the only one that's been questioning.
Might
Hey,
be true.
Resla.
Yes.
It's 3 a.m. here. I don't know if you heard, but last Tuesday, this country, Chile, this long country, the 90% of the country went out of light and internet. What would you do if they cut your light and internet for 12 hours?
I heard about that. Why did they do that?
So that's like welcome to Florida.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, welcome to Florida every summer.
Yeah. Hurricane season will be real quick. I'd be
Generator.
fine.
Break out the generator. Got another one coming.
It was interesting because people recovered some exercises in squares, in the street, in the houses. It was for me. I want to share you the experience because my parents read every day, but to see my father and my mother reading with the light of a candle was like romantic, and it was like it was magical. Yeah, because people were in the squares, like with the children, playing and chatting with each other without the fucking cell phone in the hand.
So here's the thing, Crabo. So you said 12 hours. There was a time where New York had an electrical grid issue that happened. We were out of power for 4 days.
4 days.
4 days. We were
4
out of power.
days. And in which year was that?
It was the early 2000s. It happened.
4
We were out for 4
days.
days. Yeah, there were some I think it was like 4 or 5 blocks away from us. They just got power maybe in that second or third day, but we were out for 4 days.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Everybody was just getting coolers, putting all their stuff in their coolers. It was the only way.
Yeah, by the second day they were having block parties. They were all getting together and
Yeah.
cooking because the food was the
Yeah,
food
we
was
had
going
to
to
get rid
go
of the
bad. They
food.
were like, "Fuck it,
Yeah.
I guess we'll eat."
Everybody was sharing and everything.
We were impressed because like the idea behind New York City is they're a bunch of mean assholes, ungrateful bastards, and they did the exact opposite by sheer numbers that we generally don't see from New Yorkers.
It was a
Or New York
great,
City people.
great time to actually get to know your neighbors because we all had that in common.
Wow. Wow.
So was it morally good?
To share food?
I think it's the best
for the power to go out.
Morally.
to share.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like exactly. It was like the whole, there you go. It was like the whole Northeast that got hit. Yeah.
2003. Wow. 4 days, bro.
4 days, man.
We had 12 hours and it was mayhem because it was the 19% of the country, you know? So I'm not comparing, but the period of time, 4 days, what the fuck? I mean,
it wasn't that bad.
It lets
Well-
you know what's really truly important.
That perspective was crazy. It was the first time in a long time, especially someone who's like in the city of lights, to see nothing at nighttime.
Wow.
Could you see the stars?
Okay.
I'm in New York. You can barely see stars.
No, I mean like when the lights went out.
Yeah, with the lights off.
Could you see the
Sir.
stars in the city with the lights off?
I'm in New York
No?
City.
Okay.
It's not as great as to when you're out in the suburbs or things like that. Like then you can really see stuff. For some reason in the city, it's a pain in the ass.
Well, it's all the tall buildings. You couldn't see past the.
How did you manage that 4 days?
Honestly, some families I know they broke out the board games and everything. Some of us, you buy generators, and then like you just charge up on the small stuff that you need. So it's like a lot of people are prepared like that. The daytimes weren't bad. It was the night times you had to prep for. Lights, candles.
There was like a massive, not riots, but massive buying of groceries. Like
no riots, none.
No riots. Matter of fact, and it took us quite a few years. We found out that the crime rate had like just almost disappeared, at least within those 4 days.
Everybody kept to themselves. Nobody
Okay.
knew shit.
Okay.
You got to understand, it was the exact opposite of what anybody in the U.S. would ever think about New York City. It literally went the other direction. We thought they were going to eat each other. Nope.
But don't get me wrong, gas sales were crazy, and there were long lines for people to get things like places like Costco and things like that. Immediately, like the ration things off to make sure everybody got something. But yeah, it was for the most part, it was peaceful.
So
Now here's
I didn't know. Sorry, but to close my idea, I didn't know about those 4 days, and it calls my attention how darkness can bring something so positive.
No, the light shone in the darkness, and the darkness could not overcome / comprehend it. But here's the interesting.
Thank you.
On the West Coast, right? They're kind but unhelpful. On the East Coast, they are very rude, i.e., unkind, but extremely helpful. Now, let me explain it to you. On the West Coast, you could be with dealing with a flat tire. You're trying to figure out the lug and all this other stuff, and maybe you just can't do it. And somebody will go by, some California guy will go by with his hat all pristine and straight and go, man, that really sucks. You got a flat tire. Well, I hope your day gets better as they walk on by. Whereas in New York,
They help you.
what they'll say is, yeah, they'll help you, but the whole time they feel like you're an idiot, dude. What are you doing? You're gonna strip your lug. Get out of here. Get you freaking moron. Didn't your dad teach you how to do anything over here? And they'll literally do it for you as they're dressing you down the entire time. So
you could actually know what you're doing, and they'll do it for you while they're bitching you out. Yeah,
they might be rude, but they're going to be very
This is Chile is a long country, and we have the same phenomenon, but with the people of the north, central Chile, and the south people. And the south people of Chile, well, they're too much kindness. It's like a different environment in every single way, and I didn't know that you had that difference there in the west.
Hear that? South will rise again.
And the north will be 2-0.
I'm from now I'm living in Viña del Mar. It's the main city next to the capital, Santiago, an hour and a half ago. But when you are from Santiago, people of the north, they hate you just because you are from Santiago, but people from the south, they like give you food and water and everything. It's so different, and I didn't know that you had that difference there. It's good to know.
Actually, you know what?
That difference exists in almost nearly every country of any size.
Yeah, I mean, Germany's got the Bavarian area, whereas
nice guys.
In Berlin, you'd say Ad Wiedersehen, but in like Bavaria, Germany, you say super danke tschüss. It's real casual. It's kind of like Texas versus like real rigid, stuffy kind of New York. It is very interesting, I find.
Yeah, Florida is just a state, but it's literally the same way. You
Resla,
go to the north, it's real nice people. You go to the south part of Florida, they're total assholes.
Yeah, I was in the south of Florida. There.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was night and day compared to like being in like Orlando. It was really different.
Yeah, so
They annoyed the hell out of me.
Something just came up to my mind on this. So because we haven't covered this, how do you guys feel about the idea in morality of enabling? So what I mean by that is, it kind of goes to GS's point from way earlier about the West versus the slavery topic, right? And freeing of slaves versus not freeing of slaves. Are we enabling people by going to the extremes of dictating what morality they should go by? I.e., are you basically telling somebody what is good and bad, and now because they've been indoctrinated upon that, all of a sudden when they're free to roam on their own, now they have only your view that you told them is true, yet they're liberated now. They're free, kind of like a kid at college, to just do whatever they want. And now they're hit with all of these liberal things that they can do, and they just go crazy. They start doing drugs. They start doing, having sex and all these things, and end up in a bad situation because of it. So in the morality of it, are we as a society, if we're dictating that morals is a good thing, are we actually enabling those people?
Oppose the premise.
Well, I actually posited something. I hope this isn't distracting it, because I'm not quite sure that I would love it if you would actually remember this, maybe take a clip of this so we can really digest it, that question. But I said morality is less, it is used as a tool to control others. That's objectively a truth. However, yes. I think the purpose of morality and the guidelines and the guidebook and the Bible and what God set forth was to control the self. If applied, it would control the self. But because we choose the flesh and not the spirit, then we go amiss, right? When we choose the flesh, what feels good? It feels good to yell at Tarek. It feels good to yell at Brick. It feels good to yell at, I don't know, whatever. It feels good to feel like you're right. Mm-hmm. Whatever that fleshly thing is, it feels good. But is it just? Is it right? Is it moral to dunk on somebody? Like, for instance, Resla. You taught me something tonight. Miss Noel came up, and it turned out kind of like you thought it would, but you still gave her an opportunity. Again, there have been times where I have had her in my back chat, and I said, Noel, this isn't the show.
That's a very, very good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a moral, good, ethic behavior. Of course. Thank you.
So you taught me something, and you don't profess to be a Christian, although you said you have studied, you have at one point in time identified as such. Once again, I'm shamed by a non-professing Christian on how to act more like a Christian, and I thank you for that. Whether you profess or not, you did sharpen me.
Amen.
You're both so welcome. You wouldn't believe how hard it was for me to teach him that.
Jesus H. Christ. Gaslighting from never mind.
See, this is what happened when you stray too far from home, Josh.
Anyway, I do appreciate that lesson, Resla. I do appreciate that teaching moment that you had, and I just wanted to acknowledge it. And again, very good conversations. Kramos, I've had really interesting conversations with you. And Teriak, I might take a piss at you or take the piss. I don't know. How do you guys say it over there? Or never mind. That's Bricky.
Take the piss.
Yeah, take the piss. It might seem like I'm taking the piss, but I actually do have a lot of respect for you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, because it was very interesting, and I learned a lot with your statements and your information. I'm so agree what you just said about Resla and that girl, because I've saw the girl in other panels, and Resla, I think, regardless any religion or ideology, that and that that behavior, bro, to be so relaxed and not anxious, without anxiety about it. Oh, he's not gonna ruin my panel. No, I thank you, sir, because I want to recognize that your exercise was beautiful, because you didn't put any limits, because you know that she doesn't deserve any limits, and
Uh,
everybody is putting limits
I
on
wouldn't
everybody
say that.
sometimes.
Well, for one, I won't say she does not deserve, and it wasn't a matter of that because I've seen her on several channels.
Oh, well, to
She's
close my idea is the space. You let
no,
her
but
be in the space.
the idea is that even when she came up initially, I had to drop her one time, and then she came back. The reason for that is, I mean, like anyone else, sometimes you need to discipline and set the tone. Once it was enforced as to what we would tolerate and what we wouldn't. She was more than pleasant.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
He was beautiful, bro. I appreciate it. It's very beautiful to see those kinds of things.
See that
I appreciate the words.
Yeah, so for me, it's like, I've been thinking a lot, this whole debate stuff. I'm not a debater. I'm more of I try to have a conversation. I try to learn. I try not to one up anyone. And listen, there's a place for it. I'm not trying to crap on it too much. I'm really not. But I'm just not, it's not that I have a problem being a debater, or I wouldn't want to be a good debater. I just don't have that tool, I don't think, because I don't have that win at all cost, kind of like just humiliate my foe. When I come to these spaces, I'm trying to learn something.
Well,
or have an opportunity to teach something.
Yes, I agree with that too. But the thing about it is, I know that there are these panels where the
Hi,
claim
Noel.
of debate exists.
Hi, how are you?
But those type of panels that do all of the shock and awe are not real debate type forums. I mean, yeah, we can call them debates, but like when you're doing the ad hominems, like I know that a lot of that type of stuff happens on Speakeasy's channel, right? So there's a lot of ad hominems and fallacies get thrown around. However, there are times when some real good debates go on, right? But the thing is that's why he calls it verbal combat, right? And not verbal debate. Right.
Patty
So
cake contest.
right. So the effery is gonna happen there. It's a guarantee, right? Whereas a real true debate forum, there's typically there's actually a really good moderator who's willing to step in and make sure that things don't go ham. But even some of these places where you go and there's this quote unquote debate happening, it's not a real debate because the moderator's not moderating. It's the moderator's just sitting there and letting the effery go on and on and on and not really getting back to the topic. You're just an idiot. You hear these things going back and forth. That's no longer a debate. You're not actually speaking about the topic, and that's where a lot of this. It's great to have a discussion. I agree. It's great to have a real debate, and then there's some room for the effery.
Don't give up.
Let me just answer Eden Merritt now. Currently, no, I'm gonna have to catch it on the replay. Currently, I'm not, but I am gonna turn around and take a look at it.
Yeah, it was pretty epic. If it's what he's talking about is what I saw. Like,
But are they actually negotiating?
Hi.
Hey,
hi,
Noel.
Noel.
Girl.
Yeah, I don't doubt that if he's involved, he's probably really negotiating.
Mama Noel's got something for you.
Hi.
Oh, hi, Noel.
How are you?
I'm very good. How are you?
Good. And so, how is your day going?
Well, my day is going very well. I'm spending time with my sons, and I always have a very good day when I have time to give to my sons.
How old is
And
your sons? I'm sorry for asking.
TMI. Leave the kids out of it.
oh, they're in their 40s and they're doing just fine.
They're your babies.
I'm sorry to ask her that. God.
It's okay. It's okay, Noel. It's okay.
One
It's
of them's
okay.
40 and still in his diapers, just to let you know.
And do you have a channel?
One doesn't have diapers; they just shitting on themselves.
No, sweetheart, I don't. I'm a moderator on several channels, which I enjoy doing very much. And
Why don't
I feel very blessed and very needed.
why don't you have a channel? I think you should. Yeah.
Yeah. Opine and recline with Mama.
Because I'm old and I think I'd forget that I had a show coming up.
That's what they got a calendar on those newfangled flip phones. I mean the hoodly daddle.
I don't know how to use them.
And so,
Resla,
can
you
I
gotta
ask
take
you
care
a
of Mama.
question about this? Do a lot of people target you on this YouTube platform or no?
No, I do not allow people to target me. I think that's a very bad idea if you let people do that. But I also believe that if you put yourself up here for people to talk to, and then you have to be prepared if someone is going to want to say something nasty to you. And it doesn't mean that it's okay. It just means that you have put yourself in someone else's window, and not everybody likes everybody. So
That's true.
Noel,
Yes.
can let me ask a question to Mama, okay?
Okay.
Mama,
yes.
look, my father he's 84 years old. My
Yes.
mother is 74 years old.
Okay.
And 2 weeks ago, they told me like, please, son, can you help us because they are writing their memories, you know.
Beautiful.
And at the same time, they asked me, hey, can you help us because we want to make this like a YouTube channel to chat with each other about our experiences in Chile, in Cuba when we were exiled, the political experiences, because our memories reading, the little kids won't read that. But if you have a YouTube channel with our videos of our conversations, it's another form of living our memories. So I said them, of course. And now I'm gonna make like this parents workshop of StreamYard, but I'm gonna control it. I have the time to do it, and I think it's an awesome idea. So Noel, I think it's a very good point to tell Mama that she can have her channel or her blog or whatever. But like,
And can I be up next to her because I feel comfortable with her? I don't
Sure.
know that really, but I just
Don't you put that Irishman down the bottom. Don't you do it. He's been through enough, lad. Don't you put that Irishman down the bottom.
The Irish on
Excuse
top, baby.
me?
We run the world.
Oh, there we
excuse me,
go.
Mama.
That was a
Yes.
close one.
Yes.
So how many channels do you go on? I haven't seen you ever.
I am on regularly 3, 4, 3 or 4. I moderate on 3, and there's one that I visit occasionally.
Can you tell me what was?
That's a workout right there.
Hello. Did you lose your train of thought, sweetie?
I said, can you tell me what channels do you go on? Like
She want to know what channels you're moderating for that you go to.
They're pretty grown up channels. I would not feel comfortable sending you there.
Drama or good panels?
For me, they're very good panels. I very much enjoy them. But for you, I don't think it would be good atmosphere for you.
Okay. I just wanted to know.
That's fine. That's perfectly fine. And I hope you appreciate what I said.
Yes.
I'm not trying to demean you or degrade you. I just don't think they would be good spaces for you.
Go ahead, Mama. Go ahead, plug your OnlyFans account.
Wow. You this
Shots
man?
fired. Shots fired.
Tarek.
Yo.
So I really do like Jack's panel. Where are we going?
I guess Jack Talcott.
Yes, I really do like that panel.
Noel, can I ask you a question?
Yes, you can.
What is the best thing that will happen to you this year?
This year, what's the best thing? What happened to me this year?
That will.
That's a tough question to answer. What about you?
I'm going to Cuba.
Cuba? You going? That's nice.
I don't know. I don't know if I will have the money, but I know it's the best thing that will happen for me this year.
Mama?
Yes, Noel.
What do you like to do for your time being? Is that?
What do you do in your free time?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I do lots of things. I have lots of animals that I take care of. I like to go horseback riding when I can. I have lots of grandchildren, so I spend time as much as I can with my grandchildren. I have friends that I spend time with, and I have a part-time job that I work when I want to. I'm retired. I was a registered nurse all of my life. I've delivered babies, saved people. I've flown in airplanes to help save people. I've helped save people on big, huge shipping vessels out in the middle of the ocean.
You shot a machine gun from a motorcycle, according to someone.
I've shot a machine gun from a motorcycle. I blew up a commode. I mean, I've just done lots of things.
She don't play around.
And so, are you a Navy or are you what kind of?
I was never in the services. No.
She just plays with navels.
So, what kinds of animals do you have?
Right now I have dogs, cats, and chickens.
Do you raise them? Do you raise the chickens or?
Do we eat the chickens? No, we eat their eggs.
You have a farm?
Not anymore, but I used to. I've had goats and horses and dogs and cats and chickens and pigs and
Based.
Big farm. grew
If you meet her,
vegetables,
if you
lots of
meet her
things.
children, she definitely has a farm. Lots of animals.
Meet one of my children. His name is Joshua.
Can I?
Can I interrupt real quick, guys? My old butt needs
Name
to go
is
to bed.
Joshua. Meet one
My
of your
genuinely,
child.
Noel, it was a pleasure meeting you and talking to you. Everyone,
Yes, I know you.
Talk to you all later.
Later.
Good to see you, Jess.
I'm teasing. I'm teasing very much.
Mama,
I'm teasing.
how many cats do you have?
Right now, 4.
What's the names of your cats?
I usually they all have the same name. Kitty, 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 kitty. That's pretty much what I call them.
And you have what kind of dog do you have?
Well, let's see. I have a Chihuahua. I have an English Shepherd. Do you know what that is?
Yes.
It's not a German Shepherd. It's an English Shepherd. I have a Shepherdor.
All American.
Yes, they are. They are all American. No, the Chihuahua's not. The Chihuahua is from the south of the border. 1, 2, 3. And 2 pit bulls.
And do those pit bulls attack people? I heard about those pit bulls.
Oh no. Pit bulls are very devoted, loving family dogs. It's the people who raise them that make them bad.
And so can you tell me about dry skin on your fingers? Yeah. You used to be a nurse, you know.
Lots
Well,
Lots of lube.
do you have dry hands?
These fingers do, and that's why I'm itching my skin.
I saw that. I saw that. Do you itch your skin to help you cope with other things? Do you rub your skin to help you cope with other things?
Yes, and it's dry skin. It's really, sometimes it's bad. And I don't like lotion. I tried it and it's the texture.
Noel, do you
thing? You know, this will sound silly. Do you like sugar?
I do.
Take some sugar, wet your hand, and then take sugar and rub it on your dry skin. Let your hand soak and get the dry skin soft. Take the sugar and just rub it and rub it and rub it on your dry skin, and it will help take the dry skin off. And then take something like lanolin, which is very soothing, and just rub it just on your finger. Don't put it all on your hands. Just put it on that area on your finger that bothers you.
And so how did you know about this? I didn't even know anything about that. Wow, that's interesting.
Because way back a long time ago, when I was but a wee lassie, we were very poor, so we had to figure out how to do things because we couldn't just go to the store and buy all of these special things. So my grandmother, who was born before the Depression, do you know about the Depression?
No.
Grandma, what is that horse doing? What is that man doing to that horse?
That was a period in time in the United States when everybody had no money.
Kramos, is that man choking out that
And
horse?
they had to figure out how to do things with just what they had. So the old people figured a lot of those things out. And it just got passed down from my grandmother to my mom to me. I told my daughters, they're telling their children. So it just gets passed down. Help.
And
Noel, can I ask you a question?
yes, of course.
What it means for you when people have good morality?
What?
Primo.
What it means to you when people have good morality? Can you the good morality? Do you have people with bad behavior or good behavior?
What do you mean? Can you explain?
What do you think about people who behave unmoral and
Behave
people?
really. Can you say it in another phrase, please? Sorry.
When you think that somebody is behaving in the bad way, why do you think that happens?
Maybe they're going through something, or maybe they are pissed. Maybe they're having a bad day. Maybe they're stressful.
I agree with that, Noel.
And what about you?
I think there is right and wrong and good and evil.
Mama.
Yes.
Do you go to
Take your time. Take your time. It's okay. Just take your time.
Are you religious? What can I phrase this? What's the nationality are you? Sorry
I'm
to ask.
American. I'm American.
Are you
Canadian.
Christian?
Don't let her lie. She's Canadian.
Are you Christian?
I believe in God.
Same with me too.
Good.
And do you go to church?
Not anymore.
Do you read the Bible?
Yes, I do.
And do you like the Old Testament or the new one?
Ooh.
I like them both. One's a history book, and one is a way that you should learn how to live. What is your favorite? What is your favorite book? Yeah, I know. I'm being elementary.
No,
What's
no.
my favorite
I
book?
wanted to ask. Go ahead.
What's
Mama, how do
my
you feel about stoning women?
what?
Josh.
What?
Glad that changed.
Hand me that stick. It's no longer a stick. It's a damn log. Hand me the log.
Damn.
Excuse me, Mama. Why did that question ask me this? What? I'm confused.
Oh, I asked you, what is your favorite book of the Bible?
I like everything about the Bible.
Good.
Who's your favorite character, or who's your favorite person from the Bible?
Everybody.
The serpent.
That's fair. I like that.
Excuse me. Where is Mother Mary at? Is she passed away, or she's?
She is a saint. She is in heaven.
She's stepping on the snake.
Wait.
She's with her son right
Wait.
now.
Wait. Did they kill her or on a?
No, they did not kill her on a cross. She died of old age. She lived out her life in service to her son and the father. And when she died, her soul went to heaven. So she is with her son and the father.
And where is those cows, and where's Jerusalem at? Jerusalem.
Where's Jerusalem?
Yes.
Jerusalem is in the state or country of Israel in the Middle East, across the big pond, across the sea.
Yeah.
Have you ever been there?
No, I have not. Have you?
No. Do you want to go?
Do I want to go where? To Jerusalem?
Yes, to Jerusalem. Would you like to go there?
A good
someday?
place? A good place.
Yes.
Yes, one day.
Do you go to college?
No, I do not go to college. I'm looking for a job because
It's okay. You're good. What do you do? What kind of work do you do?
I am looking for a job because I quit my other job.
You quit your other job?
Yes.
Well, that's not a bad thing all the time.
And so I am going to look at one more day program to check it out. And if that doesn't work, then
And what do you do in the day programs?
I do not go to a day program. I am just checking it out.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It is called life skills.
Life skills. Very good. Something we can all use.
And so it is very tiring that I stay in my bed and sleep all day and be up all night. And I really think I do need a nighttime job because I like to stay up all. Is that? Do you
sounds like that would work perfect for you then?
And did you have a nighttime job?
I had a nighttime job.
Did you like it?
I did.
Is it stressful? Some people told me it is stressful for
some people it is. But I always worked nighttime jobs.
And did she sleep all day?
Yes, you have to.
Damn, now we found out what the problem is with these women around here. God.
Who's saying that?
Sorry, apologize.
That would be my youngest one.
So, Noel.
Yes.
You got 2 more really good questions to ask Mama. What are they gonna be?
Here's a good question. What do you believe when you die? Do you die in peacefully, or do you go up in heaven? What comes after that?
Well, personally, I think that when I die, I'm going to heaven.
And why is these other people saying you do not go to heaven, you go to some place else?
Because some people have a belief that is different than you and I, and that's okay. It's okay. And we can't make them believe what we believe. So it's okay. We can't control others. We can only control what we believe, right?
Yes.
All right.
That's it.
All right. Noel, thank you. Thank you for stopping by.
Yes.
All right. Now I am going to close this out, people. We are not staying longer. Not happening. All right, so I'm gonna drop everyone. I know how. That's pretty much gonna be it. That is pretty much gonna be it. I will probably have a good question for you guys, probably in the comment section. If you're already checking all this out on the back end, be sure to actually just leave something in the comment section based on the question that I pretty much gave you, which was, do you think that morality is real, or is it just something that is just a way to control people? Like I said, like the video, like the stream, like basically share it to people. If anything, let them know what we're doing over here in this channel. Thank you for everybody who's been participating. What's going on here? Thank you to everybody who came up on panel. Has been a great part of the conversation, as well as everybody here in the chat. Thank you very much for all that you do, all that you have done, and all that you will continue to do. And I will see you on the next one, guys. Until then, take care of yourselves, take care of your families, and of course, stay opinionated.